Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz. And it's October!
Yay!
Yay!
Or should we say Shocktober?
Shocktober, that's a good one, Zach. So what we are looking at is everything to do with Halloween, or All Hallows Eve. And we're doing a consecutive set of 4 podcasts this month, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Leading up to Halloween itself.
All things scary.
Scary. Everything from the other side, or whatever. So anyway, what we're doing in this particular podcast is we've already in a previous podcast covered the mythology of zombies.
We have.
So in October, we're looking at 2 other most popular creepy creatures of mythology that everybody loves.
What could they be?
Well, this week, in this episode, we're looking and talking and discussing about the mythology of vampires.
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more.
So to help us discover everything about the mythology of vampires, what are vampires, where do they come from, everything we need to know about vampires that hopefully we can think of.
We've brought in an expert.
We have, and our expert with us today is, put your hands together for Sarah Downing, vampire expert extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi, how are you guys?
Oh, we're fine. We're rocking.
I'm pretty good. I'm quite sure that we've had Sarah on the podcast before.
Actually, I think you're right.
Really?
Yes, I think Sarah is our first
Returning
guests. Yeah, so you are a returning guest.
How does it feel?
Awesome.
Back in the dungeon studio, which is quite apt since it's Halloween month.
Mwah.
Mwahaha. Do you want to go do a mwahaha?
I'm no good at wahaha.
So anyway, Sarah, you've studied and researched vampires for a long time. In fact, as people may recall, you're an author, and actually, I think you're actually writing a story about vampires at the moment.
Am.
So you are well schooled in the mythology of vampirism.
Now, I'm really intrigued about this.
What, actually being a vampire?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Why not? So, where should we start? I suppose we need to start where everything starts, and that's at the very beginning. So, Sarah, where do we get vampirism and vampires from? Yeah, where is the earliest kind of beginnings of this mythology?
A lot of the folklore is unsurprisingly sort of Eastern European. Not necessarily Transylvania, but sort of Croatia and Poland. When England had witch trials, there were vampire trials going on in Europe.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
There was a village, can't remember the date off the top of my head, but 17 villagers had died in 3 months.
17 villagers.
Yeah.
And this is in France, do you say? Or just
It's sort of more to the east, so I think. Anyway, someone from Austria went over to check. He was an army surgeon, and couldn't find any disease or anything that would explain why these people died. The locals thought it was the dead previously that were killing off the other villagers.
So we got the
vampires,
the living dead, not zombies, but actual vampires.
Yeah, and
Is this vampirism? Are we talking about what we would assume the modern day idea of vampire is, with these living dead creatures coming back and literally draining? Because you get, am I right or wrong? You get some vampires which you think of drinking blood, and you get vampires that drink people's energy.
Yeah, the energy drinking vampires come more from sort of succubus mythology.
We just wanted you to say succubus, didn't we?
That's a weird word.
Say it again.
Succubus.
The succubus. Say it, Zach.
I don't want to.
Okay, so we got all these villagers and they're all mysteriously dying.
Yeah, and local villagers are blaming people that have died previously. they convinced the guy to exhume some bodies and examine them, and I don't know what he saw, but his report back to the Austrian government was to let the villagers continue staking the dead.
Right. Okay.
It obviously freaked him out.
Okay. Ooh. So, from a modern perspective, has anybody looked back at that incident and sort of seen that perhaps it was some other reason for this? But because they didn't have the medical understanding, that's why they put it down.
I'm not sure they'd still be able to test for any sort of the diseases that might still be that would have killed them. I suppose.
But sometimes you get written reports of things that might have certain telltale descriptions in that might lead you to think that maybe somebody was high on some kind of something or other, because you get
mushrooms.
You get mushrooms. You get what's the thing you have on wheat? Ergot.
Ergot poisoning,
things
which
like
was
that.
behind the Salem witch trials.
Maybe we should have done witches as well.
Maybe next time.
Next time.
It would tie in very nicely with werewolves and vampires.
Right. Okay.
But I will get to that.
You're trying to come back in, aren't you?
It was third time in the studio. Can't keep her away.
Yeah, because the other name for vampire, Nosferatu, actually means plague carrier.
Plague carrier, right.
So at the time you had the vampire trials going on in Europe, in France and that you had werewolf trials going on.
Okay.
And in England you had witch trials.
witch trials.
So many trials.
So many trials.
But
And
around
then
that time there's
in
also...
Badminton, they had the horse trials.
What?
There wasn't. That's an equestrian joke. There.
On to vampires.
Yeah, back to vampires.
So around the time that all this was going on, there were outbreaks of typhoid, plague, smallpox.
When you say plague, you're talking about the Black Death.
Yeah, which was thought to be behind sort of.
Oh, right, being spread by vampires.
Yes, but in the folklore, it's very, very easy to become a vampire.
I was going to say I don't want to be all covered in pustules because I've been vamped.
Actually, the studio could probably do with being a bit bigger because one of the signs of a vampire was red hair and blue eyes.
Wait, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yes, and I'm trapped in the studio with two of you.
I was thinking that light was a bit bright.
Yes, I mean that's why we always hide from the day star, isn't it, Zach? Now we've invited our lunch, or is it look at the top, dinner into the studio.
Yeah, we don't really tan, we just burn.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a Hollywood creation. The vampires bursting into dust in sunlight.
We'll return to that later on in the podcast, I think. So anyway, so we've got all these villagers, and they're all dying from what they believe is some kind of supernatural thing from their dead relatives coming back and having at them. So we've got all these trials going on. Yeah.
Yep. They were exhuming bodies, staking them, stuffing their mouths full of garlic, and chopping their heads off. Or burning the bodies as well and sort of scattering the ashes over running water.
Why would they initially go for garlic? Because I mean, obviously you mentioned briefly about sunlight, but obviously you're talking about an actual historic period in time. So, what did they see that garlic did, or what was the specific?
It was more because it was really strong smelling. Like during the Black Death.
Hang on a second. Are we talking about? We're back in. Was it France that was having the?
France had some werewolf trials as well.
All right, I was going to say, 'cause we know that the French like the garlic. It was pretty handy. Stuff their mouth full of garlic.
Yeah, the plague doctors, the masks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Well, you had for those people who maybe for the listeners, you get the plague doctor masks. They kind of look like a crow, don't they?
Yeah.
Sort of a corvid kind of mask with the two eyes. But that was actually designed for stuffing scented things in the front of it, wasn't it? So
because it was thought that sort of bad air caused disease. So because garlic was quite strong smelling.
So goodness me, you can walk around with a beak full of garlic. A beak full of garlic and lavender. Wonder if they did that, lavender and garlic. So anyway, so they stuffed all these people's mouths full of garlic and then staked them.
And some of the other ones would chop the head off, burn the body, scatter the ashes over running water.
The running water. We're going to go to the running water later on. Yeah, it tweaked your interest. The running water.
I love how many different ways you can kill vampires.
Yeah, we'll revise this as we go along.
But back in the folklore, like I say, it was considered very easy to become a vampire. People with red hair, blue eyes, which I mentioned. Things like an animal like a dog jumping over the grave after burial was thought to bring that person back as a vampire.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Not having proper burial rites. Yeah, anything that sort of would result in sort of excommunication, being buried on unhallowed ground, and dying in childbirth.
Oh, would make you a vampire.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
It was thought they'd come back and either feed on the babies, or sort of try and rear the child and sort of kill it. But
that's quite dark.
That is quite dark. So,
what about being bitten by a vampire?
That's another Hollywood.
Oh,
okay. Again, we'll return to that later on. We're going to start, before we get into that kind of Hollywood zone of vampires, I want to focus really on that ancient mythology. So, talking about, obviously, it being a European thing in general, is there anywhere else in the world that vampires are found? Because I again, you're the expert, but I believe that they have vampirism in Japan. Maybe in China, that there's things.
All I can say is I've seen a lot of films.
But you are the movie buff. But I just wondered if in other cultures around the world, whether they have their own kind of. Because we discovered in the zombie one that really the mythology of zombies and the living dead from the zombie perspective, it is very much a worldwide
thing.
Belief, in lots of different cultures. I just wondered if you'd heard or found any research to do with vampirism.
The only other one I've come across is, I can't remember the name of the god, he's an Aztec god, which they used to do blood sacrifices to. It looked a bit like a vampire bat,
right?
But there wasn't really any sort of actual vampires in their mythology.
Okay, because the Aztecs used to do ridiculous things like literally cut the hearts out of 4,000 people just when
it rains.
So it rained,
Yes, well, the whole point of the Aztecs of them slaughtering people was that they thought that the dead person, by sort of with the blood and sort of burning of the body, that person would then act as a messenger to the gods to say, "Hey, we need rain."
Oh, that's nice. Send another one. No, it's still not raining. Send another one. Oh, my goodness me. So with all this kind of folklore in Europe, so let's focus on European vampirism. Is there any particular kind of definition of what is a vampire?
Well, it was sort of someone that come back from the dead. They would feed on the blood of their victims.
Mm-hmm.
The earliest vampires used to have pointed tongues, which they used to use to pierce the body of the person they were feeding from, rather than teeth.
Ooh,
all right, that's an interesting. I've never heard of that. So would that be kind of almost like a reptilian tongue type of thing, or just literally like a
It reminds me of something from Doctor Who, actually.
Oh, yes. What was that one then?
That's from Time and the Rani with the Tetraps.
All right.
Do you remember those? The big bat people?
Oh, yeah, I do. 3-eyed.
No, 4 eyes.
4 eyes.
One on each side.
Oh, right. And one on the back.
Yep.
Okay, 4.
Anyway.
4 eyes.
They've got the
Giant
tongues.
bat.
They've got the tongues.
Yeah, they come out and zap you, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, fair enough. I think that's not really mythology, though. But it's a good
Looks
point.
cool.
It might have been based on mythology.
Could have done.
There was other vampires that were thought to start out like poltergeist, so you'd sort of hear all the knocking, and that would go on for 40 days. So
more of a spirit being?
Yeah, so rather than rising as sort of zombie-like body, it was the spirit body. Like I said, it'd be poltergeist.
Oh, right, so instead of the physical body climbing out of the grave, this is their spirit being has risen from the grave.
Yeah, and it would start with like poltergeist knocking, that would go on for 40 days. Then the spirit would have got enough energy to start drinking blood. The more blood it drank, the stronger it became.
Okay.
Eventually got a physical body, and then it would return to its normal life, go back to its family. And
so when they are feeding on people, how would people, surely they'd be thinking that they're being fed upon because there is a mark or something left by the vampires? I mean, obviously our traditional view is the two teeth punctures.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there were physical marks, but sort of they certainly feel weaker and
right. So if
more tired.
If somebody's feeling lethargic
yeah.
for some reason, then
they've probably
that would be a
fed
case
on by
of
a vampire.
Case of vampire, which could be any kind of medical condition really that might suddenly be hitting somebody, even like a really bad case of influenza, you know, where they're feeling completely drained or they've gone white, food poisoning, something like that.
Yeah. In fact, one of the thoughts on so one of the things that would turn somebody into a vampire was eating meat from a sheep that had been attacked by a wolf.
Right, so
It's very specific.
that is very specific. To be honest, I would have thought that would have been more like, oh, if you're doing that, it's more going to go down the lines of the werewolf rather than the vampire. But the vampire,
The other one is if someone was a werewolf and they died, they thought there would be a higher chance of them coming back as a vampire as well. So there's a lot of
I think I've read that. I think
Right.
I've read that
werewolves and
somewhere.
vampires.
Right, we're going to have to cover that one in the werewolf podcast.
Oh yeah.
So werewolves becoming vampires, and in this case, vampires because of wolves biting sheep.
Yeah. Well, in some movies, I'm going back to movies again.
Mm-hmm.
You do see vampires turn into wolves.
Well, that is one of the questions I've got down here. Was that vampires in the mythology of vampires, and we see it in the movies quite a lot, and probably read it in books as well. But in the mythology of vampires, are they shapeshifters? Can they?
They
change
are.
into
They
different things?
usually take the shape of wolves in the original folk mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Them turning into bats was invented by Bram Stoker in Dracula, of course picked up by Hollywood when it was made into a film. In fact, the earliest film was in 1922.
Which was?
I think it was called Nosferatu.
That was the Nosferatu one. Yeah, I think we're all familiar
and
with Nosferatu.
that's the first one where vampires sort of crumbled into dust when they were exposed to sunlight as well.
Yeah, so there's that iconic black and white picture of Nosferatu being struck by the sunbeam. In fact, they are thinking about doing
another one
a remake of Nosferatu.
by Jack's favourite director.
Yeah, and actor as well is in it, who is meant to be William Defoe, isn't it, being Nosferatu?
Yeah, well, I think Bill Skarsgård's now kind of signed on to be involved in it somehow.
Right, okay.
The guy who played It.
Oh,
the new one.
That one, right, okay. So that'd be interesting if they reboot Nosferatu.
I'd watch it. I really like The Northman.
So, The Northman. Have you seen that yet?
No,
You've
not
got to
yet.
watch anybody listening, watch The Northman. Really good. Anyway, back to the vampires. So in the mythology, they could change into wolves, but in Hollywood mythology, because that's what I'm going to pull upon, the good old Dracula movies with Bela Lugosi, etc. You used to get the creeping mist that would come under the door and then grow and grow and grow, and suddenly the mist would descend.
Yeah, or like a shadow.
Descend away, and suddenly they would. Yes, true. They'd either come out of the mist or step forward out of a shadow that has been produced on the wall. But so is that something they could do? And obviously there is the very much the movie trope of a vampire turning into a bat. So, how do they relate to the mythology compared to the kind of movies and books?
Certainly, Dracula turning into mist was in the Bram Stoker books.
Yep. And he was based on Vlad the Impaler.
Yes.
He wasn't an actual vampire, I take it.
No, he just had a fondness for staking people.
Staking people. So actually, that's quite kind of twist, because you think about how to kill a vampire, stake them, and then you've got a person that the most iconic vampire character is based on Dracula is actually somebody who just loved to go around staking people.
Yeah. There was a Hungarian countess as well, Elizabeth Bathory. She used to kill her servants and bathe in their blood to stay looking younger.
Ah, was that what Countess Dracula, the movie, was based on?
Yes.
Is it something to do with the name Carmilla or something? That's what I've
But I do
heard.
remember that, because she used to always get these. I think in the movie it might have been virgins, or I don't know, but she would always fill the bath with
I
blood
haven't
and
seen
bathe in
that
the
particular film.
blood. No?
No.
Countess Dracula. Oh, we're spoiling it for you now, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, should have put a spoiler alert. Okay, so the mist is from the book.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did come across a mention of vampires turning into mist in the folklore, but I think again it's the more sort of vampires that are in spirit form rather than
Right, so you got this
physical.
kind of ethereal spirit mist creeping around. I mean, you can imagine. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if you throw yourself back, if you're somebody who lives in the city, I mean, you'd be lucky if you can see the stars at night. If you live in a city, and you probably very rarely get mist unless you get in a smog or sometimes a fog. But if you live in the countryside, then you're far more familiar with the fact that we get these early morning mists. They come rolling across the field, usually especially if you're around any kind of water body, if you've got a river or a lake near, you get those low-lying mists, which are so iconic on the old black and white type of horror movies,
Very
where
much so,
they're
yeah.
coming through the graveyard and the mist is swirling. And it kind of seems weird because you kind of think that wouldn't be the case. But if you get up early enough in the morning, you do get those mists. And so if you are a villager that is not, as we do, living life literally by the clock, because people didn't have clocks probably at the time that we're talking about these types of myths, Sarah. At some point every village ended up having like a town clock that people worked to, but before that people just used to get up when the cock crowed and when the daylight broke in the morning, so it's more likely you're going to see these eerie mists and things, and they can be they probably do. So, ooh, this is a bit creepy. This is...
Imagine the houses weren't sort of very well sealed either, so you'd probably get the mist sort of creeping into
creeping
the
in.
house.
And if you combine that with somebody who almost falls ill overnight for some reason...
That could really freak you out.
Yeah, you could think that they have had a visitation from some kind of vampire because of this mist, especially if you combine perhaps a recent death from somebody in the village or whatever, and then you happen to have a mist come down, and then somebody else falls ill in the house, and you're going to put all these perfectly innocent things together, and you could start seeing where this kind of mythology would spring from, It's fascinating. So we've got mist. What about the bats? Vampires turning into bats and vampire bats.
Vampire bats are
Because
solely...
You're our bat specialist as well.
Yes, vampire bats are solely found in South America.
Mm-hmm. That's the vampire bat.
That's
That's the physical, real vampire bat is South America.
Yes.
And if I recall, didn't you tell us that there are different types?
There are 3 different species of vampire bat.
And that if they feed off the wrong bat, they themselves can die?
If they feed on blood that they're not designed to eat, and they think it lacks certain nutrients, and they do become sick and die.
Okay, but now we're going to sling ourselves from South America to Europe. Would these old Europeans, whether it be in mainland Europe or the UK, would they associate vampirism with bats?
Not in the folklore.
Not in the folklore.
Yeah, like I say, it was something that was completely created by Bram Stoker.
Right, okay. So there's no records that you've come across where vampires just basically, what would the word be? Transmogrify into...
Shapeshift.
There you go.
That's a better... Shapeshift into a bat. But they would shapeshift into a wolf.
Wolf, dogs, rats.
Rats.
As well, but no bats.
No bats.
No bats.
Bats off the menu, boys. That's it. There's no bats in.
That's totally unrealistic.
Totally unrealistic. Wolves, yes. Rats, definitely. Well, I suppose that's the thing, because obviously we have in the UK and in Europe we have bat species around. Of course we do, but you think that rats would be more invasive into homes, running around. Maybe people would consider rats in the medieval period as being a pest, something to shun away from, etc., etc. Wild dogs, you don't want to be bitten by a wild dog that's rabid, or definitely you don't want to have an encounter with a wolf or wolf pack. So yeah, those things would be.
Although no healthy wolf will actually go after a human being.
Mm-hmm.
It's only if they got rabies that they're dangerous, or they've been habitualised to humans.
So should we test this out? We need to go somewhere with loads of timber wolves and.
Now we know show on the road.
Now we know show on the road with Sarah. Okay, Sarah, we're going to just leave you out here overnight with a few steaks. This is meat steaks.
Meat steaks,
not wooden steaks.
Yeah, people study wolves all the time and don't get attacked. Like I say, as long as they're not used to being around humans, so that they see humans as a threat.
Put somebody who obviously studies nature, I would have thought that, again, surely that's down to, the period of the year. If you've got, it's winter or even late winter coming into spring, but you've got a very, it's that point in the year where food is very scarce, because you get that with bears as well. They've just come out of hibernation, they're skinny, they need food, but that's when they're most dangerous, because they are so hungry, and everything, even human beings, get really dangerous when they're hungry.
Very much so.
And so it would be more likely to be attacked by a wolf, surely, if that wolf or wolf pack are just literally really starving. They need food.
They will go after livestock before they go after humans. There's nothing in any historical records of a healthy wolf attacking a human being.
Oh, there you go then. There you go.
Yep.
I have a question.
Go for it. That's what it's all about.
Vampires.
That's what we're here for.
Do vampires have to be invited in?
Another good myth or movie trope.
Something to discuss.
Yeah, actually inviting somebody across
The threshold.
the threshold. We've
a
spoken
house
about
or building.
thresholds before. It holds the thresh in. It does. There's the threshings on the floor.
Okay.
Threshold. There you go. So you.
Definitely in Bram Stoker they had to be invited in.
Yep.
I'm not sure
And in
about
Fright Night.
And Lost Boys.
Lost Boys. Oh yeah, Lost Boys.
Um,
Probably loads more.
I think it varies amongst the folklore. Like I say, most vampires used to go after their family first.
Right.
For some reason, they used to go after their nearest and dearest first. Usually, some of the folk mythology, the vampires didn't have any memories when they first rose from the grave. And they slaughtered their nearest and dearest and then get their memories back. And
Oh no!
Who writes this mythology down?
Yeah, I want to consult someone.
Yeah. Somebody was there saying, right, well, obviously the family's been slaughtered. Visitation of a vampire, yes. Uncle Dave, yeah. Uncle Jacob. That's more. Uncle Jacob died, what, a week ago? All right, okay. Obviously, he's forgotten who he was. Okay, he's come back to get his memories back. There you go. That's solved that one. Sorted. Okay.
yeah. Well, I suppose if you just remember your family come back from the dead, you'd be like, oh, nice to see you. You'd probably...
No, we kind of discussed that in the zombies one. Yeah, that was a bit bizarre because we had people that actually had been found alive 18 years after they supposedly died.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
It's like, how did that work?
Yeah, like I said, in some of the folklore, the vampires sort of went back to their families and just sort of carried on their normal lives and had half vampire children. And
Oh, right.
yeah, so
Okay, right. So another aspect of vampires and vampirism, is it reflected in vampire mythology that vampires have a familiar who would watch over them during the day, or is that again just another movie thing?
that's just another movie thing.
Honestly,
These
movies.
You're destroying.
Yeah, and vampires having to sleep in the soil native to their country, so their home earth.
That's one of those things that Bram Stoker had to put the soil in the coffins and have it transported to, was it Carfax Abbey? That was Dracula bought Carfax Abbey, didn't he? Or something like that.
Something like that.
And they all had these coffins with his soil.
Well, it was a load of crates.
Yeah, but they were filled with
Sorry,
his soil.
I'm just going on my
Okay.
movie ideas.
He's sleeping.
It's definitely crates in the book as well.
Crates.
so.
He's sleeping in his crates of soil. There you go.
But which one?
Which crate? Exactly.
Actually, in the book, Dracula isn't staked. He's killed with a knife and beheaded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's. I'm gonna. We'll come on to how to kill vampires a bit later because that's something we want. We need.
We
to
definitely
know.
want to discuss that.
We need to know about that as well. One question, and it sort of came up with Frankenstein when we were talking about zombies. But when you talk about vampires, zombies are supposedly the living dead. But are vampires the living dead, or are they alive? I mean, we've kind of discussed spirit vampires, so I'm assuming dead. But when you get,
But also alive.
but then you said they've come back and carried on with their lives and had half vampire babies. So if you've got a corporeal vampire in full form, are they dead or are they living? How does it work?
Certainly, some of the folklore thought it was demon possession.
Okay. I mean, is a vampire actually a demon from the depths of hell
It's possessing
that's
a body.
possessing a person? Or
Like I say, it varies between the folklore. Some thought it was demon possession. Others that they came back as ghosts, like I said, and then sort of once they'd drunk enough blood, they then took on a sort of corporeal form. Then you've got like the succubi, which sort of suck on
energy.
life energy out of people. So yeah, there's some sort of different theories.
You would have thought that the drinking of blood would. I mean, obviously, again, going to movies and books, it's the two puncture wounds. I mean, are there no kind of signs of vampirism that you could say this person has had their blood sucked?
No. As
I was just wondering because the movies they always go for the neck,
Yeah.
but there's other things. It could be arm, leg, whatever. No.
No.
So just to clarify, vampires are also ghosts, demons, and kind of ish zombies.
Yes. Kind of ish zombies, which can change shape.
Into wolves.
So which leads me on to say, okay, so there's these vampires around and about, haunting the place. How would you protect yourself from those vampires?
Certainly in the folklore, if you thought there was a vampire about, one of the checks to see which grave the vampire was buried in is you'd lead a white horse through the graveyard and it would refuse to step on the vampire's grave. You can go, haha, the vampire's hiding there, dig him up, put a stake through his heart, chop his head off.
Right. I heard a similar thing with witches, that if you suspect somebody of being a witch and you follow them and they leave a footprint anywhere, if you put an iron nail hammer it into the footprint, then they will start to limp if they're a witch, and it's a sure way of discovering that person's a witch.
Interesting thing. So, in a film called Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter.
Yes, I know it well.
To see if there's a vampire around, they bury a toad in a box, and then they dig it up the morning after. And if it's alive or dead, that determines whether or not there's a vampire around.
So if it's dead, is it a vampire? Or if it's still alive? Or is it a dead one they bury?
I think it's alive.
Right,
I really need to watch this film again.
Okay. Have you come across anything in the mythology to do with toads?
No.
No? Okay.
Honestly,
what
the movies are lying to us.
The movies are lying to us terribly. Okay. So, I mean, what about, hanging up bundles of garlic and rubbing them around your windowsill and all these sorts of things that you hear?
Like I say, garlic was supposed to have protective properties for diseases and things, so I can see why that would probably keep vampires away.
We've talked, obviously, you've mentioned about staking the bodies.
Yeah.
So was that to stake them through the heart?
Yeah.
And were there any specific choices of wood to do that?
Hawthorn was the favourite.
Hawthorn.
Again, that's got protective properties, which is one of the reasons you find it in hedgerows a lot. Cause,
boundary.
Yeah, protecting the boundary, yeah.
Interesting, because I know there's a film that involves Hawthorn killing a vampire.
This is with Christopher Lee, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
Satanic Rites of Dracula.
Yeah, and one of the other ones, you mentioned running water earlier. And yes, poor old Dracula ends up going under the ice.
That's Dracula, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, that's the running water again.
Yep.
So
another stake one, staked with iron.
So iron, is that a thing, Sarah? Because I think iron does come up an awful lot in folklore,
but
to
it's
ward
got
off.
it's got to stay there.
Yeah.
If you take the iron out, it'll come back to life.
Yeah. So there is a lot to do with warding off witches, demons, etc. with iron.
I certainly know because there's actually two books about Dracula. You've got Bram Stoker's Dracula, and then you've got another one. I can't remember who was originally supposed to have written it, but it's Bram Stoker writing under his friend's name, and it's called The Guest of Dracula.
Right.
And he goes into an empty village, which the coach driver was like, don't go there.
They always say
it's coming up for sunset. You really don't want to be in the village.
You don't want to be going there, sir.
No,
nobody goes there after sunset.
And he finds a sarcophagus with a great big iron stake driven through it, because obviously the person in the coffin was thought to be a vampire. So
he didn't pull it out, did he?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Well, you had me worried then.
Nice happy ending to that then.
Yeah.
There were wolves in
There
that
were
one.
wolves.
It was all a ruse.
But
I
wolf
love the way
actually
Sarah's
saved the guy.
face
Yes,
lights
I
up.
like wolves.
I know, we know. She's listeners. She's standing here with wolves all over her chest because she's got a wolf T-shirt and a wolf fetish. I'm going to have to say, she loves wolves.
Good grief.
I much prefer wolves and werewolves over vampires.
Well, you'll have to save that for the werewolf one, won't
Yes.
you?
So I'm just checking my notes about
Yeah,
running
check your
water.
notes. That's fine. Yeah, we want to know about running water.
Yes. In Dracula, which mimics the folklore, vampires could only cross running water at sunrise and sunset. Sorry, at turning tide.
Turning tide.
Yeah,
How do
so
they know that?
high tide and low tide.
So is this specifically if they are like sort of like bricks and vampires? Sort of, they live in Skegness or something. You know? But if you're inland, would you know? It's got to be a tidal river.
I don't think it needs to be tidal. Certainly, people were thought to die at sort of either dawn or dusk, and also at the change of the tide.
Right.
So I think it sort of ties into that belief.
Right, the passing of their spirit.
Could
Yes.
they go over bridges?
Could they use a bridge?
Yeah. This is a very valid concern.
Technically, that would still be going over the running water, wouldn't it?
Interesting.
Or can they actually walk on the running water
Yeah.
or float across the running water?
Certainly in the Dracula books as well, Dracula wasn't affected. You know, he could go out in daylight, but he couldn't change shape. He could only change shape at sunrise or sunset, and then whatever shape he was in, he was stuck in that for the duration.
Right.
So,
Which is kind of reminds me of the Norse folklore of when you have people skin changes in Norse mythology. That a lot of the time that they rather than just transforming into an animal, they'd have cloaks or skins and things, you know.
Yes.
And if
They're
that,
kind of like the berserkers.
yeah, like the berserkers, there was I think there's 3 ladies. Literally, I'm just pulling this out of my memory. I think there's 3 young girls who had coats of swan feathers, and they flew as swans, and they landed at a lake, took their cloaks off, but then a villager saw them and stole the cloaks, and then they were trapped in human form after that.
I believe it's Freya that had a cloak of hawk feathers
Yes,
that used to.
Loki stole it, didn't he?
Yeah. There's lots of shape shifting.
Yeah.
Always
but-
check where you leave your coat.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what suddenly sprung to my mind when you mentioned it, because you suddenly then have that issue of being stuck in a certain form if you lose that, which is very interesting. Yes.
Back onto water,
Yes.
holy water.
Holy water, good point. Holy water, I've forgotten all about holy water. So if you've got
Ordained water.
yeah,
I think that's more along the lines of vampires are bodies possessed by demons with the whole holy objects and the holy water.
well, that would bring. So that's what kind of brings it up with me, Sarah, when it comes to perhaps other cultures that may have vampirism in them. Are vampires solely affected by Christianity in that instance?
You bring up crucifixes and stuff.
Yeah,
like
because by the power of Christ I compel thee and all this, or is it
is it just belief?
or is it belief?
I believe it's certainly in the Dresden Files. It's belief.
Because
Completely swapping from folklore to modern books. Yes, I think there's a bit in there where Dresden was saying, against vampires, it's nothing sadder than watching a non-believer waving a cross at a vampire.
now I do have an example of this.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you've actually met a vampire?
No, I've seen a film.
No, well, we're meant to be vampires from what sense anyway.
Okay, I was watching a documentary.
Oh yes, all vampires.
Legend of the 7 Golden Vampires.
I know that with don't tell me, Peter Cushing.
Yes.
That's it.
It was kind of like a hammer horror
When-
martial arts crossover.
Where Van Helsing goes to China, or is it Japan? It's China, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
China.
Yeah.
Chinese vampires.
Yes. And he explains about this that it's not specifically a cross, it's the power of belief. Because they say crosses won't work here because
They're Chinese vampires.
they're Chinese vampires. You have to use a little Buddha.
A little Buddha. Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
Although if it's to do with belief, if you still believe in your cross, surely it'd still work.
But not if the vampire doesn't know what it is. I suppose the thing is, the symbol that they are being affronted with has got to be something that would
Strike fear
into them. But it would need the person behind it to have the belief in that item. Perhaps. I don't know. This is throwing a lot up in the air. This discussion. So, Sarah, why do you think so many people are attracted to the idea of vampires when subjects like cannibalism are so offensive? You know, in human, we would say, oh, cannibalism, that's terrible. But people have become very attracted to the idea of vampires and drinking blood. Isn't it because I think consuming of human blood is kind of like, when you boil it down, it is a form of cannibalism. But vampires are seen by many these days to be kind of a more sexy and seductive creature of the night, if you like.
Yeah.
So why do you think vampires over other creatures, if you want horror creatures, have ended up having that kind of general appeal to people?
I think it's partly to do with sort of the development of like romance, sort of novels and things.
Mills and Boon.
Well, so the gothic horror sort of then gave way to sort of gothic romances.
Mm-hmm.
So your vampires moved from your gothic horror into your gothic romance.
We always kind of see, it's repeated again and again and again. I mean, obviously with vampires, you kind of, in the early vampire movies, the vampire would have that kind of mesmerising stare which would hypnotise the young ladies, etc., etc. And then as we come forward with this kind of trope, vampires and vampirism has become a very kind of sexy thing, with the vampires being a sexy creature. I mean, I don't know what year Interview with a Vampire came out, but that was with Tom Cruise and what's his name? Brad Pitt, that's it, And of course, lots of ladies are like, they're really vampires. We love vampires, So I wonder what it is about vampires that have kind of, people don't necessarily see them as being evil creatures. Like, you don't want to really necessarily have a romance with a zombie, do you?
No.
Or a troll. But vampires, wow, they're all sexy and seductive, even though they're like 500 years old.
Or older.
Yeah, I think so. The sexiness comes from sort of the more succubus side of things, which were thought, they were thought to seduce people while they were sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine sort of some of that's been carried over into the modern vampirism.
Right. So it's really the TV and film studios have moulded it into that kind of thing. Apart from sparkly vampires.
Twilight.
No.
Steaks.
Come on, you can't say you like the werewolves in Twilight. She's laughing.
Yeah, I don't like the Twilight books at all.
Oh.
Apologies to anybody who's a fan, but
apologies to the author as well. Sparkly vampires, yes. So anyway, vampires. But they have become this kind of sexy thing.
Yes. Well, again, that's probably due to Hollywood, because sex sells. So, back in the day, sort of the actors were sort of more sort of normal looking, and they're getting produced.
Bela Lugosi.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you go back to probably, as you said, you mentioned Christopher Lee playing Dracula.
Yeah.
I mean, even through his progressive movies, they got quite kind of that sexy vampire.
Yeah, they got introduced.
Well. But it's strange how this particular creature, if you want to refer to a vampire as this particular horror genre, has progressed into that area.
Yeah.
But it's all about basically, drinking blood and being very cannibalistic, if you like, in a way, and controlling people.
Well,
is that
bringing up the question: is a vampire still a human, or is a vampire something else and not a human?
Right, so you're going back to is a resurrected form that looks like a human actually the form of a human that's been taken over by a demonic spirit? Is that what you're saying?
Does it still count as being a human, or is it just a vampire?
Right, so you're saying a vampire is a different entity
Yeah.
to the human form.
Yes.
Right, okay.
But is it? That's what I'm trying to bring up.
I don't know. What do you think, Sarah?
Certainly with modern books, I think it's sort of more sort of, they lean toward more sort of the sort of demonic side.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly the few I read anyway. Like I say, not big a fan of vampires.
You're writing a book about vampires. You're writing a book to put it all right, aren't you?
Yeah.
I am basing it more on the folklore, but like I say, I much prefer werewolves.
Well, we'll let you loose on the next podcast on that one. Let's stick with the vampires.
Yes,
as we go.
yes,
Vampires.
yes.
All right.
Try not to get
Another
distracted.
question.
Yep.
We haven't brought it up yet. Silver. How does that affect vampires?
Yeah, because you think I think I've come across movie tropes which
Some films, silver affects vampires.
in other ones,
In other films,
not
no, it
at
doesn't.
all.
I can't find anything at all in the folklore about vampires and silver.
Honestly,
There's
those
nothing
films.
in it at all.
Okay, so we've been talking about the origins of vampirism, the mythology of vampirism, and obviously we've dipped in and out of the movie and TV genre books of vampires. But are there any, recorded incidents where people actually do believe that vampires exist? And I'm talking about in modern day, because you do, just as much as people these days might go and have sightings of Bigfoot or such like, or what about vampires?
I know there is a disease. I can't remember the name of it. But it does mimic a lot of the symptoms of vampirism.
What, somebody would hide from the sunlight? That's just being ginger.
I think it does cause sort of photosensitivity.
It's like vitamin D deficiency or something.
My Wi-Fi doesn't work in here. I was looking it up.
That doesn't work. Damn, the Wi-Fi's out.
Yes. But yeah, it's a very rare blood condition that I think they struggle to produce their own sort of red blood cells.
Or do you think that perhaps there are cases where people, normal human beings, actually believe that they are vampires?
Well, it'd be kind of creepy to think about.
Well, I'm just thinking because obviously you get in Bram Stoker's Dracula, you have who's his familiar in that? I'm just trying to think of the character's name.
Renfield?
Yes, Renfield, who ends up in the a lunatic asylum.
I can tell
He
you
was
the
already in
Hammer
the
horror
lunatic
He
version.
was. Oh, there you
Asylum in the
go.
book.
He was in the. It's been years since I've actually read the book. So the trouble is, your mind gets full up of all the movie stuff.
Scars of Dracula. It's Patrick Troughton playing Clove.
Oh yes, I remember that. With a very good realistic bat in it as well.
We saw that at the cinema.
We
didn't
did. We saw that in the cinema. And
Special
apart from
screening.
us, everybody else laughed. I was like,
Oh,
don't
that's
laugh
actually
at the
really
bat.
good.
Yeah, don't laugh
It got
at
me
the
into
bat.
ham horror films.
Yeah, it was a really good movie. But anyway, so but what I'm thinking is it's kind of like that's a human who is assuming if he keeps eating insects and things, it's gonna and eating and consuming blood that they are therefore going to have special powers, become immortal. Do you think that gets into the psyche of some people?
Certainly there's a growing gothic movement of people being vampires and drinking each other's blood.
Isn't that kind of sounds almost sort of sadomasochistic in a way?
Possibly. I don't know a lot about it. I
Yeah.
just concentrated on the folklore.
Now she's glad her Wi-Fi doesn't work because she can't Google it and then have that on her
Yeah,
history.
sorry, we're not part of a cult like that.
I was just wondering because again, you can see that going with the whole image of vampirism and vampires, which I can't see that anybody else is going to have a zombie club. You know what I mean? Because as you say, people do love to dress up in gothic clothes and to dress as things. And you see loads of people that put the old false fangs in and
Dark steampunk.
yeah, dark steampunk. Yeah, they go off to Whitby up at the Whitby goth weekend or whatever they have there, which I've been to once, which was really great seeing everybody dressed up there. But of course, that is associated with Dracula because of the ruins of.
I think they're having like a big celebration up there this year.
Are they?
They have
Because
every year.
they've got the ruins of the abbey up on the cliff top, which is supposedly where doesn't Dracula, the ship come in at Whitby, and then he escapes. He's seen running up the hill to the abbey. So that's probably why they go there. But again, the whole concept of vampirism, Gothic, has become very, very popular and very sexy, away from the whole concept of it being a creature or an evil spirit that actually is very dark, malevolent, and dangerous. It's just interesting to discuss why that should
because we've got so many different types of creatures. Something had to take that slot, didn't it?
something had to have the sexy slot, did it?
Yeah.
Suave dressed Brad Pitt, in his clothes.
Default sexy monster.
Sexy monster. We need a sexy monster.
Yeah, there's plenty of werewolf romances.
Well, we're going to save that one.
Spoilers.
Yeah, we want to know about that.
It's one thing that drives me mad. You can't find a decent story with werewolves in that isn't a romance. And I hate romances.
Right, well, we're going to have to bring that one up in our next
podcast,
the follow-on for the Halloween season. So far, what have we found out about vampires? We found out that, they can, in mythology, change form.
Mm-hmm.
They do drink blood. They can suck your life energy as a succubus. That you do need to stake them, behead them,
burn them.
There was
Can't go over running
garlic
water.
stuffed in their mouths.
Yep, garlic.
Can't go over running water when it's tidal.
Silver doesn't really work.
Not sure about the iron.
Yeah.
Okay. What other interesting facts can you tell us about vampires? Hit us with it, Sarah. Go on.
Not really, but
Yeah, you must have some factoids. Interesting factoids on vampirism.
Oh, that was another one.
Oh, please.
It was thought that if you dreamt about a dead person, you could bring them back as a vampire. So anyone that went to see an execution used to have special rites done over them afterwards to make sure they didn't dream of the dead person.
now would this be specifically dead people, or could it be like Pet Cemetery where you bring a cat back to life?
Zombie cat.
That's
vampire cat.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's a money making scheme, surely. I mean, yeah, you've gone to I suppose if you've gone to an execution, that's an execution. But if you're in a battlefield and you see people dying around you and you're having post-traumatic stress syndrome and you're thinking about
That's where all the
dead
vampires
people,
come from.
But it's like, no, we'll get them into the town square. There's only 4 ways in. We'll make sure when they come out, they've got to give us a groat and get blessed on the way out. Stop him bringing vampires back. No, that's an interesting fact. So where did that spring up? Is that a kind of a European mythology or?
Yeah, I believe it is European. And other interesting facts: the Greek word for vampire and werewolf is the same.
Right. So
there is.
we are kind of with Greece. We are kind of talking European, aren't we? I mean, we're on the borders there, heading to the east. So obviously, you're saying now the Greeks obviously must have had a familiar idea of vampirism then.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of trading between various European countries, so it's not hard to imagine that stories got.
Well, vampires
carried.
Would vampires have been around in, say, Norse mythology? Because I know, and we will discuss this in the forthcoming werewolf one, but obviously werewolves and were-creatures were part of Norse mythology. So the reason I bring this up, if vampires were also in that mythology, we know for a fact that Vikings traded all the way across and were at places like Constantinople, so those kind of interactions and storytelling would have...
I'm not sure if there's exactly vampires, but I do have a memory. I think it was Norse mythology. Somebody wanted to speak to a dead ancestor about something, and they spilt blood on the grave.
Right.
So I can sort of.
The blood is kind of.
Blood is a common theme.
Blood, giving blood to commune with the deceased.
Yeah.
I mean, in the films, that's pretty much all the ways they always bring back Dracula.
He actually gets some blood accidentally splashed on his ashes.
Yep. Dracula, Prince of Darkness, Scars of Dracula.
Which one was the one with Johnny Alucard where they were drinking his blood?
Dracula AD.
That was Dracula AD, and they had a bottle of Dracula's blood, didn't they?
Or there was one, I think it was Taste the Blood of Dracula, funnily enough.
Or maybe, was that the one I'm thinking of?
The one where the guy has a vial of Dracula's blood,
Yep.
drinks it, and becomes Dracula.
Right.
He kind of gets possessed by him in that.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay,
So
so
that
that's a possession.
that explores that idea, doesn't it?
So, like, a demon is bound to the blood, and then because the blood has been consumed, the demon then be able to possess the person.
I'm going to have to watch that film again.
Interesting. Right, so, any more facts and figures you can give us on vampires?
No, not really. Just to say that there is a lot of carryover between werewolf, zombies, and vampires. Even saying that witches as well.
Well, I would have thought with most mythological creatures, you are going to get them crossing over at many different junctures, aren't you?
No, well, that's the thing, because if you remember our Hertfordshire folklore podcast, we had a lot of crossovers within the myths and legends in that.
Yeah.
And we'd picked random stories.
Yes, but in that one, we had quite a lot that came up about firing of arrows to end up in a grave, and also there was a lot that was reflective of the legend of Robin Hood in stories in that.
Very
one.
much so.
Interesting. So that leads us on to our final little segment on this particular podcast about vampires and vampirism and succubuses. Say it again.
Succubi.
Say it again.
Succubus is the singular, succubi is plural.
Succubi. Right. I identify as a succubi. No, I can't. That's two people. Right. Anyway, let's crack on. So we've got to that point in our podcast, Sarah. I think you might have been subjected to this once before. It's our 6 quickfire questions.
Okay.
You forgot about this, didn't you?
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, are you prepared?
I better be, because I can't get out past Zak.
He's
I'm trapped.
He's blocking the doorway. He's protecting the threshold.
There's a vampiric look in his eye.
I can't escape, so you might as well ask me questions.
Right, let's go for it. Right, question number 1. What is your favourite vampire character from film, TV, or books?
I must admit, I know it's a children's film, I did like the Listless Vampire, just because there's vampire cows in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the farmer comes out
I
and
know what you're talking about.
eventually the entire herd's hanging
You've
up in
got
the
to tell
barn.
me about this, because I've never seen it.
The vampires, rather than feeding on human, feed on the local cattle.
Oh, right.
And they do little sort of segments where the farmer comes out and he's counting his cows and there's one missing. And he goes to the barn and it's hung up from the rafters with fangs and glowing red eyes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, the littlest vampire. Question number 2. Would you like to be a vampire?
No.
Oh, that's a quick answer. That one.
Werewolves every time.
Okay. Damn, I'm going to ask her the same question on that one. She's already preempted it. Right, okay, question number 3. Do you think vampires actually exist?
No.
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 Question 4. In your opinion, what's the best part of being a vampire if you had to be one?
Probably the immortality. There's just so much to learn.
Yeah.
To have eternity to learn everything or whatever you fancy.
I could go with that. Yeah, definitely the immortality side of being a vampire
Yeah, I could go
would
with
really
that.
appeal to me, because I lust for life. I love life. And although technically would you be the undead? I don't know. But to be able to continue experience everything.
Well, saying that, I've heard that through some films, werewolves are also immortal.
Are they? Oh, we'll discuss that one then. And Zak would love being a vampire because he hates getting up in the morning.
Yep.
you see?
I must admit, I don't do days.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe you are a vampire.
yeah. Maybe we're all vampires and we're just not telling the listeners. Shh, don't
We didn't talk about Reflections.
Ah, yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that just as an add-on
Yeah.
after my 6 questions, all right?
There you go.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, question number 5. What's your favourite vampire movie or TV show? Oh, she's thinking on this one.
Yeah, because I don't read a lot of vampire stuff.
This is the vampire specialist, and she doesn't like vampires. That's
It's
crazy.
got to be Dracula because it's the originals.
Dracula.
Which
The original by
Okay.
Bram Stoker.
Right,
Okay.
out of the book, Dracula.
Yes.
What's your favourite? Just as an add-on, what's your favourite kind of, in that case, depiction of Bram Stoker's Dracula? You got a lot to choose from.
I know.
Lots of films called Dracula.
Lots of films called Dracula. Lots of actors who've played Dracula, both TV and films.
I must admit, I don't.
There's
I haven't
there's
seen.
none-
I haven't seen a lot.
They're not sticking in your head then.
No.
Well, it's not the guy from Blade 3.
No, not the guy from Blade 3. That's Disco Drac. Yeah, if you ever see Blade 3,
It's Drake.
Drake, yeah, he's got his open chest shirt with a big medallion, and he actually calls himself Drake, and he looks like John Travolta as a vampire. You can't take it seriously, can you? I am Drake. Okay,
Well, my favourite depiction of Dracula, Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I like Christopher Lee as Dracula.
He's great in everything.
He is great and an absolutely fantastic actor. So yeah, I'll go with that. You know, but there have been some good. There's that TV show that recently came out.
Yeah, he was good as Dracula.
What's that called? Dracula.
That was called
It
Dracula.
was Dracula. So it was a recent TV show. It's probably 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was before COVID.
It was 3 episodes.
It was 3 episodes. The first 2 episodes absolutely rocked, and he really did portray Dracula really well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Third
third
episode.
episode, waste of time. Don't watch it. Okay, wasn't his fault. Anyway, question 6. Dracula. I think I know the answer to this. Dracula or Nosferatu?
What? As the names? Or...
Your choice.
I must admit, Nosferatu just sounds cool.
Okay, so
There you go then.
Nosferatu takes it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a choice, vampire or Nosferatu, come on, Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Interesting. You got an interesting thing about some factoids about the film Nosferatu, haven't you?
I've seen Nosferatu.
Yeah, but wasn't it about that the studios tried to get it banned or something?
Oh, yeah, apparently, because it was like they had a big row over the rights between the Universal Studios Dracula and Nosferatu. They kind of came out at the same kind of point, and they got really kind of.
In fact, if I
it was a
recall,
rip-off.
that because of the legal wranglings, every single copy of Nosferatu the movie was destroyed, apart from one that survived, and that's the one we all get to see now.
Wow.
Because just by luck, one copy survived.
Actually, I remember reading that there was a Dracula movie based on the Bram Stoker book that came out 2 years before Nosferatu, and it was Russian.
Oh, right.
So actually,
Rushferatu.
Nosferatu.
so actually, the Nosferatu, the 1922 one, isn't the
Yeah,
first
isn't the
ever
original.
Dracula movie.
Right.
Wow, that's.
I can see Zach going, I've got to find a copy now.
We're going to find a copy of that one.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many lost films.
But it was, I'm sure, you can check it, if I'm wrong, the listeners can tell me, but I'm sure the Nosferatu movie that we have was taken from one and one only existing
I
copy
believe
of the
you're
film.
right on that one.
Another freaky fact about it. Apparently, that set was cursed.
Oh, it's one of those ones.
One of those ones where loads of people kind of died
Had
during the
accidents and
production.
things.
Yeah, it was very cursed.
Do you know that happens with an awful lot of movies? You know, I've heard, I know we're going a slightly off tangent, but we are talking about vampires and it's Halloween, horror movies. But yeah, you have things where they always have, like with Poltergeist, so many different things were meant to happen on set with Poltergeist. And even with Wizard of Oz, there are mythologies about the Wizard of Oz that Munchkin could be seen in the background, who'd hung himself in the
right.
background and things like this.
I know the
Yeah,
Tin Man changed in that because the first actor got lead poisoning from the
Oh
makeup
no, from the
paint.
makeup.
Yeah, so they actually had to replace him with someone else.
Wow.
Oh, dear. So anyway, yeah. So
Back onto Nosferatu.
back onto Nosferatu.
So they made a film called Shadow of the Vampire, starring Willem Dafoe as Nosferatu, playing Count Orlok, who is Nosferatu, as Count Orlok, who is actually a vampire, who then gets hired to star in the film Nosferatu
Right.
to explain how all the people died and went and disappeared during it.
Oh, I see. I
So-
didn't know that.
And they make out at the end that they kind of organise him being shown sunlight, and he then actually evaporates because he is actually a vampire.
Fascinating, isn't that?
I really enjoyed that film. I watched it with Jack.
So,
That sounds like a cool movie.
so going back to you, Sarah. The word Nosferatu means
Plague carrier.
plague carrier, and in the film Nosferatu, the character was Count
Orlok.
So actually, the title of the movie isn't necessarily referring to the character's name, as the character with his fangs is Nosferatu. It's just basically meaning...
Well, that's a thing in it, because
He's not,
I'm sure it may have been in that,
Is it
or
referred to as a Nosferatu?
but there is a plague of rats that suddenly appear.
Right. So
I think
he's the
because we
plague
watched
carrier.
about 3 different Nosferatus. We watched the original, a remake, and Shadow of the Vampire, which was kind of the one that kind of tried to explain it all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very interesting to see each one.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that. So just before we round things off, you did mention
Reflections.
reflections.
Again, I think that was a Bram Stoker creation. I haven't found anything about lack of reflections from
Okay,
vampires in
so-
folklore.
Carrying a small mirror with you to flash at somebody. No, it's not going to help.
No.
Look, I can't see you, vampire. I just wanted, we got to
yeah.
know these things, because I mean, it could be that we just got things mixed up with, again, gothic horror, modern day, steampunk even. But you see these people that these ancient oddities of like vampire hunting kits, like in a case, maybe even ones that from the Victorian period that have all the bits and pieces in there. And have a mirror. Do you think all these people have designed all this simply based on
Well,
Bram Stoker's book?
If you've got a bit of everything, surely you're definitely covered.
Okay. Back, vampire. Oh, that's not working. Right, let's go for that one. Back. No, that was not working. Let's go for mirror. Right. No, that's not working. Okay.
It's like in the Mummy movie where he pulls out all his religious necklaces.
Oh yes, he keeps speaking in different languages, and then eventually, you speak the language of the slaves. It's like, yes, got the right one. Good memory. Good
Oh no,
memory.
we're going to have to do one about mummies now.
Yeah, we have it. Anyway, right, so there we have it. We've learnt loads about vampires and vampirism and the myth behind it, and that these days the myth has become sexy vampires.
Don't trust the movies.
Don't trust the movies.
That's what we've learned.
Trust Sarah. She knows.
There you go. You just need to keep Sarah in like a box or something.
Yeah.
Deploy
Deploy
vampire
the Sarah.
specialist.
That's it. You think I've got a cross in here? No, I've got my own deployable Sarah. Attack! Wah! Off she goes. No good against werewolves because she'll just go and cuddle them. And with that,
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
it is a counting Dracula goodbye from Buzz.
And that's a big succubi from Zak.
Suck goodbye. I like that one.
Yeah.
That's well done.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll leave you a joke.
Okay, leave us with the
Have you
joke.
heard the one about the nuns that are driving along the road, vampire leaps on the hood of the car?
Okay, no.
No. Anyway, the nun driving puts the windscreen wipers on, vampire still clinging to the car. She goes, turns to the nun next to her and she's like, what do I do? And the other nun goes, show me your cross. So she winds down the window, sticks her head out and shouts, will you get off the bloody car?
And that's a perfect ending to yet another podcast from the Now We Know Show.
It's been fun, that's your words.
Brilliant one, Sarah. Love you coming in.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Whoa. Now we know show.
Is that more ghosty?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to
I'm
sound
trying
like
to
Dracula.
sound like a
Can you
Dracula.
sound like a vampire, Sarah?
No. No, I'm not even going to try.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz. And in this episode, we're having a howling good time.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
See, that was topical. It's because it's October and this episode is all about werewolves.
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more.
So last time we had a special guest in the studio, we were talking all about vampires. But this time we've got our special guest, Sarah Downing's back in the studio
For
yet
a
again.
third time.
For a third time. Hiya, Sarah.
Hi, you guys can't get rid of me.
No. and she is going to tell us all about her favourite subject. Forget the vampires.
Forget the bats.
Forget the mirrored images and the holy water. Chuck that out. Get it out across the boundary line, across the threshold. We don't want that because now we're talking about werewolves. Right, let's go straight from the top. The mythology of werewolves. What are we talking about? Where does it start? Where is it from, Sarah?
Okay, again, it's mostly European
Ah,
folklore.
sounds European. Is that a good thing or are we completely mental in Europe?
Well,
Debatable.
Yes, although I think Englishmen are supposed to be the craziest of the lot, but there we go.
That's ours, huh? What? Stiff upper lip.
on to werewolves.
On to werewolves, yeah. Sorry about that.
So last time I was saying that there were vampire trials in sort of Eastern Europe. There were werewolf trials in sort of France and sort of Germany and sort of around that area.
A lot more werewolf activity.
Yes.
Far more popular.
Probably the best place to start is with the most common thought cause of
Lycanthropy? Do we call it lycanthropy at this point?
You can, I'm not sure I can say that without getting completely messing it up.
Go on, say it.
Lycanthropy. I don't
Come on, lycanthropy.
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 Altogether, lycanthropy.
Yes. Named.
I like that. Oh, yes, right.
Yeah. Yes, it's one of those words I can't say when I'm thinking.
What word's that?
Yeah, I'm not going there. So the term comes from the Greek king Lycon, who apparently tried to serve Zeus. Well, the king killed his son, and then tried to feed Zeus human body parts.
Right.
And Zeus was not impressed and cursed him and turned him into a wolf.
Okay. Could have been worse. Could have been a sparkly vampire. A spankly one, even. I don't know what a spankly vampire. They turned him into a wolf.
Yes. Which is sort of probably the first sort of
So it's
werewolf.
kind of like Greek mythology, isn't it?
Yeah,
Greek
sort of
mythology.
Greek mythology. And then you get a lot of werewolves in sort of Norse mythology,
Well,
which
yeah,
you were
we
sort of
touched
touching
upon
on
that
last time.
in the previous podcast, didn't we?
Yes. With the Norse mythology, they turned into wolves by wearing coats made out of wolf
Skins.
Fur. Yeah, wolf skins.
Yep.
Sort of similar along the lines of where the term berserker comes from. It was it's sort of translated as bear shirt, so they're wearing
Bear skins.
bear skins.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah. So, but basically, they are becoming the bear. If you remember, we keep going about the Northmen, but there's a bit in there
A
where
really good scene. Yeah.
a good scene in there where they're basically really
They're becoming the
the bear energy. They put the skins on and they go through this kind of ceremony of becoming the berserker.
Yeah. With the werewolf in sort of the Norse mythology, they attack travellers and things, which if you look at the Anglo-Saxon law term wolf's head.
Well, that's where the name werewolf comes from. Were being man, wolf, man-wolf.
Yes, but under Anglo-Saxon law, it was Edward the First, I believe.
Edward the First.
Anyway, it was before the Norman conquest. In English law, the term wolf's head came into use,
right,
to represent an outlaw.
Okay.
And the idea was that anyone could kill a wolf's head.
Right, so it's an outlaw if you ergo a wolf's head.
Yeah, because anyone could kill a wolf.
Right.
So anyone could kill a wolf's head as an
Back
outlaw.
when we actually did have wolves in England.
Yeah,
still, or
the
in Great
last
Britain.
wolf was killed in Scotland in about the 16th century.
Right, quite a long time ago then.
Yeah.
Poor last wolf. I have heard, we're going a little bit off topic, but I have heard about people talking about reintroducing wolves.
They've been on about it for a long while, certainly when I was back at uni, sort of. Yeah. So decades ago.
I don't think you don't know that one. I don't think that will happen though.
No, a wolf conference I went to with the UK Wolf Conservation Group, which is no longer running, they were on about maybe instead of introducing wolves, which will cause problems if they get habitualised to humans, once wolves don't see humans as a threat.
They see them as food. Are you
great
food or a threat?
Yes. And also in England we have bad habit of feeding wildlife. You get people feeding foxes and then wondering why they get bitten.
Hey, Wolfie, Wolfie.
Yeah. Anyway.
Would you like a chicken? It's like a chicken leg.
Someone was suggesting that rather than wolves we introduce lynx, which are smaller.
Yes, I had heard that.
And they don't go after livestock.
No, they do tend to also shy very much away from humans. They just keep themselves to themselves.
The only issue I could see with that is the problems it would cause with the Scottish wildcat.
Yeah, that would be interbreeding.
Interbreeding
because they have that problem with
probably territorial, but house cats and
house cats already.
Yes.
Slightly off topic.
Off topic completely.
So last wolf killed in Scotland back in the 16th century.
Yes, I've probably got the exact date somewhere.
Gosh, you were there.
Just go back on the calendar.
She's going through her mobile calendar on her phone. What date was that? I do remember. I was down at the tavern.
I think it was a Thursday.
That's it. We just had a touch of the plague in the village at the time.
No, I haven't got the date written down, but it's definitely the 16th century. Anyway.
Okay. So we had our outlaws, and they were referred to as wolves' heads, so they could legally be shot without any anything coming back on the people that have killed them.
Yes, where I suppose normal outlaws, it was only sort of like the nobility. It wasn't serfs that were allowed to kill them. So, but yeah, you can imagine outlaws running around wolfskin coats, and that's.
Well, you've also got to, I suppose, this is one of the things that if you look, I find this very sad, but if you look at Google Maps and you look at the satellite image of the UK from above, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, but literally the whole landscape is just, if it's not urban sprawl, it's patchwork fields.
Yes.
And we don't have what we would conceivably call a forest in the UK. I mean, I know people would argue that you've got things like the Kill Forest up in Scotland, and there's ancient forest in Scotland, but as concerning the size of these plots of forest, they're relatively small.
Yes.
And if you look at that Google image above the UK, as far as our woodland habitat, it's tiny these days. I don't know what the percentage is overall, but going back to your earlier period, yes, then you suddenly had far more forests. I mean, originally the whole of the island, the British Isles, were from coast to coast was the Great Wild Wood,
Yes,
and that
right
would
back
have
in the day.
that would have been full of wolves and aurochs and bears and everything. And slowly that forest would have been chipped away when people decided to start doing farming and clearing land clearance
Yes.
and using the timber for obviously making buildings and then shipbuilding and all the things that timber is need to use for. But there was a period where, yes, we had a density of woodland,
Yeah.
and this is what we're talking about,
Yeah,
where you could, they always kind of reflect this in films as well, you don't go into the woods. Probably very much like European folklore, where a lot of the fairy tales are really dark. The Grimm's fairy tales, the original. You will look at the Disney kind of Grimm's fairy tales, and it's all like princesses and all the rest of it. But an awful lot of the folk tales, including tales of wolves, even Little Red Riding Hood,
Super dark.
was super dark, and the whole thing was you do not break the tree line. You don't go out from where,
Stick to the path.
because if you go into those woods,
Be safe and responsible, otherwise you're going to get eaten by a wolf.
you're going to get eaten by a wolf, you're going to get eaten by a bear, or any number of mythological type of creatures that might inhabit
Wee
that wood
beasties.
are going to have you as well. Because the woodland, the forest,
Is
existed. It was there. That's what we've got to get into our minds, that dense, thick forest that these days, if you go to a forest, and kind of you feel, in the UK, I feel a little bit detached these days because you can go into a lot of forests and they have like forest paths you stick to and you experience
And barriers.
Yeah, and barriers. You experience the woodland by looking at it from
Look
the path.
at nature from
But-
nice
but-
human ground.
But you don't really get the opportunity to try and traverse through a very dense, overgrown piece of woodland where it would be full of brambles and also, obviously different woodland can have different duff underneath the trees. Some of it can be quite open in broadleafed hardwoods and things can be quite open, and then
That's
you get
mostly due to the deer grazing.
yeah. So the animals again would have an effect on the environment. And getting that balance, and then other forests are very dense. And or if you get the pine forests, they can be really dark and dense because there's not a lot of light that comes into them. So you've got all these kind of things, and that's what it would have been like. But you don't really get to experience that in the UK now,
No.
which you could do in. There's large pieces of forest still in Europe, obviously, and
America.
And America is there are thousands of millions of square miles worth of dense forest.
Where possibly Bigfoot
Bigfoot could be.
or werewolves.
Or werewolves, or vampires, or God knows, all sorts of other things all they've got over there. But anyway, talking about the werewolves, that's what we've got to think about, as you're saying. Dense woodland still existed.
Yes.
You don't go in there because of the wolves.
But interestingly, there is no werewolves in British mythology.
Really?
Yes.
I know we've had devil dogs,
Yep.
big dogs and things like that.
Yeah.
Demon dogs, but no wolves.
No werewolves,
No
which is
werewolves.
interesting because a lot of people think that the werewolf myth stems
But
from
why would
rabies.
why would we have the word in Anglo-Saxon werewolf?
Probably because it came in with the Saxons, with the Viking invasion.
Right, bringing it in from a European influence.
Yeah.
Because if their mythology, if they've come from Scandinavia, Denmark, Saxony, places like that where they've got their thick forests and they've got that mythology with them, they're going to come to the British Isles with its thick forests at the time and probably assume
that there are those things.
those
there.
wee beasties are just as prevalent or going to exist in there as anywhere else.
Yeah. But traditional English mythology, there's no werewolves,
Right.
which is interesting because, like I was going to say, there's people think the werewolf tale stems from rabies.
Right, yeah.
Because you've got the foaming at the mouth and
So wolves themselves, just like a dog can catch rabies, wolves, can they catch rabies?
wolves can catch rabies.
So if you've got a rabid wolf,
a rabid wolf will attack humans. A healthy wolf will not go anywhere near a human unless cornered or, like I say, habitualised, so they don't.
right, they're not scared.
They're
are
not
they?
scared. But interestingly, we do well up until sort of early 19th century. We had rabies in this country.
Mm-hmm.
So if rabies was the reason for the werewolf mythology, you'd expect us to have werewolf in our folklore.
Yes.
We don't.
where people
So-
have been bitten and then suddenly taken on that foaming at the mouth
Yeah.
kind of. They've been bitten by a wolf. We saw them get bitten by a wolf on that hunting trip or something, and then. How long it takes, I don't know how long it takes for rabies to take hold of somebody, but that fear of water and the thirst and the foaming at the mouth and everything else, then they think, oh my God, they've been taken over by that wolf spirit type of thing.
Yes. But like I was saying in the vampire one, at the time when we had all these epidemics sweeping across Europe,
Yep.
we had vampire and werewolf trials over in Europe, and we had the witch trials here. The only folklore tale that kind of, it's not wolves, but there's a story from Devonshire of
Right.
2 black dogs that used to go to the tavern every night and drink all the cider.
Sounds like another one of Sarah's jokes, this one. Right, there was these 2 black dogs, and they just come in the tavern and say, can we have a cider each?
Yes.
And the barman said,
Anyway, so
oh damn, there's no.
So anyway, the tavern keeper or whatever got fed up, and he fired a silver button over the heads of the dogs, and they turned into 2 old women. So obviously witches.
Witches.
Huh.
So witches can transform into dogs.
Yeah, there are tales of witches turning into wolves.
Right.
In fact, one of the folklore, certainly from Poland area, is of witches cursing people into the shape of a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
This was done with a sort of a belt made of human skin.
Right.
And one
dark.
story I came across, this witch casting a wedding party put this strip of human skin down on the step, and as the wedding party crossed the strip of skin, they turned into wolves, but she hadn't made it quite wide enough, and the bridegroom went over, and he turned into a wolf, but the skin wasn't wide enough to cover his tail, so he turned back into human form but kept his tail.
All right. Do you know that
That's freaky.
that kind of I've gotten a memory of what was that film? Oh,
Which one are you talking about?
It's a werewolf film. Which was
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know there was. I know there is. It's a Red Riding Hood.
Company of Wolves.
Company of Wolves. That's it. And that's got a wedding scene in it.
Yeah, it does.
Where
it does.
all the guests start turning into wolves.
Yeah.
And what you just I'm wondering if they based that on that
there you
mythology.
go. We've come under a thing now.
Are you familiar with the movie?
No, I haven't.
You've never seen it?
We'll have to watch it. We've got the Steelbook version.
Yeah, it's a kind of it's great, and it's got a real great transformation in it. It's kind of a bit freaky at times, a bit odd, but I think it's become a classic.
Definitely recommended.
Yeah, Company of Wolves. But
Looking
it's only
for
because you
werewolves,
mentioned
but a bit
about
different.
the wedding party all turning into wolves, and there is a scene. I'm really does make me think.
Definitely. I wonder where that came from.
Yeah. So you mentioned a silver button. Why would that be relevant? Why don't they say, he fired an iron button or a brass button, or why the silver?
I certainly know silver is supposed to sort of, I believe it's supposed to break fairy glamour. So it could be
right. So
that
if you
link
got
with magical beings and magic.
Witches.
because you
And,
get
witches.
you get the mythology of changelings, where they steal babies and put a changeling in its
Yes.
place, but the changeling looks like the child,
Yes.
But it acts differently.
and that would be a description of that glamour. The parents only see the child, but actually it's a changeling.
Yes.
And so that's when you say you break the glamour. Boom. Ooh, yeah, it's a changeling. Which reminds me of one of my favourite...
Yeah, I know the one you're talking
One of my
about.
favourite Christmas films.
What is
which
it?
Are
Are you going to remember the title?
There are so many. There are so many titles that we watch. I don't, 'cause it's got William Shatner in it.
It does have William
William
Shatner.
Shatner in it, and he's brilliant in it. I love him. Lots of eggnog. Yeah, he drinks a lot of
Mhm.
egg. But I can't... Oh, is it Christmas Horror Story?
Correct.
Got it. Yes, he nailed it. Christmas Horror Story. Got to watch it. Great Christmas movie. But that has got changeling in it.
Krampus.
Krampus got good Krampus.
Santa.
Santa.
Elves.
Elves, yeah.
Of a somewhat rabid
I don't
disposition.
think it's got a werewolf in it though, has it? No, because it's not that kind of Christmassy.
No.
But anyway, sorry, we diversify, but that has got a change.
Save it for Christmas.
Save it for Christmas. Yeah. We have a weird choice of Christmas movies. Not really though, because they are Christmas movies.
Yes.
Anybody who says Die Hard's not a Christmas movie, you're wrong. Sorry, I had to say that. Anyway, carrying on. So you've got the silver that might break the glamour,
Yeah.
and that's why the witches transfer. Do you think, is that, from your research, is that kind of like the only or one of the early references to silver associated with werewolves?
That's the only one I came across in the books I was reading.
So have you got any thoughts on why we associate silver bullets with werewolves? Because let's just jump straight in there.
Yeah.
Silver bullets, werewolves, or werewolves touching silver.
I think it's a Hollywood.
I think because
creation.
that's the thing. I've seen a lot of the werewolf films that kind of introduce a lot of this kind of mythology. Now, I think silver came in a bit later. It used to be, what's the stuff? It's not mistletoe. It's the wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane, yeah.
That used to be the thing that warded off werewolves.
So what was
silver, I think, came in Curse of the Werewolf.
Right. Is that the one where it's based in London, or is that the one with
Spain?
That's the one with.
What's his name?
Yes. Everybody's screaming.
Oliver Reed.
Oliver Reed. Thank you very much. You know, we're kind of coming in here, and we're like
very good underrated werewolf movie.
Yeah, Oliver Reed.
Curse of the Werewolf, Hammer horror film.
Yeah. So werewolves, silver bullets. It's a thing, but with the wolfsbane. Yeah, that was right there with Long Chaney Jr., wasn't it?
Yes.
So what was it? Even a man that's pure at heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms
and the moon is shining bright. Which doesn't
necessarily
mean it's a full moon.
Yeah, there is a little argument over that because it doesn't say a full moon, but when it says the moon is shining bright, you kind of imagine that it has to be a full moon.
The full moon was again introduced later on.
Yeah, well... That's
in the movies. In the movies,
we need to ask Sarah about these things as we go down the line.
I don't think I found any definitive links between werewolves and full moons in the mythology.
Right, because I know again, I have a knowledge of Norse mythology, and of course, people can transform anytime they want in Norse mythology. I can't think of any reference where only being a full moon or a certain time has got any bearing on the ability of a person to transform into the body of a creature that they are transforming into. Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly in French mythology, werewolves would leave their beds at night, sort of sneak out the window, and then they'd either bathe in a spring or a well, and then that would start the transformation into the werewolf.
Oh, right.
And then they would bathe again before going back to bed.
Interesting.
So
something in the back of my mind is that sounds familiar to me. Which it does lead me on to my next question, actually, and that is, how does a person become a werewolf? You know, is this something that they...
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, with Norse mythology, it can be something which can be a choice, but it can also be cursed upon the person. But in general, what kind of things or reasons why somebody becomes a werewolf?
Like you say, curses. I can't remember what the person did. It's Greek mythology again, but he had to spend 7 years as a werewolf.
Yep.
Again, he swam across a lake and came out the other side as a wolf. Mm-hmm. So that's that water theme again. And he could change back after, I think it was 7 years, as long as he hadn't eaten human flesh.
Right. Did he?
I believe he turned back into human, so he managed that. So
lucky.
He was obviously a vegan. An early vegan. Oh no, that was human flesh. He could have been eating rabbits.
Yeah, Norse mythology, there's stories about people putting on wolfskin coats and again being stuck in the shape for sort of 7 to 10 days. It sort of varies between myths. I think it was Poland again with the sort of the belts that made people
that's a thing.
werewolf.
That's something I've come across.
There's a story of a child who finds his dad's belt, puts it on, and starts to turn into a werewolf. And the dad comes home and cuts the belt off him and saves him.
So why, when you talk about the werewolves climbing out the windows, and which are obviously in human form, and then bathing in water to start the transformation, what can you remember why they're initially a werewolf, or what's the motivation for them to change into a werewolf? Because it sounds like that is quite kind of premeditated, that I'm going to sneak out, become a werewolf, go about my werewolf business.
Is it a choice, or
sneak back in again? That kind of goes against the I've got no control of it. The full moon's just broken through the clouds, and I'm turning into a werewolf behind the city.
Yeah.
You know.
That particular myth, it didn't say anything, but a lot of the mythology with the people, certainly in Europe, of people putting on the wolf coats, it was thought that the devil had given them the wolf coats,
Right.
so that they could go about on his business.
Now, I wouldn't have thought in Norse. I was just thinking in Norse mythology. Of course, that would predate Christianity.
Yes, so there's
they probably. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and revisit some of the Norse mythology to.
Interestingly, in a lot of European mythology.
Although I didn't mean to interrupt you. Some of them, it's starting to think. Some of the times, I'm sure it had to do with giants and things like that, because they did have giants.
Werewolves.
Well, they did have giants, which were also kind of like witches, and they used to curse people and things. Or
Giant werewolves, no. Giant witches, that's fine.
yeah, witches that are giants who used to curse people and things. So yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry,
I'd be
Sarah.
interested to learn more about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the reasons for turning into werewolves, mostly curses, and then like people going out on devil's business.
The devil's business.
Like
from the devil's wine cellar.
Also, in Europe, the werewolves, it was thought they didn't have a tail.
Okay.
So they'd run around on 3 legs and hold one of their back legs out behind them to fake a tail.
Right. So they looked like to try and convince people they were an actual real wolf.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before.
Yes.
That's a bit of a weird one. So the other way you could
I am a wolf, really. Look, it's my tail. I'm wagging it. Look. Woo.
Yeah, that does. Yeah, I don't get that with the mythology myself, but there we go. So the other ways you could turn into a werewolf was by drinking water out of a wolf's footprint.
Okay, as you often do.
Yes.
I'm often out bushcrafting, and I was like, oh yes, there's a footprint there.
Yeah, I imagine there wouldn't be enough water in there to actually.
I was going to
I'm gonna
say.
try that now.
Yeah, no. If you do that in the UK now, you're more likely to turn it into a badger. Because there are no wolves. There's a footprint.
Honestly, why did nobody tell me this before? I should have learned the footprint.
Turning into a badger. Damn.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're saying that there is one mythology about somebody. It was a lady. She turned into, I think it was an owl by rubbing an ointment all over her body.
Okay, sounds a bit kinky.
Yes.
You said yes very quickly.
Well, considering there was a guy sort of peeking through the door and seeing what happened, he then stole the ointment and nicked it.
I did start rubbing it on himself.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Expecting to turn into an owl.
I don't know what
he turned into a donkey. So go careful with your magic potions.
I was going to say, size of a donkey.
What?
Sorry, you've never seen the Arabian Nights?
No.
All right, okay.
But
size of a plank. No?
No.
All right then. Somebody out there listening will understand what I'm babbling on about. Actually, no, they had a donkey that you pulled its tail and it used to turn into a whirlwind and knock all the bad people out. No?
Onto werewolves.
It was donkeys.
Yeah, because one of the other things with the werewolf coats is sometimes they applied magic ointments to their bodies beforehand, which again ties in with the witchcraft, because that's how they thought the witches flew. They used ointments which they rubbed onto their bodies.
Okay.
So, yes, like I said, there's a lot of overlap between the werewolf, vampire, and witches mythology.
So where do we get things like, where somebody, the old, maybe I'll say movie trope, but the old tales that if you get bitten by a werewolf,
yeah,
interaction with a werewolf, or scratched by a werewolf, but then you become a werewolf, you almost infected by that curse.
I believe that was a Hollywood creation carried over from sort of the vampires.
Okay.
Sort of biting people and making
the
vampires
mark
that way.
of the werewolf.
Because I think of the Universal horror movie monsters, I think the werewolf was kind of the later one.
Mm-hmm. So is there any tie-in with, obviously you talk about witchcraft and you think about things like Wicca and the use of pentagrams, and pentagrams are always associated these days with werewolves and lycanthropy, opposed to you don't really pay that much attention to them with the mythology of vampires, but it almost like werewolves and pentagrams go together from a witchcraft perspective.
I think that goes back to the folklore where sort of witches turned themselves into wolves.
Right.
I think there's sort of been a confusion with the folklore as to that, and sort of.
So can somebody become a werewolf if they interact with another werewolf? Well, not another werewolf, with a werewolf, and then become a werewolf.
I don't believe I came across anything in the.
So what would be like the werewolf's purpose? We talk about vampires in the last podcast, where obviously they were for their own needs drinking blood of humans, sucking away life energy of humans. So what's kind of you kind of imagine a human being that transforms into a werewolf. You get the idea that a werewolf is more animalistic, more vicious, more uncontrollable, more, but what's its need? Because a vampire's need seems to be quite fixed in mythology, the drinking of blood and things. But once you turn into a werewolf, what's kind of your purpose?
That really isn't covered in the folklore. There's certainly lots of tales of werewolves attacking travellers and eating women and children and other travellers.
Well, obviously, if you talk about Red Riding Hood, the wolf there disguises itself as grandma. The wolf is kind of
that would kind of imply it knows what it's doing.
Yes, it's like
instead of it's
laying a
base
trap.
Animalistic instincts.
Don't trust the wolf, because the wolf. Yeah, they say a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah. Don't. Maybe that's it, because a wolf can't be trusted.
I can't remember where I read it, because we were looking at folklore back when I was at uni, and me and a friend looked at the Red Riding Hood mythology. It was a fairy tale, and actually it was written sort of quite later on, and it was actually a warning to young girls to be wary of men that are trying to get them into bed. So it's not actually got anything.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we can sort of see how that would work.
Yes. So it doesn't really tie into the werewolf thing. It's
okay. It's that be mindful of the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes.
The man with a sweet tongue and the words.
The hairy wolf wearing a dress.
The hairy wolf wearing a dress. Yeah, I don't think that. Oh, what big teeth you've got! What a wet nose you have! Oh my goodness me. Okay, so we're coming out. We've gone from ancient Norse mythology and Scandinavian and Greek and Saxon, and we come into the Middle Ages, and you mentioned about these werewolf trials in France, and I recall I mentioned it in the vampire podcast briefly about where there were reports of people being werewolves. I think there's a very famous depiction of a very dishevelled man with a baby in his mouth on all fours.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
And I believe, I might be wrong, somebody can tell me, but I always associate that one with the belief that there was a lot of that ergot fungi on the wheat, that they were,
yes,
and then they were getting poisoning, and then basically because they were having that poisoning from that. Is it hallucinogenic at all? I don't.
Ergot is.
Yeah. So and so people were accusing people of being werewolves because of that, and that was quite prevalent in France, wasn't it?
Yes. Again, because like I said last time, werewolf and vampire, certainly in the Greek, so the word for the two terms are the same, and Nosferatu, plague carrier, and like I said, there's a lot of plagues and things going around. So yeah, I mean, it could be sort of ergot poisoning, or it could just be an explanation for sort of disease and things. I can't remember exactly where in Europe it was, but werewolves were thought to be dead people that come back to life. They'd wake up in their graves, eat the shroud covering them, and then howling burst out of their graves as a werewolf. So that sort of ties in very
cool
closely
to think about. Yeah.
with the vampire and
zombie.
Werewolves. Yeah, like I said last time, it was thought if a werewolf was killed, he'd come back as a vampire. Yeah. So yeah, like I said,
I think Jack mentioned that in the zombie podcast.
Yeah, there's a huge overlap between zombies, werewolves, vampires, which is
well with the mythology of vampires, where we kind of finished off, if I recall, on that last podcast, because you asked about reflections and things.
Yes.
And you kind of, I'm sure we're delving into the movie mythology of vampires, but you kind of think of vampires being quite an elusive creature that may not even show up on sort of CCTV and things like that, and you can't be seen. But there have been recorded sightings of what would seem to be like Bigfoot sightings. There have been sightings of what would seem to be wolf-like creatures on two legs. Have you come across any of these? I mean, there's even been ones I remember, I think it was back in the 70s, where some Anglo-Saxon heads, stone heads, were dug up in a garden, and then the people reported hearing noises in the house. I think the lady of the house, I might not be getting this word for word because I was a youngster in the 70s, but they had this urge literally to get out of bed and to follow, and they followed this figure, and it was like a human wolf, a wolf in human form on two legs, and they followed it all the way out into the garden until it bounded off, and then they suddenly sort of came out of their, if you want, glamour or whatever, and sort of suddenly the terror took them, and it was reported that
Oh wow.
people had this kind of interaction with werewolves. And then recently, I don't know if you heard of that one in Texas, Sarah.
No.
No, it was a reported werewolf, which was let me see, because I've got something. It was caught on CCTV camera at a zoo in Amarillo, Texas. I think it was last year, and
Wow.
it was outside the boundary fence of the zoo, and they got the CCTV on to basically make sure that. I think the CCTV was more there to make sure that they could spot anybody if they were trying to break into the zoo or not. So you didn't see that?
No.
Ah, right. Well, in that case, if you bear with me for a fraction of a moment, I know I downloaded the photographs of this. So
I'm really intrigued because that sounds like really.
So this was actual
recent
CCTV footage. I think because it was in Texas, they were referring to it as a chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
Was that
Chupacabra.
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 Chupacabra. Chupacabra?
Chupacabra.
Say it, Sarah.
Chupacabra.
There you go.
There you go. You
She
can't
got
say it.
Chupacabra.
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 Kind
I
of.
don't know. Anyway, so they were reporting that they were using that terminology, but when it
The
went,
goat sucker.
yeah, the goat sucker. But when it went global on the internet, then people were saying it's a werewolf. Okay, so I've got the CCTV image on my phone, which listeners you're not going to get to see, but you can look it up if you Google it. So that if you guys look at it, this is the figure that was picked up.
Wow.
You got the CCTV details of the camera underneath, and there's a close-up image of it
That's freaky.
as it went past. This is outside the perimeter fence of the zoo.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the werewolves from Dog Soldiers.
Yep. But that was actual CCTV footage that was picked up in Amarillo, Texas.
Creepy.
And that was about a year ago, which leads me on. Are werewolves actually a real thing? Can people change? And if they do change, are they doing it out of choice? Or is this out of, like, you get the
An uncontrollable urge
to become
transform.
Nobody on that, all the reports I looked into on that one, cross-referencing it,
Yeah.
nobody mentioned anything about the weather conditions regarding whether it was a full moon or not, just to point that out.
Right.
But that was an actual CCTV camera footage, and as far as I can find, I cannot find any reason that it was falsified or, made up. So there you go. So that's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what do you think about? What's your feedback on that, Sarah?
I don't know. I mean, I'd love to think werewolves were real because that'd be so cool. But I mean, it could just as easily be someone in a costume. So I mean, you can buy werewolf masks. So.
You can do.
Yeah,
You can do.
Like Bigfoot.
Like Bigfoot, yeah. People dress up as things. You kind of think that if people could do that, they do kind of do it more often. No, I just wondered why.
Yeah.
What would bring somebody to go out and just hope that the CCTV camera picks them up roaming around the outside of a zoo.
Unless it's like somebody
I was
who's
gonna
like a
say,
security guard having a laugh or something.
Yeah, it could be.
Although the zoo, there's probably a good chance they've got security cameras pointing outwards to make sure nothing escapes. The last thing you want is a lion sort of getting out and sort
That's
of
it. It was
ruling the
actually
population.
a new exhibit for the zoo.
Standing up on its back legs. So we discussed how the idea of what would have terrified people as a creature last time as a vampire, being this undead, malevolent demon spirit, family member reanimated, sucking people's blood, straining their energy and terrifying people, had become a very popular gothic horror kind of almost sexy creature these days. Doesn't seem to be the same with werewolves.
There's certainly a certainly growing market of sort of paranormal romances based around werewolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't read a lot of romances. But
I'm just wondering why that is. Is it because of the animalistic,
Primal
kind of... Is that what's so scary about the idea of a werewolf, is because of that primal, teeth rendering, ripping kind of claws?
I think it goes back to what you said last time with cannibalism being so taboo. Sort of werewolf would certainly tie into that because you've got...
It's literally
it's eating human flesh. Yeah.
Whereas the vampire is...
Nibbling.
Nibbling in a yes.
It doesn't sound as bad now if you say nibbling.
Nibbling, yes. I've just come for a little nibble. There's Tom Cruise sort of like standing at the window going, "Let me in." You have seen Tom Cruise as a vampire, I take it.
Have I?
Just what I'm asking you.
Is this
interview with a vampire?
No, not really.
Oh, well, there you go.
I've seen a bit.
Okay.
Something with a scythe and decapitation. That's about it.
Okay, fair enough. Right, so what else have we got on werewolves? Come on, it's Halloween month. We need to know about werewolves. Do they actually knock at the door and ask for candy? What should you give a werewolf if it knocks on the door?
Is this a joke?
No, it wasn't.
Should be.
There was actually a folklore story I came across. Woman, her husband had disappeared. She thought he was dead, and he been turned into a werewolf. And she went to get some meat out the storehouse, and there's a wolf sort of begging at the step. And she said, "Oh, I'd give you some meat if I was sure you were my husband." And at which point he turned back into a human.
Right.
Because certainly in folklore, that's one of the ways to break sort of a werewolf curse is by calling them by their Christian name 3 times, sticking a pin or a knife, sort of pricking them in the forehead.
I'm just going to test.
I would stick with a pin rather than a knife.
I'm just going to test to see if you're a werewolf or not. Jab. How do you know if they are or they aren't? Is it if they go ow, that really,
or if they
that
die,
really hurt, or if they get really angry?
He's a werewolf.
It's a werewolf. He's getting angry. You just stuck me with a bloody knife in the head.
Well, it's more for turning somebody back into human, so I really wouldn't recommend trying to stick
a pin into a werewolf's
or
head.
into a wolf. Generally.
Generally, yeah, you're wolfy.
Turn into a person.
Turn into a person. Yeah, I think he's going to get slightly annoyed at you, isn't it?
Yes.
What was that you were going about? They don't attack humans. Humans with pins.
Well, if you get close enough to stick it with a pin, you expect to get bitten.
Yeah, I was going to say. Then you become a werewolf. There you go. Well, actually, you did preempt a question that I was going to ask you. If somebody actually becomes a werewolf or is a werewolf, is there a cure for lycanthropy? How what are the cures? And obviously you just told us one, or two. You told about the Christian name. What was the other one?
Pricking them with a
yes. Poke! Ow! Why are you poking me, Zach? That's my tum-tum.
I believe it was a Dutch folklore. You threw an article of clothing in the
Threw a clog at them.
There's the story of a lady who threw her apron in front of the werewolf and it tore it to pieces and then turned into human.
Would you like to have a clog here? Don't throw your clog at me.
But yeah, the popular one seemed to be calling them by name, which it's kind of easy to break.
When it comes to movies,
you
have to kill the werewolf that bit you.
Right, okay.
Or eat the heart of the werewolf that bit you, but that's also killing it. So, yeah.
Hang on. So if you ate the heart of the werewolf that bit you, then that goes, in my mind, it means that the werewolf that bit you is still alive.
Yeah.
Whereas
But if it isn't,
then what you're saying, in order to break the curse of the werewolf, then how does it work?
Sorry, is this if the werewolf is still alive or dead?
If I was a werewolf and I bit you,
Yeah.
you could cure your lycanthropy
Yes.
by eating my heart. But if I'm dead and I've bitten you before I died, then how do you cure yourself?
I'm a bit buggered. My only frame of reference with the eating of the heart was an American werewolf in Paris.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a movie.
With the killing of the werewolf that bit you, my only frame of reference is, I think the original they mention it, the original Wolfman, and
the Long Chaney Jr.
Yes,
one, yeah.
and I'm sure it's the same in a couple of other.
Okay.
Ginger Snaps.
Oh yeah, that was a good series of movies.
Yes, they go after Ginger gets bitten by the werewolf. The werewolf thing proceeds to get hit by a van.
There, that's it.
So she's like, "Oh no!"
No, that's right. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry.
The way you told if a werewolf was a werewolf in human form, you cut them and the fur would be on the inside of the wound.
Oh right, so
interesting.
that's interesting. So the fur would then sprout out through the flesh, or their skin turns around.
Kind of reminds me of like Van Helsing.
Well, that's it, where he sort of stripped his human skin off and becomes the hairy wolf.
Well, there's a werewolf cure in that.
And then strips his furry skin off to become back to a human.
Yeah. The other
Although
side,
CGI, you can't. I've got to say this at this point: you cannot CGI a werewolf.
Practical effects all the way.
Practical effects all the way. If you have practical, a man or a lady in a wolf outfit, if that outfit's good, if the costume is good, you've nailed it. Sorry, that's me just banging things. If they're in a werewolf costume, it looks so much better. But you try and CGI a werewolf.
Could you give us some prime examples of that?
Prime examples, right? Well, if you go back to American Werewolf in London,
oh yes,
practical effects all the way. No CGI there. Probably the most iconic werewolf transformation.
Freaky werewolf.
Yeah, and we've got that in 4K. Got to be 4K. And then you got, from the opposite end of the scale, that's what you just mentioned, Van Helsing, where all the werewolves and that are CGI, just look CGI. And in fact, some CGI kind of can, depend on the movie, can still look good, but that's looking dated now. And then one that springs to mind that mixes the two would be the Underworld movies.
Yeah, they're pretty
where
good.
You get the werewolves that are in practical
I will say that the earlier films of the Underworld
Yep.
series are better when it comes to practical effects.
Yeah, forget the storylines. We're just talking about the way they've done the effects. But
Yeah.
the practical effects, as far as the suits are concerned, are great. But then, as soon as they do switch to CGI, it notices.
Kind of after the third one, it kind of gets a bit annoying.
Yeah, a bit annoying. Are you familiar with what we're talking about, Sarah?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of the Underworld. But yeah, I agree with you totally. CGI werewolves.
I mean, you get
other instances of really good practical effects werewolves.
Practical effects werewolf. I will go straight for Dog Soldiers.
Very good.
Dog Soldiers is excellent. And you know, one that I don't think that many people have seen, but I actually think was really quite good. Another little English werewolf movie, and that was Howl.
Yeah, that was a blend.
That was a twist on werewolf.
Yeah.
But they had. See, another thing I like about werewolves is they give them the dog leg, where the leg, the knee goes backwards, and that looks really good. And I know that in Howl they did that using what they put. They literally had them on. You know, you can get those kangaroo legs that people bounce about on. They used a similar contraption like that, and then put green cloth round it to get that, and then CGI'd the bottom of the leg in. But it looked really good.
Another freaky werewolf.
Okay, freaky werewolf. Only we're not talking Ginger Snaps werewolf.
The Howling.
Oh gosh, that is
the first one.
The first one. Got to be the first one. Again, practical effects.
It's a freaky werewolf.
I'm just trying to think of the character's name in that one. Oh, he starts off in the Peep Show place, doesn't he? And I can't. Something Grist. Johnny Christ, something like that.
Something like that, but it's the guy who plays the hologram
Oh
doctor
yeah, that's
from
right.
Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah, that's it. So the Howling, and he is the Doctor from from Voyager. He's been in loads of other things as
Yes.
well, but yeah, you just he's Christ, something Christ. I think
Yeah.
it's Johnny Christ or something. But yeah, the way he transforms as well, really good. And
Although-
of course, we mentioned
Ginger snaps.
but the other one would be
Or-
Company of Wolves. The transformation in that,
yeah.
practical effects.
Another one, Bad Moon.
Bad Moon. Now that is a movie I've seen 90% of.
Yes.
Because we didn't see the ending of it, and in the UK we cannot get
It's very hard
Bad Moon.
to acquire.
It's a really good movie.
Really good.
But there is another one that springs to mind. We're talking about. You can join in, Sarah. By the way,
We like werewolf movies,
We like
if you
werewolves.
couldn't tell.
if you could tell, and it is Halloween, so we can talk about Halloween month. And that's Silver Bullet.
Ooh,
Silver
yes.
Bullet.
Now that's funny because that werewolf,
Have you seen Silver Bullet, Sarah?
I haven't.
that
Oh,
werewolf looks like a
We're
mix.
gonna have to have a werewolf movie now.
It looks like a mix between our cat Teddy and Godzilla 1984.
There you go. Yeah.
Pretty weird combination. Just
Yeah,
works.
I'm not necessarily going to say that is the best werewolf outfit in
I
that
liked
one.
it. It kind of looks more like a bear.
But the story in that one is good. It does have its jump scares in that.
Yeah, it's Stephen King.
Yeah. Silver Bullet. That was a good movie.
Definitely prefer that to it.
Yes. Anyway, carrying on.
Um,
Back to our. So
Well,
we've got
where
our
were we?
mythology. Well, we're going. Let's be honest. We're just like with the zombies. We're going through the mythology, and we're looking at. I suppose can we split this into three categories? It's the actual mythology of kind of where the idea of werewolves come from, the movie and TV werewolf, modern mythology, if you like, and then as I showed you earlier, that little sighting on CCTV of something that maybe could be a werewolf. Kind of that drops into the Bigfoot sightings, if you like. So, cryptozoology. Is it an actual real thing?
We're going to have to do a follow-up podcast on cryptozoology.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to get Glenn back in. Glenn, if you're listening, we want you back in, my friend. So, Sarah, carry on. Facts that we don't know about werewolves.
You're on about modern cases.
Yes, modern cases.
There's clinical lycanthropy.
Say it again.
Lycanthropy.
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 Thank you. I told you.
Clinical lycanthropy.
Thank you. Which is thought to be sort of linked with schizophrenia and some of the other mental diseases. And there's been something like 58 cases since 1985 or something.
And how does that manifest itself as?
It's mostly sort of people sort of thinking they're turning into animals running around on four legs. But there was a case in Florida in 2019. Police were called to a house. They found the homeowners dead, and 19-year-old boy sort of laying on the bodies, growling at the police and chewing on one of the bodies.
Maybe that's the werewolf from the sighting you brought up earlier.
Where was that? Wasn't Amarillo in Texas, was it?
No, it was South Florida, I believe.
Right. He could have got a plane ticket.
Could have travelled.
Yes, but it doesn't cover just wolves.
Right.
There's people that thought they were boa constrictors, dogs.
I'm a snake.
Yes.
I'm a snake.
There was one person, or certainly one of the animals listed was a bee.
Somebody thought they were a bee.
Yes. Not quite sure how that one works.
Yeah, that's not. If I had a condition, I don't think I'd choose a bee. Yeah, that's a bit odd.
That's if you get a choice.
That's if you get a choice. Yeah, I mean.
But you think werewolf would be the
But
common
actually,
one for mythology.
you've spurred my memory again, because there is that other medical condition that, unless you Google it, I don't know the name of it, but it's where, because obviously, whether you believe in evolution or creation, or unless you're Jack, who thinks we might be coming from Mars, we obviously have traits in our genetics of our earlier evolutionary states, and that's why you have the coccyx, which is supposedly meant to be some people are actually born with a tail, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And that leads me on to where people, just general people in general, can be born that are very hairy. and then you get the ones that have the congenital hair that's all over the face.
Yes.
And so surely, I mean, we have that now, and I don't know the medical term for it, but if people in the 21st century can still be born and have that facial hair, then at any period, especially the further you go back, when people are far more folklore and far more, what's the word I'm looking for? Superstitious, thank you very much. They're far more superstitious. If you've got somebody like that, especially if they've kind of shunned from society and are having to live outside of their society and therefore live in the woods or whatever, then that would be a candidate most definitely for somebody being thought to be a werewolf, wouldn't it?
I'm not so
Do
sure
you,
about
you
werewolf.
know the medical condition I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like you. I can't think what the name is. But I
to
know
Google it. Carry on talking.
I know there was a count in Europe. I'm not sure which country who suffered from the condition, and he is thought to be the original inspiration for Beauty and the Beast.
Wasn't that originally called The Red Rose or something like that story?
I'm not
aware. I'm not sure.
Okay. I do remember a very old film that wasn't in English. It was all about Beauty and the Beast, and there was a rose, something like that.
Right. So we're talking about hair.
Yep.
One thing I do know about werewolves, or how it's been presented to me through films and media and such like, monobrows.
Yes.
Yes,
that is in the folklore.
That is in the folklore.
Yes.
Oh,
That was
nice one, Zach.
That was one of the signs of somebody being a werewolf, was a monobrow. It also was thought to be a sign of vampires as well.
Oh.
But short, wide hands.
Short, wide hands.
So.
Oh no! Oh no!
No, you haven't got short, wide hands.
I've got tiny fingers.
How do you work this one out?
Tiny fingers. Look at my.
Look, compare. Look, right. Look at my. I kid you not, listeners. My little finger is about as big as both of theirs together. You know. What about thumbs? Yeah, thumbs. Look at these tiny thumb people. What are these tiny thumb people?
Oh no! It might be a werewolf.
I've got big hands.
Like I say, as I said earlier, one of the signs was if you cut a werewolf, the hair was supposed to be on the inside. The other sign was hairs on the palm of the hand. I was going to say, in England, was first sign of madness, hairs on the palm of your hand. Second sign of madness, looking for them.
Oh no!
Yeah, you did it.
No.
You fell for that one.
No.
You fell for that. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this, but it's hypertrichosis is the
excess hair.
Excess hair on the face and body. And you can imagine...
Very much looks like the Wolfman.
Yeah, if people are suffering from that condition, at any period in time, they are going to be assumed to be... I've got a kind of a theory myself. If we're talking about mythology, I'm a great believer that mythology, a lot of the time... I mean, I would, like you, Sarah, I'd love to think that there is... magic and mystery out there that we don't understand.
Myths and monsters.
You know, myths and monsters that we which would be fascinating to think that existed. But at the same time, I feel that we have an awful lot of people with a facial hair or body hair condition like that, other people with dwarfism, other people with giantism where they're huge. And if you have lots of people which have genetic I wouldn't call them defects as such. That'd be wrong for me to kind of use that. But differences from the norm, and if periods in time those people were shunned from society or had to live outside on the fringes of society, and we're talking about a society where most people, again, we're living into a deep forested European community. If they're living in the woods and surviving off the woods, and then tinkers and travellers are seeing these little people or a giant who's living by themselves up in the foothills of say the Alps or something like that, folklore is going to spread from that. Those people, and so you're going to think of all these different sort of creatures, and whether there are fairies in the woods or dwarves in the woods or giants or werewolves and
vampires and
vampires.
zombies and mummies.
I don't know if a vampire, because obviously we have people are born who are pink eyes. Albinos, thank you very much. I've met albinos myself when I was at school. There was a girl who was an albino, and you can just see how people in the past would take those traits, and if people are scared of them or don't want to be associated with them, and they're forced out of society, that they themselves, those perfectly normal human beings, can become the thing of myths and legends. Yeah.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
So actually, I do think that some of the things that we're discussing may well be the case, but that's different from it being a supernatural being.
Right.
I don't know. It's just a theory. I mean, because we know for a fact that in some of the Polynesian islands, isn't it, where there were very, very tiny human beings
Right.
that lived there, thousands and thousands of years ago, where they found the skeletons. But and I think this is going even further back, but I can't remember where it was. What was was it Pangaea? When the dinosaurs were roaming the earth, was it the land?
Yeah,
The land mass was called Pangaea, and again there were islands that have got tiny dinosaurs on. So rather than having the sauropods that are gigantic, they were like tiny sauropods, mini versions. But they were mini because they had evolved in the environment that they were.
It's like the Galapagos tortoises.
So if you've got people that are having to live and make up their own little communities in the middle of nowhere, and because like in Africa, I think, don't they have tribes which are born with a genetic defect where they have 3 toes? It's a bit like a ostrich foot. No, you're not seeing that, Sarah?
Not seeing that one.
All right, but I think those things to a society which doesn't, like, we work off of science these days because we have all this science around us just in the studio, the tablets, the
well,
tech
we said in
else.
the Apollo 11 podcast that there's more technology in a phone
exactly
than there was on the first Apollo mission.
So when it comes to the mythology of vampires and werewolves, that can encompass medical conditions and all sorts of things, as we discussed. But it would still be, maybe the word fun is the wrong word to use, but it would still be very fascinating to know if there was actually a supernatural side to all this that we don't know about. What do you think, Sarah, as our specialist?
Well, there's got to be a reason for all the myths and folklore anyway, and certainly a lot of it where there's similarities across countries. If the stories weren't traded, why are they so similar?
Ooh.
It's certainly interesting.
Okay, that's what we've got to discover. We've got to go on adventures and find the supernatural things, haven't we?
That's right. There we go. I've just googled up the tribe that have got the ostrich feet in Africa.
Can I see?
Yeah, it's they've all got these split toe.
That reminds
like
me
ostrich
of
foot.
Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, where the person transforms into a seagull and then they transform back into a human because they're a witch.
But they haven't got enough magic potion.
Yeah, so
and it's not enough.
Yeah,
not enough, and they've still got a seagull foot. There you go.
I don't know why I brought that up.
Don't know why you brought that up, but there you go. You're just reminding me of when we bumped into Gogglebox the other day, and they were talking about Frozen Planet, and they had the eagles that were picking up mountain goats and dropping them in order to, because the mountain goat, the kids, baby goat's kid, picking up the kid, not real children, picking up the kid, and then because the kid is the same body weight or more as the eagle would fly off the mountain and then drop the goat in order to kill it. And then, which in a way, when it comes to nature, it's like, I'm flying! But it killed it instantaneously. So if you're going to go, that's not a bad way to go.
It's pretty brutal.
It was pretty brutal. But it had kind of like a bit of a skydiving thing. But, and then somebody on Gogglebox commented, didn't that happen in Scarborough or something, where a chihuahua was taken away by a seagull?
Yeah.
It's like, how does that work?
How do we get to this?
Well, you said they had a gull's foot.
Yeah.
And I thought, how with webbed gull's feet do you pick up a chihuahua and fly off with it? I don't know.
Werewolf.
It's Halloween. It's Halloween month.
It's going to be scary.
It's going to be scary. We get attacked by giant chihuahua stealing seagulls, pecking you on the head.
On the coconut.
On the coconut. And they did.
And they did.
And they did.
That was a reference to a song.
Yes. Look it up. Anyway, right, back to the werewolves. We're having a fun time with the werewolves today. Don't eat maggoty corn or
Bread.
Bread, yes. As you're going to turn into a werewolf.
Or an orc.
Maggoty bread.
I think the only thing I haven't mentioned is
Yes, please
that
do.
one way to stop a werewolf that was chasing you was to jump into a rye field, because apparently werewolves would not go into a field full of rye.
Right. Well, that's all right if you drink rye whiskey then, isn't it? You
Just breathe on it.
Just carry a couple of bottles of rye whiskey. You come near me, son. That's it. Yeah, have some of that. So, okay, let's look at the movie tropes. You said about the eyebrows. Monobrow. We've looked at the full moon. Doesn't seem to appear in the mythology. Silver bullet. Well, you mentioned a silver button, which basically showed the two witches up for glamouring themselves as cider drinking dogs, which is like, two dogs come into my bar, here, have some cider.
Oh yeah, but you pick issue with the seagull.
Yeah, I pick issue with the seagull. The two dogs drinking cider, that's perfectly normal. Have you never been to Cornwall? It was Cornwall, was it?
It was Devon.
It was Devon. Oh, well, even more. You know. So the Devonish cider drinking dogs. We've got to do a folklore one on Devon, haven't we?
Yeah.
The hairy hands of Dartmoor or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, they got some folklore down there. So yeah, maybe I'm going to look up these two cider drinking dogs. Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
That's going to be my job.
I reckon they couldn't afford their bar bill, which is why they were going in as dogs.
Going into the dogs.
How do they have? Do they have thumbs?
Opposable thumbs. Oh, maybe they poured the cider in a bowl and put it on the floor.
Did they sit on the stools?
Maybe we should invite them to us. We missed out a trick there, didn't we? We could have invited them to our cider tasting podcast.
Well, we didn't know about it then.
No, we didn't. Sarah, you're letting us down, no?
Next time.
Yeah.
Okay, so silver bullets supposedly kill werewolves. What else have we got with the werewolves?
Wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane, yeah. What other tropes do we have in?
Pentagrams.
Pentagram, I mentioned pentagrams. Come on, but I'm sure the listeners are probably screaming at us again. What about this? What about that? You can see a werewolf in a mirror, supposedly. See it on a CCTV camera.
I'm just trying to think of unconventional ways in which a werewolf has been killed in movies.
No,
Fireworks to the eye. No, I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it.
No, it's pretty much silver bullets. What about decapitation?
Tell you what, really obscure reference because it's a film that's very hard.
I hope you're making notes on this, Sarah.
Very hard to actually acquire in England.
Okay.
Monster Club.
Monster Club. That wasn't one with Vincent Price, was it?
No, I think.
No. All right.
It might be Monster Squad or Monster Club. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I watched it with Jack.
Okay.
And a famous quote from it is, "Wolfman's got nards."
Nods.
Yes.
Wolfman's got
They
nods.
kick the werewolf in the nuts. Anyway, but they blow up the werewolf with a grenade.
Okay.
Completely obliterated.
Okay. So obliterating.
But because it wasn't with the silver bullet,
Mhm.
it formed back together
Oh.
after being blown up.
Oh. Right. So have we heard anything in the mythology of a werewolf being able to reconstruct itself?
Not
Because
that
that's
I came
the
across.
only example of a werewolf forming back together.
Right.
Yeah, literally.
That reminds me of Bok off of the Daemons.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got hit by a bazooka and then reforms. Wow, that's crazy stuff going on there. And what was this, an English movie?
No, it's an American one.
So I think we've got to the point in the podcast where we come to your favourite section, Sarah, for the third time. Dun, dun, dun. It's our Halloween month. 6 quickfire questions, which sometimes aren't as quick as we thought they would be, but that's the title. So tough. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
This time it's werewolves. Woohoo! Okay, question 1. What's your favourite werewolf character from film, TV or book? Please don't say sparkly werewolves.
No, I did read a really interesting book. I brought it because I liked the sound of the concept.
Okay.
It was a romance. It was absolutely horrible.
A romance?
I can't remember the author, but it was a werewolf who went undercover as a police dog to solve his brother's murder. The concept was brilliant. The execution was horrible, but
Wow.
Wow. Yes. What on earth was it called?
I can't remember. I can't remember the
Wolf-
author.
wolf
I sort of
cop.
I read it once.
Wolf Cop. That's a different type of wolf cop. That is. That's completely different from Wolf Cop the movie.
It's one I
They made a
read and
sequel.
actually charity shopped because, which is, for me is very rare. I don't get rid of books, but like I say, it was a great concept. really poorly executed.
Fido Wolf. Right, okay. So, but that's your favourite werewolf character.
It was, like I say, it was definitely a very cool concept.
Okay, and you can't remember the name of the book?
I can't remember.
It was
the
that
name of
forgettable,
the book.
was it?
Yes, but
Okay.
I loved the concept.
Okay. Werewolf becomes police dog.
Not the answer we expected.
No, definitely not. Okay. Question
I would
number...
like to surprise
See,
you.
you do like the surprises. Question number 2. Would you like to be a werewolf?
Yes.
Yay! Yay, Sarah the werewolf.
And us the
Do I-
vampires.
Do her eyebrow? No, they don't. Her eyebrows don't meet in the middle. Okay. Well, unlike us, ginger blue-eyed people.
Vampires.
Vampires, yeah. See, vampires, werewolf. There we go. Who would have thought? Anyway, question number 3. Do you think werewolves actually exist? Especially after I showed you that CCTV footage.
I'll say I'm on the fence with that one.
He was behind the fence. Okay. Question number 4. In your opinion, what's the best part of being a werewolf if you had to be one? I asked you about vampires and you said it was being immortal. So I don't know if this comes into the werewolves.
Best part of being a werewolf.
Best part of being a werewolf. She's thinking, listeners.
The consuming of human flesh.
To be able to lick your own... No, we're not going there.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
Well, as long
To
as you
sweat through your tongue. Yeah.
well, I suppose as long as you weren't eating human flesh, the whole being a wolf is just going to be awesome.
Just going to be awesome. So you can go running through the woods, chasing deer,
Yes, howling at the moon.
howling at the moon, having a great old time. So, question 5. What's your favourite werewolf movie or TV show? Now, from all our gabbing, and I was saying, have you seen that, Sarah? No. Have you seen that, Sarah? No. Have you seen that, Sarah? No. I've seen a little bit of Underworld. Okay, fine. Seen that? No. This is going to stretch Sarah a little bit.
I really liked Dog Soldiers.
Dog Soldiers,
Hey.
yay! Is that your answer?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go, then.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. And finally, question number 6. Lon Chaney Jr. or Hugh Jackman?
Hugh Jackman.
Should we ask why?
Because I know who that is.
Nice one, nice one.
Oh, by the way, it was Monster Squad.
It was Monster Squad.
Yes,
Yeah.
not Monster Club. Monster
Okay.
Club does have Vincent Price in it.
I thought it did.
Yes.
That's a very odd movie, that one. You've
Yeah.
not seen it?
No.
Oh, right, you need to.
Okay.
Okay, so we conclude now our second podcast for the Halloween season, this time on werewolves.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
That's a howling goodbye from Buzz.
That's, oh! Goodbye from Zach.
It's a goodbye from Sarah, and I used to be a werewolf, but I'm all right now.
No! Yes, you had to do it.
Yes.
Yes, she nailed it. Oh, there you go. Now we know. Show. Now we know. Halloween specials.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
Yay, we got Jack back.
Hooray! Finally,
He's back
is
in
our
the suit.
special guest this time?
Yeah. Are
Have
you
I-
our
have
special
I been-
guest or
have
are
I
you
been relegated to special guest now?
Oh dear.
or promoted? Depends how you look at it.
Sorry to our former
Special
former
guest star.
Yeah, so Jack's back. This is great.
So what are we looking at
I'm
this
a
episode?
founding father of the Now We Know Show.
Well, Jack's come back right at an opportune time in our spooktastic
Shocktober season.
I had to come back
of
for Halloween.
podcasts.
I had to come back for Halloween. I couldn't
So
miss it.
we're 2 down. This is number 3.
Right.
And in this episode, we are discussing the Halloween movies franchise.
Yeah, so this is the Michael Myers, Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis, Dr. Loomis,
Laurie Strode,
Haddonfield.
John Carpenter.
Yes,
Halloween movies, not Halloween movies as in generally any movie that you watch on Halloween.
Right. Okay.
But-
that does sort
but,
of make
Jack-
it a bit more specific.
But, Jack, there is an added special bonus you get for coming to the studio today.
Okay.
And that is we've also got a huge
Oh my
variety
God.
of Halloween cupcakes.
It's like a pile of cupcakes and sweets.
This is going to be sugar overload. And this is, we're going to be kind of reviewing these Halloween treats
as we go
as
along.
we go along through our journey through the movies.
Lots of E numbers.
Lots of numbers. That's it. By the end of it, we'll all be wanting to stab
Steaming
each
on
other.
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. Okay, so Halloween.
Halloween.
Cupcakes. Where are we going to start? Are we going to go with John Carpenter's
Let's
Halloween?
go straight in there with John Carpenter's Halloween, 1978.
What do we
The
think?
original.
The original. Some would argue the best. I would probably.
It's pretty good.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
good
pretty
because it's where it all started.
It's the one that's the kind of the simple premise where it's just a man in a mask stalking teenagers on Halloween.
Yeah, complete.
Basically, it started it all, didn't it, really? When
Yeah,
it
I
came
mean,
to
It
They're-
literally-
I think that was what was sort of was all encompassing. I mean, I was around and watched it when it first came out, and it was something that hadn't seen before. And I mean, of course, that iconic piano,
the music is
brilliant. You know, because that when the way you just did that, Zach, it is quite reminiscent to like Jaws. It's like 2 notes coming in.
yeah.
And
It's always the simple music. That's
simple,
the most
and it was like, ooh, that really put a shiver up your spine.
Well, it was composed by John Carpenter.
incidental. Yeah.
And it was straightforward because you had this boy, Michael Myers, who obviously murders his sister.
Well, that's the big reveal at the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, well, because that's right. Because if you remember, the camera is tracking around behind the mask, which at that time it was a clown mask, if I recall, because he was dressed as a clown.
Yeah.
And
It was like a title Halloween 19 something.
Well, the original title was going to be the Baby City, Baby City.
Baby City, the Baby City,
The
City
Baby
Murder.
City, like Boss Baby.
The Baby City Murders.
Right, Babysitter Murders.
The Baby City Murders.
Well,
Not the babysitting murders.
Baby,
Like people sitting on babies.
Babysitter Murder.
No, we haven't even started the cupcakes.
Anyway,
Okay, so it was called that, and then they switched it to Halloween. Just
to associate it to
the
the season,
The season.
and that obviously was part of its success.
That's right. So you know,
I think is it arguably the original? Is it arguably like the ultimate Halloween film for like watching at the Halloween season?
well, we are going to be discussing Halloween
I
movies
mean,
in general.
Yeah, I do kind of find myself revisiting it pretty much every year.
But I mean, it throws itself up every year simply because the name Halloween
Yeah.
comes up, and then subsequently, you know,
It's
all
a
the
clever
movies.
title, really, isn't it? To call it after the actual.
Yeah, I mean,
season.
I suppose it's if you've got something, can you call it Christmas this or Christmas that? You know,
Christmas the movie.
Christmas the movie.
I'd
You
watch
know,
that.
You know, so we've got Michael Myers as this psychopathic. Something clicks in this little boy's head and he kills his sister brutally.
It's kind of left a little bit ambiguous. Isn't it?
Yeah.
They try and explore it a bit
Well,
more
they
in the
do.
later
They
movies.
explore it, and we'll discuss that as we go along. But all this key, Dr. Loomis that pops up. You know, he loves to use the phrase, "Hey, Michael, he's pure evil." Like this.
Good old Donald Pleasance.
Good old, we love him. And so he gets obviously put into an institution, which he escapes from some years later. And I think you pointed out before we came into the studio the inaccuracy in the credits.
Yeah, there's a weird inconsistency with the credits of Michael Myers. I think they credit him as the wrong age, or the ages don't quite
Add up.
add up. Yeah.
But anyway, so he's an adult man of what age?
I think he's like,
late 20s, early 30s.
yeah, something like that. I think it's like 15 years after he was the kid.
We assume he's like 7 or 8 as a kid.
Already, yeah, I can see where we're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then he escapes, comes back to Haddonfield, and then goes on a killing spree,
Yeah.
which is straightforward enough. But it was creepy the way it was done. You know, he would suddenly be popping out from behind a hedge and then disappearing again and things. And what was the other interesting thing at the time is I do believe he was meant to wear a clown mask again.
Oh, really?
I believe that's the case. Somebody might be able to comment on that, but of course he didn't. And I can't remember what the reason was that they didn't give him the clown mask, but then they needed to find him a mask for the actor to wear, so they grabbed the one that we now...
It's synonymous.
Synonymous
Yeah.
with Michael Myers, but it's actually a William Shatner
Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk mask.
Which is a weird thing.
Which
Why
they
would
sprayed white.
Would you buy a rubber Captain Kirk mask? It's kind of an odd thing
I'm going to dress up as Captain Kirk for Halloween.
with a rubber face, almost like you've
But it's like
stolen his face.
it's the worst Captain Kirk mask you can even imagine. You know, with its Ken Dodd hair.
Well, I think they.
that kind of white face of Michael Myers has become so sort of iconic.
I
now.
think
It's one of the big.
that's part of the creepiness of it because
Yeah.
you don't know. You've never seen his face. That is his face.
It's kind
It's
of
so blank.
It's human enough, but it's also very blank.
Yeah, and of
expression.
course, when you go through the camera shots, and it keeps going back behind the mask, so you can imagine yourself if you've worn a Halloween mask and you've got that breathing sound in the mask, which is and you're just sort of like seeing the binocular vision out of the eyes.
the POV.
You know, yeah, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant, very creepy.
It's the most
Keeps-
horror of all of them, I
It
think.
keeps you on the edge of your seat all the
very
time.
much
This
so,
this
very much
continual
so.
kind of
Tension.
and the way he's chopping his way through people
Yeah.
and moving from house to house, and nobody's really noticing what's going on at the time.
There's that one scene in the original, where he's got that girl up against the wall, and he's got this a kitchen knife, which is like kind of the average length of a kitchen knife, and he holds her up against the wall and stabs her, and walks away, and she's kind of left pinned to the wall.
Pinned to the wall,
But it's
yeah.
like, how big is that knife? So I would have had to go through her into the wall and have enough in the wall to keep it.
a good 2 inches in the wall.
Unless
to
you
keep
like
it
stuck the handle in as well.
there. Yeah.
Even that would be a reach.
I mean, that is a serious knife you've got in your cutlery.
I mean, I'm sure throughout the movies the knife does get longer.
Yeah. So you know, and that becomes again synonymous with Michael Myers. Is that carving knife?
I think it's one of my favourite endings of a slasher film, the original Halloween.
Yeah. Again, so we come to the end of that. Again, most people have seen it, so there's no spoilers. He goes out the window, gets shot by Loomis, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Falls
Kind
out
of the
the
big
window.
final showdown of the
There's
film.
the body line on the lawn.
He must be dead now.
They come down. Boom.
He gone.
And it's just
God.
that shot of him not being there is so.
Creepy.
And you got that the needle drop of the music starts coming back in as well, right at that moment.
That's
That
brilliant.
How did he
takes you to the end of the film.
How did
Yeah.
he survive that?
Exactly. And then
As you're leaving the cinema, I'd imagine that's like in the back of your mind, like he's still out there, he's not
Yeah.
been defeated. You've got no closure.
Yeah.
And I think
It's
that's
quite the
what's-
cliffhanger.
I think that's what's brilliant about that ending.
I remember watching it originally when it came out, and then that's what attracted me to the second movie, because when I went back to watch the second movie, I think it was probably the first movie I'd seen at the cinema where it started exactly where the
A
previous
proper
movie
part two. Yeah.
had
Do you want
stopped.
a weird fact about the first one?
Go on, weird fact time.
There's no blood. Very little gore. You don't see
I mean,
any
it's
blood.
very low budget.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a documentary about it before. haven't we?
Oh,
There's
what
a
was
really
that
good-
called?
The Movies We Love, I think it's called.
The movies that made us.
That's the one, yeah. something.
But the jump scares are timed beautifully. you
But
know.
it's so low budget. It's almost, I love when a low budget film actually reaches the sort of public consciousness, because then you kind of got that hope of, like, as a filmmaker, if you make that film with the sort of bare minimum, you can actually, with the right skills, you can
that
make it
character
into
has obviously there is a big series of the movies now, but that character has become so iconic, like other ones that jumped straight to mind, like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees, that people will dress up as that character.
Yeah, it's an easy. Well, even are we
Yeah.
skipping to
Go on,
what happened
we can
last
mention
night?
it.
We can briefly mention the fact that, well, let's put it into context. This podcast is also to coincide with the fact that and this is why we're discussing the Halloween movies, is because the new latest and maybe final Halloween movie is literally just being released at time
think
of
it was last
recording this
week it came out,
podcast.
so, yeah.
Yeah. So, and we went to see it, didn't we?
Yes, and the reason I bring that up is because one of the audience members actually came in with
Yes.
a pretty good Michael Myers costume.
That's
in the
it.
boiler
Yeah,
suit.
yeah.
And I gave him a round of applause because
Yeah.
I thought this is good.
It's good
This is
commitment.
dedication. This one
But we'll get to Halloween
We'll get
ends.
that, that's
We'll
the-
get to
We'll
Halloween.
get there.
because, funny enough, it's at the end.
I also have many thoughts about that film.
No,
so-
we'll
Okay.
get to that. We'll get to that.
So we've literally sort of talked about the first Halloween, the original.
Yep.
Going to move on to number 2, but
I
it's
think
Halloween.
We've forgotten about the.
It's Halloween cupcake time.
Cupcake time.
Right, I'm going to go straight in with these ones. Okay, so we're going to be rating these cupcakes as we go. Take a break between movies. So these are Tesco's. Tesco's. These come in a pack of 2, so we've got 2 packs because we're going to have a spare one. And they're is this Tesco's 2 Halloween cupcakes with hidden centres. Oh,
That is
yeah.
very cryptic.
But they are actually, see, this was the problem we had, wasn't it? We went out shopping for Halloween. We started off with the idea of going Halloween candy snacks. But frankly, all the Halloween candy is just normal
Stuff
sweets.
repackaged.
You know, because it's like, we
Halloween
went into
packaging.
one shop and there's this, Halloween, and it's got spooky bats and stuff on the packet. Inside it was just like mini Mars bars. It was like, well, the actual
I know
sweets.
in Burger King they're doing Whoppers, but they're making the buns black and
Yeah.
orange.
I don't know about that.
A black burger looks
I
a
don't
little
know
bit
that.
sinister.
But we ended up looking at all the candy. It's just, well, all they've done is change the packaging, but the actual candy sweets aren't Halloween orientated.
Nothing interesting.
So that's why we decided on cupcakes. So straight to the cupcakes.
Yes.
Now these ones, taking the wrapper off, I think they look pretty impressive. Don't they?
There's a pumpkin and a half. isn't
Well, they
there?
look like pumpkins.
These are pumpkins.
What's
Okay,
that?
you guys have that one.
I'm intrigued to know what the bit on top is.
Well, we've got, basically, listeners, we've got these pumpkin cupcakes. They're in a green cupcake holder, which is pretty snazzy. And then it's got
It's a
pumpkin.
very black
Pumpkin.
actual
Pumpkin. Always want to escape.
cupcake down.
Yeah, cupcake down. Pumpkin icing on top, which is lovely and orange, with a stalk sticking out.
I'm gonna eat the stalk first.
I'm just peeling the whole. It's quite dark inside.
That
This-
looks very
it
chocolatey.
looks very Christmas puddingy.
I am very intrigued to find out what this centre is.
It does say hidden centre.
Can't tell what the stalk is.
Yeah, going in. Oh, it's very,
Will it be orange flavoured icing?
very soft icing. Now, I've got to say, as Zach knows, I'm not a great cake lover. So
I'm not.
This isn't the podcast for you,
Yeah,
then, is
I'm
it?
not a big cake eater either.
We say as we have a big pile of cakes in front of us.
Oh, mine doesn't seem
The
bad.
cake itself is really nice.
It's very moist. The hidden centre seems to be chocolate. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
I mean, you got to understand, listeners, we're all bearded men, and now we've got orange icing stuck all over our arms.
Was it the fact that I just ate the entire cake in one?
It was actually the word moist.
Oh, the choke. That was very moist.
I quite
What
like.
was the centre though?
Mine
thought it was just chocolate.
Chocolate.
I've got no
Oh,
centre. I
I'm
needed a more interesting centre.
Yeah,
going to need a drink after
it
that.
certainly looked like pumpkin.
Okay, but
we got-
the
we got-
Tesco's twin pack of the pumpkin cupcakes. I enjoyed that.
Okay, for the 2-pack,
Yep.
£1.50 each.
Was it right?
Was it worth £1.50?
That's 75.
I think you stick 4 in a packet for 150.
Yeah. So it's quite expensive. They do look good though.
Yeah.
They've made them nice.
They're pretty stand out in comparison to the other ones
They're
we
nice and
have.
moisty. Yeah. I think I like them. Moist.
Moisty.
Out of 10.
Moisty.
Do we have any beverages?
Yeah. Interesting you should bring that up, funny enough. It's Halloween. So what do we have? Well, when I was a lad, way back in the early 70s, and we had Halloween parties, flashback time, in the early 70s, Halloween parties, my dad always used to change the light bulb. I might have mentioned this before. Change the light bulb to a red light bulb, and like the whole house ended up looking like a tart's parlour. But there you go. And I'll save most of the traditions that we had for our special Halloween special, which is coming up next after this one. But one of the things we always used to have to drink was bat's blood. which was Cherryade.
Ozzy Osbourne style.
That's it, Cherryade. And we've got some Cherryade that we
nice.
managed to track down. It actually took us a while to get Cherryade.
Yeah, we had to visit 2 shops.
Yeah, two mega supermarkets to actually find.
Special Sainsbury's own brand Cherryade.
Other products
Sainsbury's.
are available.
So this is Sainsbury's Bat's Blood, and with no added sugar, which basically means that it's got loads of sugar in it, but they haven't added any more than they normally do.
I think we'll be right for sugar, I'll be honest.
So do you want to? Whoa! Pop that open, and let's all
Careful of the fizz.
Ah!
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
I need
Somebody
to
should have
charge
told you
some
that.
glasses.
Somebody should have told you that Bat's Blood can be quite fizzy. That's my one, so I'll have that. That's it. Oh, look at that.
Quite pink.
Yeah, I know. From when I was a kid, my beer was with a red light bulb. I always imagined it to be more red than this.
Yeah, it's definitely more on the pink side.
Refreshing
Oh, I
though.
like the smell of cherry. Listen to the fizz on that.
Yeah, it's quite fizzy. Let's wash it down. Anyway, cupcakes.
First cupcake out of 10.
10 being really good.
10 being like the perfect cupcake, I'd
Perfect
say.
cupcake. I didn't actually think. I don't eat that many cupcakes, to be honest with you. But I actually quite like that. I didn't think it was too sweet.
I think it was what I would expect a cupcake to be.
I mean,
Yeah.
you've still got most of it in your moustache.
Most of it is in your ginger moustache.
Oh, dear.
You've gone even more orange than you normally are. I'd give that a nice 8.
I was going to say 8 as well, yeah.
There you go.
I think I'll third that 8.
It's a
Really?
higher end.
That's a good start
Good
for the
start
cupcakes.
for the pumpkins.
For the Tesco's pumpkins. Right, so Halloween 2, an inventive title.
The sequel.
I have seen this one, but not for a while.
Now, I liked it, and I think it sort of introduced to me where Michael is kind of this unstoppable force. At this point, he is now, we agreed, I'm racking my brains because I haven't seen the movie for years, but he's kind of now on the trail of Laurie Strode, isn't he?
I think I always get the impression like she's the one that got away. So she's
Yeah.
kind of like, he's the one
So
that
I
he
think-
couldn't kill. So
I
he
think
kind of
he overhears
targets her.
that she's at
Right.
the local hospital or
'cause
something.
it starts, as I said before, it starts immediately, the first film.
Which is
finishes.
quite unique at the time. Usually
So-
you wouldn't have a film that goes straight away.
She's off to hospital. He's obviously escaped.
Yeah, he's
And
been
then-
shot however many times.
Then he hears that she's gone to the hospital, so he follows to the hospital, and this killing spree occurs at the hospital with lots of different inventive ways to murder.
Yeah,
them.
it's way more inventive in the sequel than
And,
the first
and
one.
because it's Halloween, the hospital's on minimum staff, it's all quiet, shut down, everybody's off doing their thing. And I think the whole hospital setting, again, brings that kind of uneasiness because
Because it's
like,
empty.
and it's scalpels.
It's supposed to be a safe
place, a
Yeah.
place of healing.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not a place where you've got some lunatic going around.
I think the worst kill in it is the claw hammer.
on
the security guard.
Oh, he goes out. He's in the storeroom place. There's an area which is being worked on, isn't there?
Something like that.
Or is it
But
storeroom?
he
Yeah.
gets a claw hammer to the head.
Would you
I
agree?
didn't quite like the way they turned up the bubble, the heated baths.
Oh, and he boiled
They
someone.
boiled somebody's head in it.
Although the first one is obviously what kind of kicked off the
Mm-hmm.
slasher genre, would you agree the second one is more of like a traditional slasher film in that it's set in one place and it's kind of more focused on the killing spree? The first one's kind of more of a horror suspense.
Yeah, you didn't know what was going to happen in the first one. Second one, you now have
It's kind of more
you
of a
have an
slasher.
angle on Michael, and I suppose that's where I was going to say with the second movie, it takes it up a notch from the point of view that Michael is more than human.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously been shot in the previous one,
But he's now getting shot further.
and now he's getting shot and damaged in so many
And
different
he's
ways.
got inhuman strength. He's picking people up by the neck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
suddenly he's become man or evil man plus. To bring this kind of tension of, oh my goodness me, it's not just a man, it's somebody with these.
Yeah, I think it's
superhuman
kind of your baseline slasher horror film. It's kind of upper gear from the first one.
Yep.
And loads more blood.
Yeah. It's when that, again, the audience at this time is probably enjoying this type of movie for what it is, and just like with the Jason Voorhees Friday the 13th movies, it's always you watch the movies just to sort of. It might seem quite crass to say that you're seeing them to see the kills, but when you're looking at it from a movie perspective, you know that these are actors, you know that they're not real, you know that it's, and so you're looking at it and saying, "Oh, have they done this really? Are these really good?"
I mean, slasher as a genre is always very light on story. It's
Yep.
pretty much just you're introduced to the core characters. They're usually
Yep.
a group of mates,
And then it's how
then they gradually get picked off until there's one left. That's kind of every slasher film. To
Yeah,
more or
well,
less.
there's all these tropes in it where if you see a girl in one of these movies that gets her boobs out, she's gonna die.
Yeah.
It's the one who doesn't is usually the one who's gonna survive.
Yeah.
It's the one that goes out.
The shy one. That's
There's one that'll come out the cabin into the woods with a torch that always runs out.
It turns
of
out
battery.
she's been
And she's
taught by her prepper father that she's like super tough and
it's like,
mean.
who's out there? Is there somebody there? And you think, who does this? But I think that's part of this kind of horror genre, that it gets the audience to kind of almost say that to the screen when they're watching it in their heads.
that is
Why
Why
are you doing
this?
this? You know, don't go round the corner. Don't open that door. You know.
It is that. It is. That's what I love about the horror genre. Is it kind of evokes a lot more emotion in people than a lot of other genres. Obviously, you've got comedy, which is
Yep.
subjective anyway. But you can always get with a slasher film. Everyone can agree.
Mm-hmm.
Don't run upstairs if the door's open. Why are you going upstairs and hiding in the closet or whatever?
In the closet.
Don't go outside into
That's
the
one of the
woods.
things I
And
really
it's
like. About the
also
slasher
it's always time jump scares. It's we're just about to open the window and suddenly a cat will jump on the windowsill and it's the old it's just a cat.
The false one.
It's just a
fake
cat,
out, yeah.
and then you turn around and suddenly it's like, they do it all the time, but we love it. You know, you can't.
It's
escape
fantastic,
it.
yeah.
And of course, we praise it when they go, "Oh, now that was an inventive one."
Yes.
Yeah,
That was a good kill.
Yeah,
I mean, now you don't really. I think the volume of slasher films isn't as much as it used to be in, say, the sort of 90s and 80s.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of where it sort of was at its most prevalent.
Slasher season.
Yeah, nowadays it's more, I would say, more sort of paranormal horror films you get nowadays.
Yeah, certainly. Well, just because obviously we went to see Halloween Ends, the intros coming into that was kind of paranormal.
Trailers are all very similar, yeah.
Oh, there was definitely one something to do with exorcism. It's Pray for the Devil. It's a new one.
That was the
coming
most
out.
kind of inventive-ish, but then again it sort of played on the whole Exorcist and
Yeah. So, but that's the thing with the movies. I mean, maybe it's because in recent years the whole TV thing of ghost hunting has become quite a big thing.
yeah,
And so,
with the light of sort of Paranormal Activity being such a big hit.
Anyway, that was Halloween 2. So shall we dive straight into another taste testing then?
I think so. Yes.
Right, let's go for... What about this? This is a Mr. Kipling.
Oh, it's not a cupcake.
Yeah, so we're instead going for the supermarket's own brand. Now, this is the bizarre thing, because this is what we were saying about the candy. We're looking at chocolate and stuff, and you go, well, it's just the same thing. So it's a bit difficult with some of these things, because it says Mr. Kipling, exceedingly good cakes, because it's Halloween. And they've changed the packaging, so they've got a spooky tree with a spider's web
The
and
Batman
a
logo.
colour bat. Yeah, Batman logo. And these are 6 chocolate and marshmallow slices. And what they've got to do with Halloween, I
That
have
doesn't
no
sound
idea.
very scary.
No, but the only reason that I chose these ones is because it looked like they'd actually tried to attempt to make the actual cakes themselves.
Make them pink.
Well, yes, they're kind of, goopy looking. So I don't know if I don't know if they sell these normally.
I think that's kind of what they look like, just with different colour.
Oh, look, they're in individual
Oh, I
packets.
got my own little box.
So we take the wrapper off, and look, they come in individual coffins.
Put that in your lunchbox.
Yeah, it's like a lunchbox cake. So actually, these are, what did I say, marshmallow and
Chocolate and marshmallow.
chocolate marshmallow.
Would you... Oh, okay. Well, if you look at the side of the packaging, obviously it's transparent packaging. You can see there is a real goopiness to the centre.
Okay. Right, let's go for these. Right. Oh, it's much drier than the last one.
Oh, yeah, and where's the marshmallow?
I don't know.
It just tastes like cake.
No, tastes like paint. Well, I don't know that.
Yeah. I'm getting the paint.
Quite like the texture.
It's not as moist as the
Yep.
moist. What is it with the word moist?
Dunno.
Jack? Moist.
That,
Moist.
by comparison, feels really artificial.
Yeah, that's really factory
The
produced.
Skipling's supposed to be like the...
Exceedingly good
Yeah.
cakes.
I quite like that. That's not too
All
bad. Again, I'm not really a cake eater, so any cake's quite...
If I'm at a Halloween party, right? Because this is what we've got to do. We've got to think these are Halloween cupcakes. We're at a Halloween party. They're there on the spread. You can take one and go. "Ooh." The last one I had, I enjoyed enough to say Well, actually,
I might go back for
I might
another
go
one.
back for another. That thing was a definite not. That was like
One and done. on
Yeah,
that.
that can somebody else can eat the rest of those. So I'll give that a 4. Not terrible, but where was the marshmallow?
Yeah, I didn't really get the marshmallow.
I don't understand that.
The packaging is lying to us.
Yeah, just because it had bats on makes it Halloween.
I thought the kind of stuff on top might be sort of marshmallow texture, but it wasn't. It was just ice.
Maybe that's what the paint thing was. Maybe it was trying to imitate a marshmallow flavour in the icing.
They ran out of food colouring, so they just painted it pink.
Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Kipling, I think I'll give it a 4.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a 6. I think
Right.
it was
So
Interesting.
too bad.
okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know. Can we go into decimals on these?
No,
Okay. Right.
stop being stupid.
Okay.
Back to my
I
bat's
think
blood.
I'm going to have to go for a 4 as well. I did not prefer it.
Swig some bat's blood, and we'll move on to probably one of the
Most controversial, maybe?
Yeah, most
controversial,
divisive.
I was going to say odd movies in the
Definitely
Halloween.
divisive. I've actually, I must admit, not seen this one.
Okay, and we're
So you're gonna have
talking
to fill
about
me in.
Halloween 3,
Three.
Season of the Witch.
Now, was it actually called Halloween 3,
Yeah.
or was it just called Halloween Season of the Witch?
Halloween 3, Season of the
So
Witch.
they did actually put a 3 on it. So therefore,
It counts.
I would have. Therefore, I would have gone and seen that to consider that it's a third one in the series.
Yeah.
Yet, like you say, Jack, controversial. It's got bugger all, excuse my French, to
Well,
do
well
with.
the second one, the end of the second one was pretty conclusive that Dr. Loomis and Michael have a final showdown and there's a big explosion. We think that's it.
We
That's
assume
the
Michael,
end.
Michael has been completely blown to smithereens.
So the initial concept, from what I know about this film, is that the producers basically wanted to turn the Halloween name into a
Right. So this
Anthology
type series. So basically, every film would follow a different
Right.
story,
So
and then
that's
they would just say
that's
Halloween.
where I was going to go with it. I was going to say, was it that they were you saying Halloween 3, not Halloween 3 as in sequentially a Michael Myers story, but Halloween as in the name. It's a Halloween
Yeah,
movie.
so I think the plan was to do Halloween 4 and have a different story,
Right.
completely different characters and everything.
Well, it certainly went for a different story, didn't
Well,
they?
I think at that point they probably realised that
So-
Michael Myers is why people are going to go and see the
Well,
film.
that's it. Well, I remember with great eagerness to go and watch Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and coming out thinking, what the hell did I just watch? Because all I could remember was this particular jingle.
Happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
Should have drank some.
Yes. I think the cakes are kicking in.
Yeah, because that's the brand of marketing on the masks.
Yes, right. The company is Silver Shamrock, based in Ireland, or from Ireland, because obviously the film is in the States.
It's very stereotypical.
And if I recall,
Something to do with occult sacrifices or something.
they've taken a stone from a stone circle, like some kind of. It might be in a sacrificial stone or some stone which contains.
I assume a witch circle because it says Season of the Witch.
Well, again, I can't recall
been a while
what it's got to
since
do
we've
with
seen it.
witches exactly, but it's all to do with this stone that is part of like it's taking a stone out of Stonehenge, and they've got tiny little slivers of it that they put in the Silver Shamrock labels.
Right, yeah, probably.
Each
yeah.
label on a mask has got
really
like a
weird.
It is very
Having
weird.
not seen it, I'm
it's
kind
got
of
like a
intrigued.
sliver of this.
The
stone.
only real connection is that Halloween is a film within this world. They
Yeah.
see on the screens, like you'll see the Thing in the original Halloween.
Most of the thing from another world.
Yeah.
Fine. But you'll see John Carpenter's
Nerd alert.
John Carpenter's Halloween on a TV screen in Halloween 3.
Right, so they maybe that was the thing they were going to do then, and maybe kind of make out like it was a
But the
bigger
intro,
universe or something.
the intro, is that the one with the pumpkin that splits open and there's a skull in it? On number 3.
That's the second one.
That's the second one.
That's
So
the
that's
poster,
Halloween
isn't
2.
it? I remember the poster.
So Halloween 3, but we still have this major pumpkin theme because a lot of the masks are
It's the
pumpkin
pumpkin
masks.
masks, yeah. Because all I can remember is that this kid puts on this mask,
Yeah.
then watches a TV program.
Yeah, so it's an advert.
Okay, it's an advert.
Yeah, they put an advert on which does that jingle.
It has the jingle and like
It's sort of
some
like
kind of
flash
strobing effect
Strobe light.
that kind of activates this
This mask.
creepy
It
mask
activates
thing,
the witch stone, if you like, that's in the
okay.
mask.
and then it basically
You
turns.
could be making this all up.
It turns his head into like worms,
Well, you don't see his head so much. You just see him worms coming out the eye sockets and the mask, and like this.
and he dies.
He dies. And the idea is, for some reason, that they're going to distribute these masks and turn everybody's heads into worms.
Why?
For a mass sacrifice.
Yeah. Oh,
mass
okay.
sacrifice. So, yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
very
that-
strange.
Well, that sounds intriguing. There.
I think it's got to be watched. It's a movie that's got to be
I've
watched.
got it on DVD.
But I mean,
I've not seen it.
It's the only Halloween you've got on DVD.
Yeah.
if you head into that one and think you're going to see another follow-up to Michael Myers, then you'll be
I mean,
disappointed.
I haven't seen it, but I appreciate that they maybe just tried something
new.
Mm-hmm.
They probably didn't know how successful Michael Myers would become.
Yeah, they tried, and well, it's a movie story on its own. Didn't really do anything for me. It's probably one of my least
Memorable.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's not one I'd go and say, "Oh, do you know, I haven't seen that for ages. I'm going to watch it again." If you haven't seen it, watch it.
Yeah. I'm
Just-
intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, just watch it if you haven't seen it. But if you haven't seen it, I don't think that many people would sort of pluck it off the shelf to watch it again.
When you've got the other Halloween movies that you could choose.
I mean, after what I watched last night, it might be better.
Okay.
Ooh.
But then, so we've got Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and then we hit...
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
So we're back to we're still numbering them, which is interesting.
So Halloween 4,
Just
Return
haven't
of Michael
completely
Myers.
forgotten.
You're going to have to remind me on this one, Zach.
Well, on this one, it turns out that Michael Myers was in a coma. He survived the fire.
Right, surprise the
He's
blast
just
at the
severely
hospital.
burnt, and so did Dr. Loomis. He's still around, but he's quite burnt.
Okay, because we do see, further on in later movies, you do see Donald Pleasance with burn scars on his face,
Yes.
which is a throwback to that particular...
So this is the first in the Thorn trilogy.
Ah, the Thorn trilogy, gotcha.
We'll get to that.
Yep.
It's kind of exploring the next couple of films. At which point, he hears on the radio that the daughter of Laurie Strode, Jamie,
Yep.
is revealed to be living somewhere, and Michael overhears this
And he's in a...
coma.
Yeah, he's in a coma, but he's in
He's
a
being-
secure unit. Or
He's
still have his
being
mask on?
transferred
Right,
to another facility. At which point, he then miraculously wakes up from his coma, murders everyone in the van, and escapes to go on a
Right.
killing rampage to
So what-
find Jamie, Laurie's daughter.
What year are we into now? Is this the 80s, I assume? Because it was the end of the 70s was the first one.
Well, it must be.
I can't. It must be. I can't tell you.
I haven't got my phone with me.
I haven't
to
got the
Google
cheat sheet.
it. Yeah, cheat sheet. So,
But yes, unfortunately,
Since I haven't seen this one, I'll do some background
Yeah.
research.
unfortunately, Laurie is made out to have died in a car crash.
Yeah.
So no more
Laurie Strode.
Laurie Strode.
And is that the one where it ends up him falling down a mine shaft?
Yes.
Or a well or something like that?
Yes, it is.
Right. I've got little memories of that one.
Yes.
But on a rating scale, it's not... For me, it's not that memorable. 'Cause-
I mean, to be fair, of the Thorn trilogy,
Right.
it's probably the better of the three.
Okay.
1988.
Because they kind of try and explore this kind of supernatural, occult
Right.
side of things.
This is why he's superhuman.
Yeah, this is why he keeps coming back.
Right.
And they kind of make out that there's some kind of blood curse on his
Yeah.
family.
Well, like in Friday the 13th, it ends up being that Jason Voorhees is actually able to regenerate himself.
Yes, because
that's why he's unstoppable.
Well, if you go to Jason Goes to Hell the Final Friday, he's actually
Yeah. Oh yes, he's a
he's a deadite from the
Deadite
Necronomicon.
Necronomicon from the Evil Dead. He's a deadite. It possesses him, but by Jason X,
Yeah.
then he's got regenerative
Yes.
in his genetics. That's
Yes.
why he can't get killed. But with Michael Myers, it's more that it's some kind of evil curse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask you a question because I now am recalling. You talk about the Thorn trilogy. I'm recalling the next two movies. I recall in the second movie the appearance of a man who's walking around with cowboy boots on,
Oh jeez.
with silver tips that sort of like clink when he's walking. Did he appear in the first movie?
No,
So that character is only introduced in the second movie.
in the 5th one, in Halloween 5.
In Halloween 5.
In the second of the Thorn trilogy,
Right.
he appears.
So we've dealt with Halloween 4.
It's the best of the Halloween Thorn trilogy.
1988 for anyone. who
Right.
wants to know,
Okay.
Then we come to the next movie,
Which is 1989. So the
Hello.
year after.
which, funny enough, if I recall, starts like Halloween 2. It starts at the exact point where the previous movie finishes.
Yep.
Apart from the difference is they chuck dynamite down the well and try and blow him up.
And he escapes.
But that's why I called it a mine shaft, because I think it's a well, but it's got another way out, and you wouldn't really
Yeah, and
have
he
that.
kind of floats down a river.
Floats down the river, and escapes. But then they keep introducing this man walking around in a big black hat and a black coat with his clinking boots.
Of all the Halloween movies, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, is somewhat of
Yeah,
a
it was-
bizarre obscurity.
It was a real letdown. It was kind of watching an episode of something where they've just done a filler.
It's a filler episode.
It's just to get from A to B so they can do the next movie, and then nothing ever really happens in it.
Yeah.
And then you've got this weird character walking
No
around with
memorable-
no explanation.
No
of who it
memorable
is.
kills of any kind.
No memorable kills.
It,
no.
it poses some questions, but it doesn't answer anything.
And then it just has this character that, if you've just gone to watch the movie, you go, why do they keep showing this character who's just walking around like a kind of an old Wild West gunslinger? But you never see his face, and it's just walking around with his clinky boots. Clinking.
Kinky boots.
That's not kinky boots, but clinky boots. And you go, okay, tell me, I'm waiting to find out what this is about. And you get to the end of the movie, nothing.
It's quite strange because, again, it's got Dr. Loomis in it, Donald Pleasance.
Oh, Donald Pleasant's back in it.
And he's kind of trying to work with Jamie, who's now become mute because she touched Michael Myers and is kind of becoming Michael Myers in a way. They have this kind of psychic connection.
That's very similar to what
So he
we had.
keeps kind of interrogating her, like, tell me where he is so I can kill him.
Is that the one that ends with the 2x4?
It's the one where they just end up catching Michael Myers in a metal net and Dr. Loomis
Chain net.
beats him to death with a 2x4.
I mean, that was probably the most exciting bit of the movie, to be honest. You waited the whole movie for this. But it leaves you really with more questions.
But
than
it could have
answers.
been ended there. But
That's
then,
interesting that they've made
yeah.
that. They've made that same mistake again
and we
with future films.
after that, after the 2x4, it then goes to the police station where we see him in prison, where this creepy
Oh, yeah.
toe
that's it.
character
Mr. Clinky Boots.
explodes the prison cell, kills all the police officers, kidnaps Jamie.
And
Michael's gone.
Michael's gone.
The end.
Yeah. There's still no explanation who Mr. Clinky Boots is.
It's interesting that came out a year after number 4, and they've kind
And
of
it's
obviously rushed it.
Such a steep decline from the 4th one. The 4th one was they played safe. The 5th one was like cash grab. You
Yeah.
just think Michael Myers, it must be instant success.
And it was nothing.
Yeah, it's just nonish.
Nonish.
So how many Halloween films are there actually in the series?
Okay, maybe we should count it out.
Okay.
John Carpenter's Halloween.
1,
Halloween 2.
2,
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
3,
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
4,
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
6,
H2O, Halloween 20 years later.
7,
Halloween Resurrection.
8,
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
9,
Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
10,
Halloween 2018.
11,
Halloween Kills.
12,
Halloween Ends.
13.
13 films.
13.
Okay.
There we go.
We're over a quarter of the way there.
Good. Right. In that case, it's spooktastic. Cupcake
We're
time.
back to the cupcake.
I think
So-
I'm going to have some more cherry aid.
Yeah,
we'll have some. Right, so these ones that I've just grabbed, the other ones were own brand Tesco's that we started off with, and these ones are Sainsbury's. Right, so Sainsbury's cupcakes. Halloween, they are, right, so they've got minimal wrapping, and do these look Halloweeny, guys?
I'm not sure about the dogs.
Well, this is a bizarre thing.
Like dogs?
The wrapping has got a cat on it, and a skeleton,
And a mummy.
and a mummy, and a Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein.
The cupcakes, well, 3 of them are kind of, You could call them pumpkin swirls with
I mean,
stars
they're
on.
Halloween colours.
Halloween colours, 3 of them, and then the other ones look chocolate, and they've got dogs on.
I mean, it's a brown swirl with a dog on top.
Yeah. I mean, is it meant to be a dog, or what the dog's done? I don't know.
It's a doggy do cupcake.
Well, so who's going for what? We got 3 of the chocolate doggies, and 3 of the.
Are they dogs or are they supposed to be bats?
There can't be a bat.
I'm going to go doggy style.
It's
Sorry?
going to go doggy style.
I'll put my finger in it.
You don't want to put your finger in.
Right, I'm going to go for one of the totally bizarre coloured pumpkin-looking ones.
Oh, I'm gonna be adventurous. I'm going for the pumpkin.
Okay.
The pumpkin snot.
It's got extra bits on it. It's actually got little pumpkin bits on it.
Attention to detail. Stars.
Little pumpkin bits. Right, so this one.
Stars a Halloween thing? Not really.
Stars? Well, it's dark, isn't
It's got little. Oh, okay. So, looking really closely, it's got little purple bats on it.
I'm going in.
I'm going right. Oh yeah, purple bats. The topping's looking good. Although this is not a chocolate-based cake, it is a
Sponge.
vanilla sponge. It's quite a heavy top actually.
It's so chocolatey.
It's just very thick.
Very
Fondant.
Fondant, yes.
Oh, that is very.
Oof. I don't like the. That is too much
Not
fondant.
too much fondant on these.
The dog on top's really chewy.
A chewy dog in your
It's like
mouth.
cardboard. You're supposed to take the dog off.
Yeah. It actually says on the packet non-edible.
Part of the packaging.
Oh.
Fondant takes some getting through.
Yeah. Try that, but chocolate.
Kind of feels like candle wax.
Yeah, well. Okay, so there was a vanilla sponge.
It's just
Too much fondant for me.
The sponge is fine.
Yeah, that sponge fine. I did it on the fondant. I think if you're feeding these to kids, you're going to have trouble on your hands.
Just think of the dentist bill.
No, not the dentist. I'm going to. Who wants to start the ratings on these ones?
well, I had a different one, so
Well, I'm about halfway through mine, so I can't start.
Okay, well, I'll start with for the pumpkin swirly one with the bits on top. Too much fondant. The vanilla cupcake was okay, so again, I'm going to go in for a 4.
Okay, that's different. I had the same as you, so I think 2. I didn't like that.
Okay, you give it 2. Right,
Well,
how was your chocky dog?
I had the doggy choc.
Or your chewy
The
dog
doggy
choc?
chod.
Doggy chod.
Careful how you say that, Jack.
Very, very chocolatey. It's like chocolate overload. The fondant on top was the same sort of volume as yours, but very thick chocolate icing.
So how do you rate the
The
Sainsbury's
actual
cake?
dog on top was cardboard. It was like eating a postage stamp. It was nice, but I don't think I could eat 2. It was like that'd be a one and done, I think. I'm gonna say a 5. 5 out of 10.
5. Okay, so I think at the moment the pumpkin ones.
Pumpkin one's good.
Yeah, the first pumpkin one we had. That's the best. So
We
far.
tend to do that with these taste tests. Is the first one's always really nice because the excitement's there, and then once we overload ourselves with snacks,
Start going out on a Saturday night, isn't it? So that was that cupcake time. So we're back on with our Halloween movie.
The finale of the Thorn trilogy.
The finale.
Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers.
it's interesting that it's a trilogy, even though it's 4, 5, and 6. That's kind of an odd.
Well, interesting from what you say, you've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 doesn't mention
That's
6.
Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers.
Right, so they've dropped the numbers now.
Yeah. So this is sometime after the events of 4 and 5.
Right. Now I've actually seen this recently.
Yes. So Jamie, Laurie's daughter, has now grown up.
Yep.
She's had a baby, but she has been kept a prisoner by this cult.
I can't remember how it doesn't explain how come she's pregnant though.
No, that's never explained in
So
the movie.
she went in the previous movie where she's been kidnapped.
She's a kid.
She's a kid, but now she's been kept by a cult and she's become pregnant somewhere along the line.
She escapes with the kid.
Yeah, and at the same time,
Michael Myers does as well.
because he's been kept by the cult as well. And it's something to do with they tried taking her baby and marking the baby with a rune,
Yeah,
and it's something to do with this kind of Scandinavian
blood curse.
curse of Thorn.
That I
Hence
think they
why the movies
apply
get
it to a family, and to sacrifice a family that somehow appeases The gods.
Or gods, yes. And so by putting this pure evil into that child, then that child then goes around murdering everybody else.
In their family. Which is kind of explaining why he seems to go after Laurie Strode in this timeline. Because in this timeline, Laurie Strode is his sister.
I don't know how that works.
It's a bit weird, and that's only because it is.
Yeah,
That feels like they're kind of grasping at trying to do a big twist, and they haven't really come up with much.
Jamie
or thought about it much.
survives about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then she gets impaled on a thresher.
Yeah, she gets threshed.
So she's the main character for the last two films.
Yeah.
And she gets killed in the first.
5 minutes, yeah.
That's bold.
At which point, the baby is found by Paul Rudd.
Yes, Ant-Man.
The guy that never ages.
Yeah.
I think he's a bit quirky, and it turns out he's Tommy, is it?
Yeah, he's Tommy
Tommy,
Jarvis.
and he's one of the.
No, not Tommy Jarvis. That's from Friday the 13th.
He's one of the original little kids that was being
Right.
babysat by Laurie Strode
Well, they
in
kind
the
of-
first movie.
Jumping in too much, but they do kind of play on that as well, don't they? In the remakes,
Hmm.
it's an interesting
Well,
development.
anyway, throughout this movie, basically, Michael seems to pursue
The baby.
him and the baby and some other side
So
characters.
why is he there? Is he just he's just a resident?
He's living across from the Michael Myers house.
And he
Right.
keeps an eye on, he keeps spying on the
'Cause
people living there.
He knows that Michael he's disappeared for however many years it's been, and he's basically keeping watch.
And he's become a kind of a bit of a
Recluse.
quirky recluse that people sort of think he's a bit weird.
Right.
Because the girl who lives in the house thinks that he's peeping Tomming her.
He now bumps
Peeping
in.
Tomming her.
He now bumps into Donald Pleasance, Dr. Loomis again.
I assume at this point he's probably quite old. Isn't
He's
he?
quite old.
19 I
He's
think this
quite
one
old.
In
was.
fact, it was the last movie he appeared in.
Unfortunately,
Because
yes.
the movie at the end is dedicated to the memory of Donald Pleasance.
Right. This one was 1995
Right.
for all my
Yeah,
film.
it's
date
surprising
fans,
because
aren't
it's quite a like a few years
But we-
after the last
I
one.
do recall all the iconic one-liners from Dr. Loomis about Michael, he's pure evil. He loves that one.
Wait.
That's what he's always. That's all Dr. Loomis ever says.
Yeah.
He's pure evil.
They're pursued throughout the entire movie, and the toe caps guy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about old Toad.
Turns out that he's
Clinking
Doc-
Batman.
he's
back.
Dr. Loomis's friend.
This is Buddy.
Oh,
This is Dr. Buddy.
that's a reach.
And they're searching for the baby as well for
He's the
unknown
head
purposes.
he's the head of the cult.
Right? We don't know exactly why.
Why?
We never find out why.
In fact, he kind of gets killed in a mass killing by Michael, and you
Yeah.
don't even see him get killed. You just assume that he's been
Yeah,
killed.
we just kind of assume.
Killed off screen.
yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Again, we're now in an abandoned hospital type place.
Setting.
Paul Rudd, or Tommy, and the kid are being pursued along with a side character and her kid as well. So
Yes, that's the ones who were living in Michael's old house.
Right.
and it seemed to be these. You go into this kind
Oh
of
gosh, yeah, because
biohazard room.
it's suggested that the chap who is the actual owners of the house are Laurie Strode's father's brother.
Yeah,
And it's
they are also related
Strodes.
to.
They're Strodes.
This was like a lot of stuff to pack into the
Oh,
final film.
I got really kind of like, it was like, who the hell is everybody trying to say?
Considering,
that?
as you said, the previous film, not a lot was going on. It sounds like they could have maybe stretched that out over two films.
Yeah, this one just seemed. It was better than the fifth one,
Yeah, it was better.
but it just seemed to pose more questions and answer none of
Nothing.
them.
And it almost struck me again. We talked back when in the original Halloween 2, they upped Michael to make him more stronger, more superhuman, more, almost like he's possessed but with abilities to be able to get shot and stand up again and continue onwards.
Immortality.
Yes, and I think they were trying to explain that he was some kind of vessel of some demonic force that was doing this, but it failed, in my opinion.
Final confrontations go. They beat him supposedly to death with a pipe.
Oh yeah, that's
So he gets
right.
beaten with a wood
2x4.
2x4 and then a pipe.
Another
Yep.
pipe.
And then we
Turns out
just
it's not actually that hard to kill.
Paul Rudd and the baby and everyone, they drive off. Donald Pleasant says, I've got some things to deal with here. And then we just finish on a shot of the mask on the floor.
Nice. They get
Oh,
dragged.
that's it. That's
They
it.
get dragged down by a clawed hand.
He gets
Nope.
Ah,
he gets injected. Michael gets injected with a load of green stuff that's never explained what the hell
Yeah.
it is.
venom.
Well, I don't know.
They seem to have
It was
some-
just-
becomes Bane.
It just seemed to be in this hospital. It was almost like in a hospital in this kind of theatre area where you do surgery, and it's got loads of these water butts that are stuck around with toxic written on them.
What was that? They kind of had like little
What's going on?
babies in like.
Yeah, little fetuses
Tanks.
in tanks.
Well, they're going to try and grow more, like
More
I don't
muscle.
know.
It just didn't explain. It
Emperor
didn't
Palpatine in
Yeah.
Return.
It posed just more
wherever that was
questions.
There's loads of little Snokes everywhere.
It
Yeah,
just-
what was that last one called?
I don't know. It
Rise of
that was it, yeah.
Yes,
Crikey, I even forgot
should
the name.
remember that because I was in that movie.
was on last night.
Yeah.
Bingo card.
Do you know, I worked on that movie. It was good fun working on that movie, but actually watched it. I've fallen asleep 3 times and haven't got the end
Oh,
yet.
don't even bother.
So,
Rabbit hole.
Yeah, but it was fun working on it.
So it's Star Wars special.
Maybe
Legacy play.
maybe next May. Next May.
Next May.
Yeah, next May. We'll do a
May-
Star Wars special.
May.
May the
Oh,
4th.
Oh,
Let's hope May the 4th
God.
is the Thursday. That'd be good.
That'll be good.
Okay. Anyway, so that's the end of the Thorn trilogy.
Yeah, not a very
The
good
6th
trilogy.
movie.
So, having not seen it, does it set up for more, or is it
No.
very much
no,
a finale?
No, it's a finale of those 3 movies.
Right.
That's it.
You can watch those 3 movies as they are.
So it's not like there was going to be a 7th one. It was like just that's it.
That's
No,
it.
that's it. So, by all means, go watch the Thorn trilogy and see what you think. Yeah, but then we move on to
I'm less,
H2O,
I'm less
isn't it?
intrigued by those than I am the third one. I'd probably rather watch the third season of
Yes.
Witch and not
Yeah,
bother with those ones.
yeah. I think that's the thing because it's a big letdown if you're a Michael Myers fan of the character.
Yeah.
Whereas number 3 being that it's got nothing to do with Michael Myers, it was kind of a letdown if you went to watch it hoping to see a Michael Myers movie, and then you find that it isn't.
Interesting.
But watching it for what it is, then 3 is 3. So then we're on to H2O.
H2O. Halloween, 20 years later.
And we get the return of,
Laurie Strode,
and
who
Jay-
didn't die.
and it's actually Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Hola.
So I'm assuming this is a reboot.
I remember when it came out.
She faked her death, apparently.
Yeah, she
So it
faked
does continue on from.
from the number 2, that would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Kind of.
they don't. They do not address the previous 3 films. They
Right.
just say that she faked her death.
Yeah.
That's all we
You
get.
assume.
When does she die then?
Well, you assume that because it's Laurie Strode and because it's Jamie Lee Curtis, older, obviously, years have gone by.
She's gone into hiding, and she's currently a head mistress at a school.
So therefore, it must ignore the others, 3 to 6. This one is a follow-on from 2. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And I remember I was really excited. Halloween H2O. Yes, because because wasn't it 20 years? Was it called
20
H2O because it was
20 years later.
20 years later.
Not because it was
yeah.
set underwater.
H20.
It wasn't anything to do with water. No.
Fun,
It was
weird,
Halloween.
fun, weird,
20 years
bizarre
later.
fact. If you're talking about, we're talking science now.
Oh.
The pH,
This is now we know show
The-
territory.
Yes, we like this.
the pH level of water
It's got
is
nothing to do with flat Earth, has it? Sorry. Carry on.
the pH level of water is 7.
Okay.
Okay, H20, H2O, 7th movie.
Right. It's a stretch.
Clutching at straws there.
Yeah. Oh come on, I've had that for ages.
Yeah, go for it. Fair enough. But anyway, I was excited when it was actually coming out. They were doing the new one, and it's got Jamie Lee Curtis in it because I like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Back on track.
As an actress, she's great.
Familiar ground now. We've
The
got
franchise is back on track.
This is going to be good.
Right.
And it wasn't.
Better than the previous
Yeah,
3.
forget the others.
This was the 90s now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We're well into the
Well into
90s.
the
Or
90s.
it
Yeah.
might even be into the 2000s now.
I couldn't tell you without. Go on, get your magic box out.
I'm a sucker for movie dates.
Well, anyway,
Um,
Michael discovers that she's still alive, so he goes to hunt
Hunt.
Laurie Strode.
Yeah, but this is where I have a big problem with the movie. Because Michael turns up in his boiler suit, okay,
Yeah.
and he looks like a anorexic 17-year-old has been put in that suit. It's just like he looks about 5'8". It's a baggy suit. He's got no muscle, there's no size to the character who's playing it, and the mask is so clean and white and like somebody's pulled it out of the prop department.
no, it's had no wear and tear.
No wear and tear. It just looks like a white ghost mask. But he's just not. There's no threat. It's just like the most unthreatening Michael Myers you can imagine.
So in this timeline, she and him are brother and sister. Okay.
Okay,
And they
so
all
they
know-
played back onto that again.
And she
Yeah.
knows that.
Yes.
Right.
So are they meant to try and say that Laurie Strode is like a illegitimate daughter of the Myers or something?
Did she have parents in the original?
No,
right?
she had parents.
Yeah, but how does Laurie Strode
Yeah,
be
that's what I mean.
Michael Myers' sister?
Well, because the parents of Michael Myers had another kid.
Yeah,
Yeah, but she has parents in the first one.
Yeah.
Like loving
and
parents.
her parents are Mr. and Mrs. Strode.
But they're the Myers family.
Yeah, the Myers
Yeah,
family.
we biologically know how babies are born. We're just trying to work out why she has parents.
Back to moist again.
Yeah, they're adopted parents. They adopted her.
Oh,
Oh,
they
okay,
adopted
that's
her.
what we needed to
That's
say.
what I'm saying. So she was
That's all you needed to say.
she was a Myers
Yeah.
and has been adopted
By
and
the
given the
Strodes.
name Strode.
Yes.
Right.
That's more sensible, Zach. This is what you were
I
missing out.
thought you'd seen these films as well.
Yeah, we have, but we need our vessel
Vessel of
knowledge,
pure evil.
of knowledge to tell us
I
all
mean,
about.
I am standing here in a Nightmare on Elm Street jumper.
Yeah,
Very
so
on
you've got
brand.
your Freddy, your what they call it, channeling Freddy at the moment in your jumper while drinking your bat's blood.
Anyway. So they basically
Hopefully you don't embody what
they
Freddy
basically
Krueger, what
no.
Freddy Krueger's
Anyway,
beliefs are.
this just stop that.
Okay.
They'll invade your dreams otherwise. Anyway,
Are you
so
finished
yeah, come on.
picking on me for
So he finds Laurie being the governess at a school.
the head teacher.
Well, that is a governess, isn't
Why
it?
would you say governess?
It's America.
So then it just goes on a killing spree, doesn't
Yep,
it?
goes killing spree in school.
Oh,
It's one of those
typical.
ones where nobody can outrun a really slow walking,
They have
wimpy looking Michael
they have a
Myers.
showdown. We think he's dead.
Again.
She then gets in the van to make sure he's dead, drives him off a cliff, squishes in between a log and the van, and then decapitates him.
I'll do it.
That
The
should
end.
do it.
The end.
Unless you're a deadite.
That sounds a little bit underwhelming, that one.
It's better than what we've had previously.
Honestly, it's. Have you not seen it?
No.
Right, watch it because it is better. But and I cannot emphasise this enough. The character of Michael Myers is so non-threatening. It's just, how can this person be scary? You just think you just go up there and knee him in the nuts, just like, oh. Right, that's that sorted.
And it was 1998, for anyone who's wondering.
Okay, so that means it's cupcake time.
Cupcake time.
Right, where are we now? We're on.
Oh my
six.
god, what have you done?
We're at number 8.
What have you done? You bought vegan cupcakes.
Oh my god!
grabbing veg by the bulbs. Hi, we're Derek and Chad. We're chefs and brothers who craft humble vegetables in the stuff of food legend. Prepare for veg unleashed. You
Right.
bought vegan cupcakes into the...
Well, yeah, okay. I'm not going to comment on vegan cupcakes
Okay.
because if
haven't
you're a
eaten them
vegan, if you're a vegan, that's fine. That's a belief
that's on you.
system. It's a belief system.
We'll just blame Derek and Chad. If they're not
But
right.
these are called Wicked Kitchen for pumpkin spice flavoured cupcakes.
Grabbing veg by the bulbs.
And it says sweet and warming pumpkin spice. Sponge cakes topped with dreamy vanilla flavoured frosting.
Grabbing veg by the bulbs.
You like the whole thing of grabbing veg by the bulbs.
We're chefs and brothers who craft humble vegetables into the stuff of food legend. Everything we create is a bold marriage of delicate and punchy flavours, crunchy textures, and all with knife-sharp attention to detail.
Right,
It
okay.
goes on brand with Halloween.
So we've got 4 cupcakes here which have kind of like a, I don't know, what would you describe the topping
It's
like?
a pumpkin.
They look, well, I know it's got a little pumpkin feature on the top, but it's kind of like more like a white snowball that's been dumped on top of a cupcake. Yeah, rather than a piped.
Like a fat lemon.
Yeah, fat. then it's got this little smiley pumpkin on. Now, okay, these are vegan, so this is the time for the vegans to show me their stuff.
There's some weird ingredients in this, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if I'll read them afterwards, you can see if
Okay.
you can identify.
Kind of looks a bit sticky.
All right. Well, I'm going to unwrap it. It's heavy.
It
It's actually a heavy cake.
It's very stodgy, isn't it?
It's a heavy cake.
I think the cake to icing ratio is very.
Okay, it's half
Ooh.
icing.
Oh, that looks very stodgy.
That's weird.
Ugh.
I mean, obviously there's no milk because it's vegan.
No honey because it's vegan.
What on earth is that like?
It's more
that
like
a cake?
It's kind of
More like
flapjack.
well, flapjack. It's kind of more like Jamaican ginger cake. Do you ever have Jamaican ginger cake?
I think so.
That's not. Oh God, that is not sponge.
No,
I actually quite like it.
I don't. I prefer the fondant.
It's not.
Not really getting any pumpkin.
I'm just getting nothing from it.
That's no flavour.
Where's the spice?
No flavour.
I actually quite like this.
I don't know where. Well, the cake is more like Jamaican ginger cake. It's not a sponge cake. I didn't even notice the pumpkin go
No
down.
pumpkin, no.
The little pumpkin thing on it. You had a sticky.
It just tastes like cardboard.
You had a chewy dog, didn't you?
Mm.
But the pumpkin disappeared.
I went to the doctor's for that.
That was an experience. It's not a cupcake. It tastes actually. I'll tell you what. It kind of tastes like maybe if I hadn't known that it was bought, I'd think that somebody's made that in their kitchen.
Yeah, it's a bit more homemade. Well, Derek and Chad made it. So.
What were the ingredients you wanted to?
Well, it says, interestingly, vanilla flavoured frosting. Do you get any vanilla? I got
It just tasted like a sugary topping.
humicat.
What?
None of these really make much sense.
Well, there's another one if you want it.
Cider vinegar.
Well, I like apple cider vinegar.
Ginger. Do you get any ginger?
A little bit ginger.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it had a reminiscence of a Jamaican ginger cake.
Cinnamon. Do you get any cinnamon?
There could be a bit of cinnamon in there. Yeah, I can
maybe
see
a little
that.
bit cinnamony. Fennel. Nutmeg.
Nutmeg, maybe. Yeah. Again, it's just. That,
Okay, I didn't mind it.
It was heavy cake.
Yeah. For a vegan thing.
But would you go back to the table for a second?
Maybe.
I ain't going to say that it's. Listen to me. I ain't. I am not going to say that it was foul. It was perfectly edible. I mean, it's certainly the Sainsbury's ones that we tried, which were in just overdose on sugar. It was better, I would say, than that. But it was odd. I don't know. Again, I'm coming in at a 4.
Well, I don't know what you were eating, but I thought that was horrid. So I'm going to give it a 1.
I'm going to say 7.
I'm giving it a 4 because it wasn't your traditional cupcake. It was, for me, like Jamaican ginger cake, which I like. Ergo, I'll give it a 4 because I liked it, but I didn't think the topping was anything too special.
I agree the topping could have had something on top, maybe a bit more cinnamon or maybe just something to sort of separate it.
Yeah.
But I really liked it. I'm going to give that a 7 out of 10.
So you give for the Wicked Kitchen 4
Vegan
pumpkin
cupcakes.
spice
I feel like that was the most divisive of the cupcakes.
And now we get into the most divisive of the
of the
Halloween
horror
films.
films.
I
Yes.
assume. I don't know.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
We've
Trying to
done.
make some
We've now
tension.
finished with number
So,
7, H2O.
Yep, that was H2O. So pretty conclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Decapitated Michael Myers, right?
End of story.
He has
Yeah.
no head.
End of story.
No more Michael Myers.
Unfortunately, in its direct sequel, Halloween Resurrection,
By the
There's a
title, I would
clue.
assume that there's a headless Michael Myers running around.
unfortunately, it wasn't Michael Myers
Oh, I remember.
that got decapitated.
Spoilers if anyone's not seen it.
It was one of the paramedics.
Ah,
He
yeah,
swapped
that's
places
it.
with the paramedic, and the paramedic couldn't speak because he'd been muted, and he put the mask on, got crushed, got decapitated,
Well, that's a bad day at work, isn't it?
Yeah.
and he escaped. And therefore, now Laurie Strode is in a mental asylum.
Oh, it's got me a bit Terminator now.
Yes, they
So why are they stuck
This
her
was
in?
2002.
Because she decapitated.
because she
a
decapitated a
paramedic.
paramedic.
So she's in a secure unit.
Yes, and they're trying to give her lots of pills and stuff, but she's on it. She's hiding
Right.
the pills in
This is
her
very-
teddy bear.
Right. So this is very much Terminator
This
2.
is very
But
Terminator.
she knows that Michael is still out there,
Right.
and he's going to come for her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's that sort of film.
Anyway, so she sets an elaborate trap to capture him on the roof of the building. Unfortunately for her, when he arrives, the plan goes tits up,
Okay. That's an English expression, by the way.
and she ends up getting stabbed and killed.
Is this all in the first?
This is on the roof, is
This is all in the first
I
10
was going to
minutes.
say, I thought it was like
10
a whole
minutes?
movie.
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay.
So Laurie Strode is no more. She's dead. She's gone.
She's gone.
Completely dead.
That was Jamie Lee Curtis again,
Yep.
wasn't it? Yes.
Hmm.
I'm intrigued.
And then what happens after that, Zach?
He goes home. He goes to his house. Unfortunately,
Oh, yes, it's coming back to me now.
unfortunately, they're filming a reality TV show there,
Oh, okay. It's taken a left turn.
All about Michael Myers.
all about Michael Myers, and they've got somebody
A reality show?
pretending to be
about the
a
murderer.
haunted house.
Not like a
like-
documentary.
Yeah, like the Haddonfield, psycho murderer.
Not a reality show. Like a documentary about Michael Myers.
They're filming a haunted house thing, okay?
There's a big difference between a reality show and a
I
documentary.
I don't know, because the blurred lines these days.
Whatever. They're filming some kind of TV program in the house with a
Right.
fake Michael Myers going around pretending to kill people.
Okay.
Unfortunately for them, the real one turns up and ends up killing everyone.
That's an interesting concept, I suppose. It's a bit different.
Isn't that a bit like that Freddy Krueger movie? Where they're doing a movie of Freddy Krueger. And Freddy Krueger.
Oh, New Nightmare.
A New Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I couldn't get to the end of that. I got bored.
Okay.
Oh.
Anyway, so I digress. So Michael is now back to his house, and he's
He's murdering everyone
murdering everybody.
So is there a reason why he went back to his old house? Is it
because he
just
lives there.
Because he lives there, because that's where you go. I'm going to go home.
So is that a thing that is a recurring thing, or is that just a thing that he wants to go back to his house?
I mean, he usually seems to be frequenting Haddonfield around that
Yeah,
particular
but you
area.
do kind of,
I'm
again,
just thinking from a
in
screenwriter's perspective, like what all these
movies, you
things
do
mean.
tend to have like those towns that something's happened
Elm
and
Street.
it keeps coming back to the same town all the time.
Anyway, final confrontation, he basically gets electrocuted and set on fire. But then he's gone.
Right, or is
These are all very much starting to sound like the same ending.
he?
And that's it.
So Laurie Strode's now dead.
Yep.
She died a while ago in the
And
film. by
Michael
the
is
sounds
now
of it.
being burnt to death and exploded and dead and whatever.
Supposedly.
Okay, this is
But he's
this
gone.
is number
8.
8. Okay,
Blimey.
And that's it.
okay, that's it.
After that, clean slate, new movies, remakes.
That's
Oh
that's
yes,
a
because
really,
now we're right. Okay,
that's
okay.
a really underwhelming end
Yep.
to a duology of
Do you want
Halloween.
to
Well, does it be a trilogy from the first?
Duology.
do you
Well,
want to-
Or quadrilogy if it
yeah,
count the
no, it
first
should
two.
be. Yeah, it should, because they did connect, so it should be the 4.
Yeah.
So it might not be the most disappointing ending to a Halloween trilogy. Let's say that.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh, controversial. Should we go for our next cake?
Oh, I think we should wait until
Okay.
the next one.
Okay, we get through this one. So
So,
now
where are we now?
Okay.
we are, if I'm right in my movie memory, into Rob Zombie Zone.
We are.
There was a fantastic podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There's an interview with Rob Zombie. So if anyone's listening and they're interested, it's a very good interview.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
As we're into Rob Zombie territory. just
so
thought I'd
Rob
mention it.
Zombie decides to resurrect.
He wants to do a Conan film as well.
Well, I wish they would do Conan Crown of Iron
Well,
just
he just did the monsters, didn't he?
to finish.
Yeah, it
off.
wasn't very good apparently.
Anyway,
Conan of the Isles, is that the other one?
I don't know, but I mean, the original Conan trilogy was meant to be like Conan the Destroyer, which was
So-so.
So-so.
It exists.
But I'm just trying to think of the who was the original director? I should know this off the top of my head. But the original director had planned it to be a trilogy of movies with Conan, finishing with Conan Crown of Iron, where in Robert E. Howard's books, Conan has become king of Aquilonia, but then his other half gets
You're wearing a
kidnapped.
t-shirt.
Yeah, I am wearing a Conan t-shirt. Gets kidnapped by a wizard, and so Conan throws away the crown, so to speak, and goes back to his roots of being the Sumerian wanderer and corsair in order to go on this one final adventure and save his other half.
So, Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Yeah. They, for a lot of it, about the first half an hour, it's all backstory. It's all Michael Myers as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Leading,
Half an hour. Blimey.
yeah, pretty much. It's a big chunk leading up to the events of the beginning scene of him killing his sister.
That's interesting. I like that they kind of went back. I've not seen it, but
I haven't seen that movie for a long time.
Basically, he's being bullied and harassed by his parents and stuff. He's been brought up really badly and basically snaps.
Mm-hmm.
They really go into the
So,
analysing,
the
trying to
psychological
explain
side.
do you how do you feel with that sort of thing? Like, for example, what comes to mind is the Joker, the new Joker film. Well, came out 5 years ago. How do you feel about them kind of exploring the actual backstory of some of these villains? Because I feel like what made Michael Myers scary is the fact that he didn't have a motive. He was just crazy. Whereas if you kind of explain it all, it kind of
detracts.
It can kind of give
can
you a
detract.
sympathy for the actual bad guy in a movie. But then that worked in. You're talking about the.
just in general, like
Yeah, but with the
exploring
Joker, that worked.
Yeah.
I absolutely adored that movie, and I thought it was good they did that
Yeah.
because it explained a lot of things, but you could also see the tipping point of what would push somebody over the top. In this instance, I think that the Halloween
So is it,
movie should really have been more to do with just an unexplained horror, an unexplained, just pure nasty,
pure evil?
pure evil.
So is this a complete reboot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't have
Straight
anything to do
reboot.
with the John Carpenter.
No.
No, it is basically the first one again, but they go into the explanation as to why he goes
Right.
crazy.
Interested about that one.
And we worked through that, and that pretty much follows.
It follows pretty much exactly the same. Malcolm McDowell is Dr. Loomis.
Oh, Clockwork Orange.
And they end up back at the hospital for the
Yeah.
second one.
Fun fact: they don't paint Dr. Loomis in the best of lights. He's
No.
kind of blamed for a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Loomis in that one is not a nice character.
Is he?
He's kind of made out to be the villain.
He's been recast. How does he hold up to Donald Pleasance?
No, Donald Pleasance is.
He is Dr.
He
Loomis.
does, right.
Whereas in this one, he's all out for selling his book, and Michael Myers is his study subject, and it's like, he's going and doing his
It's a
public
bit,
talks.
Yeah, a bit cruel.
And he's
That's
just,
more in the second one.
Yeah, more in the second one. But
Is it? I don't remember that. I've seen that one.
but that's it. I mean, but when we get to the second one, I mean, so the original second one starts at the hospital, whereas the second Rob Zombie one starts at the hospital, but it's not all.
Well, you say that, but he gets shot, he falls out the window, he's on the lawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't disappear, but he's picked up by the paramedics.
And this is the Rob Zombie.
Going into the second one, he's then driven away.
Cow.
At which point the paramedics hit
A cow.
a cow.
It's a brilliant scene.
The real villain of the piece.
And then he escapes, and we don't hear anything from him for a year.
Yeah. But so what I was trying to say is the original Halloween 2 was all in the hospital. Whereas the start of Halloween 2, Rob Zombie, starts at the hospital.
Kind of
deals with it at the beginning of the movie.
You
and
say
then-
that, it's kind of more like a dream sequence. So you kind of imagine she's in the hospital.
I've seen that one.
Yeah. But then we move on. So
It's a year later.
and Laurie Strode is now up.
Michael has
growing
been hiding in a barn for some reason.
This is Halloween 2.
Yeah.
Right, we jumped.
Yeah.
What? Out of interest, because it's a reboot. Obviously, Michael Myers is a different thing completely now.
Mm.
How does he compare to the original Michael Myers?
He's big.
Yeah, this is what the one thing for me about the Rob Zombie ones was that Rob Zombie said, "Yeah, we've now gone from like H2O, where he's just non-threatening, skinny little thing that doesn't even fit in the costume, to right, let's just make him a beast."
Right.
And that's what he does. When he comes back and he makes especially the appearance in the Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, he's like a 6'6" Viking. He's just packed with
More
muscle.
Jason.
I mean, he managed to flip a car.
You know, he literally he suddenly comes over as unstoppable strength.
He's more of an imposing threat.
Yeah, I mean, no, you can imagine this guy because of the size of the guy. See, that was the thing. When you've got a little man playing,
A very small man.
yeah, very small man, it's a very small man playing Michael Myers, who's then picking somebody up by the neck and holding him up against the wall. You're going, well, he must be possessed by some kind of superhuman demon to be able to do this, because the actual character is so physically unable to do that.
Yeah.
But in the Rob Zombie ones, this guy, he literally could just pick somebody up and snap him in two. He's just a monster.
Yeah, he doesn't
whole
need a
human beast.
knife.
He's just a monster, and
Interesting.
he's going around just literally mullering everybody. I liked the second one a lot when I first saw it. I still do, although I've kind of gone down on the actual female characters in it a bit, because
They're not as memorable.
they tend to be the Laurie Strode character, very screamy. Lots of screaming.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan in these movies of the kind of over-examination of why he's
well,
crazy.
It kind of had this connection with the mother, with Michael's mother, and these dream sequences with a white unicorn.
I remember, yeah.
I think it's just a white horse. I don't think it's a unicorn.
Wasn't it a unicorn?
It may have been.
Or
I'm not sure.
I'm probably getting confused with Blade Runner. But it was a white horse anyway. Yeah, so it's this white horse, called a white horse. White horse dream sequences, which were all a bit odd.
Bit surreal.
And it's almost like by the end of it, that Laurie Strode has now become
Just kind of...
Michael-esque type of...
Yeah, because she kind of walks out of the barn after the final confrontation. Dr. Loomis is dead. Michael's been impaled and been stabbed. She walks out of the barn with the mask on.
Yeah.
See, I've seen that one. I don't remember that.
And then she ends up she ends up with that institution, doesn't she? And she's kind of having this dream sequence, and you feel like she's now taken on the mantle of Michael.
Kind of.
So is it the mask that's...
But I can't see it's the mask, because the mask's really got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Because Michael is psychotic at the beginning of the whole genre as a child, wearing a clown outfit.
Yeah.
He only randomly chooses the William Shatner mask.
Spray paints it white.
It's just a random choice of masks. But it becomes the iconic mask. That's why it stays in the movie. But I don't think the mask has got anything to do with the power of Michael.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the Rob Zombie duology.
Yeah. Which I think are well worth a viewing if you've never seen them before.
Seen the second one. Don't recall much of it. Which
Okay.
doesn't always bode well with me, because if I don't remember it, then I tend not to have enjoyed it.
Right, we're going
Back to Mr. Kipling.
Mr. Kipling again. This one, I've got to say, Zach spotted these ones, because these were meant to be an alternative one. It's a Mr. Kipling 6 terrifying toffee whirls.
I mean,
They're not cupcakes.
they look like they've got gherkins in them.
Yeah, they do
Oh,
actually.
they're green. Is that green?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they look like we've got a gherkin on
It's
them.
got a spooky
Is that what's
cover.
terrifying about
In
them?
fact, they've used the same spooky cover as they had on the other cakes.
If they're toffee and apple flavour, that'd be really nice.
There you go.
If they're apple with the
Dig
green.
in. So these ones are like a Viennese whirl, aren't
It's
they?
a shortbread, isn't it? It's a shortbread.
It has got some kind of a...
That does not look appealing.
Okay.
So mine's
So we're
oozing-
taking a slight sidestep here, because these are Viennese whirls and not cupcakes.
I mean, we've already had the cake stick thing. Mine is oozing white liquid from the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the taste is the terrifying part.
It's not softer than I thought it'd be. And very dry.
Very, very dry.
We said that about the other Kipling.
Yeah. This is too manufactured.
I like about half of the filling, but the other half not so much.
What flavour is it?
I don't know.
It's meant to be terrifying toffee.
Oh, that's supposed to be toffee.
Yeah, I'm getting toffee.
Oh no, stuck in my teeth.
Well, I'm actually very disappointed on several different levels. Firstly, all the cupcakes have looked Halloweeny.
Yeah. They look better on the picture.
Apart from Mr. Kipling, the first lot we tried, if you had them on a table, you might say they were slightly Halloweeny because of the colour.
Yeah.
But these things,
You wouldn't know the difference.
these aren't Halloweeny at all. These are just factory made. Mr. Kipling, you do not make exceedingly good cakes.
Go there.
What? It says, light shortcake swirl. Sorry, listeners.
Right,
Mouthful.
it's so dry.
I say it is very difficult to talk. Light shortcake swirl filled with a toffee flavoured buttercream and toffee sauce.
That's not light.
I didn't get much toffee at all.
It's
Really.
not light at all. That's chunky.
It's very stodgy and dry,
Back to the bat's blood.
much like me.
Don't choke. Don't choke.
Stodgy and dry. Oh no. Jack is now stodgy and dry. He's not moist at all.
No, I've lost my moistness.
No, Mr. Kipling, you can take a run and jump.
Jesus.
No, I'm going to give Mr. Kipling a big fat 0 on that last one. Just
really?
absolutely
Wow.
no. It's pointless. It's just a pointless mouthful of.
I think if I was really hungry and I wanted something sweet, I'd maybe, but I'm going to just go on the...
That's pointless food.
Need more filling.
It's pointless. It's just
food.
pointless food.
Personally,
Dust would be nicer. Than that.
I preferred it to
Bit of
the silly vegan
Bit of
thing. The vegan thing promised so much and delivered very little, but I preferred it to that.
I was being generous with the vegan one, giving it a 4, but that thing was. Ugh.
I'm going to give it a 3.
I'm going to give it a 2.
Okay.
Right, so Mr. Kipling.
I've been nicer to all of these companies than you.
Mr. Kipling, no, he's panned out on that one. That's not even Halloweeny.
Yeah.
You take it out of the packet. There's
What
nothing-
was
should've,
terrifying about that? The taste?
We should have had a
taste.
we should have had a rating on how Halloweeny it was.
Yeah, that was a big fat 0 on that one. If I put that in front of you and said, what season would you consider these whirls remind you of?
The only,
Might have been nicer with it.
Easter?
the only Halloween
Christmas?
part of that was the packaging.
It would have been nicer with it.
To be honest, the packaging probably would have tasted better.
if it actually had a gherkin in it, it would have been actually good.
Yes, I think the gherkin would have been the terrifying bit.
Surprise gherkin.
But I like gherkins, so it probably would have improved
Just
it.
one of each packet has a gherkin.
Not the gherkin. See, they're missing out on it. Anyway,
Right.
we're finished with Rob Zombie, which brings us up to what number? Rob Zombie comes to what? 8, 9?
No, 8 was Resurrection.
Okay, so
9 and 10. So
Rob
we're now
Zombie.
on to 11.
We're past the 10 mark. We're
Which
on to 11.
is...
Well, technically, they are numbered, but they're also kind of reboots. So
Yeah.
it's technically back to number 1 or number 2,
Number 2. So we're on to Halloween 2018.
Right.
or just Halloween.
Yeah.
So this is where we get Jamie Lee Curtis back, yeah?
Yes.
Now,
Huzzah!
I have seen this one,
So this
so I can
time,
contribute to the conversation.
this time, if I'm right, and Zach will correct me if I'm wrong, this time the whole genre resets,
Back to number
and this
1.
is back to number 2.
No.
End
No,
of number
1.
2.
No.
Oh, it's end of number 1.
Number 2 doesn't fit.
Oh, doesn't
Doesn't
fit.
fit anymore.
Right, okay,
Sorry.
so we've gone the original,
Yep.
and now we're number 2 is
Halloween.
Halloween 2018.
It's like the third sequel to the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They really do keep coming back. They keep going back.
In this timeline,
Yep.
Laurie Strode is not the sister. There is no sister. He killed his sister.
Yeah, so
She's just
back
the
to
survivor.
babysitter again.
She's just the
The
survivor.
surviving babysitter.
I mean, that wasn't the case in the Rob Zombie one, was it? The
No,
sister thing.
it was.
Oh, they were brother and sister. Okay.
Mhm.
I missed
Yes,
that
because of
whole
the
subplot.
mother. I said the mother in the dream sequence. You see.
Oh, see, I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
I did.
He fell asleep. So we're now the original Halloween, and then Halloween 2018 follows on,
This is however
this
many
is-
years later.
and this is one where she's gone total Sarah Connor. Hasn't
Yeah.
Right, yeah. She's on the shooting range.
She's
and
got her own shooting range.
Yeah.
She's tooled up. She's
got traps and things.
trapped.
yeah.
She's got the perimeter fences
She's
installed.
ready. But if I recall, he is back in an asylum, isn't he?
Yes, because there is some other. Is it a reporter that wants to do a
An
Podcasters.
expose.
podcasters?
Are they actually podcasts?
It's us terrible
got all meta
podcasters.
all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's us podcasters.
Weird fact. We worked on House of the Dragon,
Yeah, House of
Game
the-
of Thrones.
Oh yes.
The guy who's the podcaster in Halloween 2018, who causes Michael Myers to escape,
Is a Lannister.
and we worked with them.
I
Yes.
wasn't in any scenes with him, but
That's our
Yeah.
connection to
Well,
Halloween.
again, me and Jack, we're just the lowly scum of the earth. In
with the
our...
blood smudges in the background.
Yeah, we were just working the forge when you were hobnobbing with
Oh yes,
all the
yes. I am a highborn,
highborn. Yes.
Lord Holland of the Blue Fjords.
Okay, so we've got
It
this.
was the podcaster's fault.
podcaster's fault. So he goes in there, and what doesn't he show him the mask?
Yes.
So he shows him the mask, and it sets him off.
And fun fact, there's kind of like a sneaky villain in this one. The Dr. Loomis character, Dr. Sartain, kind of
Oh yes.
releases him.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
makes it look like he's escaped, but he basically
Releases
caused the
him.
accident.
And
Right.
for some reason, he's kind of a bit obsessed with Michael, but he's a bit of a
He wants to understand
psychopath.
him.
He wants to understand him, but he's also a psychopath himself because he goes around murdering police officers and things, doesn't
Yeah.
he? And it all gets very, very messy.
And doesn't necessarily go his way.
No, because he
Gets his head stomped.
yes, he gets a bad ending from Michael.
Lots of inventive kills in this one.
Yes, lots of
Yeah.
action.
So we're back to the more traditional slasher.
Yeah.
Yes.
And upping the ante with the excitement, the action.
Music was good. I thought the music was good.
See, I recall really enjoying that one, the 2018 one, as kind of a sequel to the first, because we
We did a
famously
marathon.
did a marathon of the 3. At the time, there was 3.
Yeah. And
Um,
so Michael, you would think that by the end of it, he has
He's been trapped
he's been trapped.
in a burning basement of this burning building.
That's right. And so he is.
He's been shot. He's had half his hand blown off with a shotgun.
That's it.
And you think that's it. He's done for.
I'm going to be controversial here and say that is my preferred finale to Halloween. He died in the basement. He got burnt. That was it. We can forget about the next two. That's kind of in my head.
Personal
canon.
opinion.
Yeah. You kind of because it kind of goes.
That's more of an ending to me.
If it was Terminator, he would liquidise and come out of the flames and then come back and start.
But he's not a
chasing
Terminator.
No, he is not. So they had to get around that.
We'll
So
have
what
to
did they get around that? Where did they get around that? The next movie, he's hiding in a gun cabinet.
See, just forget about it. It's so much easier.
He's hiding in a gun cabinet. Yeah.
Unfortunately, firefighters come and save him.
Yes.
Unwittingly.
Unwittingly, they find him in a gun cabinet.
Right.
And he basically massacres all of the firemen.
I mean, this is Halloween Kills, we should say, is the next one. That is probably the most, that I've seen, the most kind of gory in terms of like inventive kills.
They take the kill count and then
it lives up to the name.
Double
Halloween
it.
Kills.
Yeah. But it also, at that point, what I didn't like, that's when they bring the town of Haddonfield involved in it.
Yeah.
The whole townsfolk become involved in it.
Yeah, it becomes like a folklore of the town.
Like a witch hunt type of thing. And I didn't like that.
I think they kind of make out that it turns the town into a monster.
Itself, yeah, we have become the monster.
Yeah.
And the kid from the original comes back.
Yeah, Tommy.
Not played by Paul Rudd this time, but played by
Is
somebody.
the original actor, I think.
Yeah.
And a couple of other characters. And they basically go on a hunt for Michael. And it doesn't go their way at all.
No.
Every attempt thwarted. Rather gruesomely. Much to my smiling face.
It's the Freddy in
Yeah,
it.
because we saw this at the cinema, didn't we?
You did. You did a little preview before you went in there.
Back in 2021?
Last year.
It's only last year.
Yeah, it's last year. It's 2022.
It's been a long year.
Yeah, it was good fun seeing it at the cinema.
Yes, it was a good cinema experience, yeah.
And I remember you guys coming back from that because I didn't see it at the cinema. I have seen it, obviously. But you came back and you were buzzing. You said it was really good.
Yeah.
Which leads us to, before the big finale, another taste testing.
Ooh.
Now, this one is quite odd because I saw it and the actual packaging on these, not cupcakes, they are cherry jelly 5 mini loaves.
Mini loaves.
And it's called Scream. And
That's not very on brand with what we're doing today. We should have been talking about the Scream film.
Scream. But then
There's only 5 of those.
Then I realised that it's actually Saurine. You familiar with Saurine?
I've heard of the name, yeah.
So they've just changed the logo from Saurine to Scream.
Oh, very inventive.
Very inventive.
At least they're going out.
The packaging is looking
What would
Halloweeny.
What would Mr. Kipling change his spooky name to?
Mr.
Crippling.
Mr. Killing.
Mr. Crippling.
Yeah,
Mr. Crippling.
there you go. He's Mr. Trickler.
Yeah, Mr. Crippling makes exceedingly
Crippling.
horrific cakes. No, it's not because they're nice. Oh, they're in individual packets. Look, there you go.
Oh, these are chunky.
Look, so we've got actual Halloween packets.
I was going to say that had a smell, but they're not out of the package yet. So
It
it's
does,
not
have, it does have a cherry
does.
smell, yeah.
It has a cherry smell, so these are meant to be cherry loaves.
It's permeating through the packet.
Now,
And they're vegan again.
what I will, well, you say vegan. Are they vegan or are they just they're vegan approved?
I mean, I would assume that means they're vegan.
Yeah. Well, you'd be surprised because well, I ain't going to get into a big vegan discussion, but
That does not look healthy.
unlike
like a
the
lot
Mr.
of carbs.
Kipling swirls that looked zero Halloweeny,
Judging by the
judging by the picture on the front of these, they're
are
like meant to be sort of bloody.
It smells
inside.
like bread, but it's got like weird bits in it.
it's like it's got uncooked beef in the middle of it. It's like a sausage roll. Ugh. That's disgusting.
No. One, no.
It's like eating Play-Doh.
Oh my god! You can make that into like what was it like? There was a guy off the TV. The plasticine morph. It's like what you'd imagine morph. It's like
Eating more.
Oh,
I'm
right,
good.
Let's
No.
go back in its packet.
Nope.
Look at the empty pastry at the top.
It's like somebody squeezed more.
Right, Scream cherry jellies,
0.
mini loaves.
0.
0 from me. Oh, I've still got half a mouthful.
Oh,
I'll have
it
some more
tastes
cherry coke. That's plenty.
It's literally like eating pasta seam.
Oh, no. You could plug a hole up with that. Sinking ship. Thank you.
I'll have a little bit as well.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely horrific.
I'm not even getting much cherry from that.
It looked appetising from the picture on the front.
Yeah. Is there any jelly in there?
Nothing. Don't know what it
I
was.
feel ill now after that. That is
Stodgy.
worse than Halloween 5.
So, Saurine's Scream. Get 0 from me, 0 from Zach.
Deliciously spooky. Definitely not.
Definitely not. What did they get from you, Jack?
There's a 1, I think.
Oh, I think they. Well, there you go. You're being generous.
It's everything. It was the texture. As soon as I bit into it, I was like, this isn't right.
It was just all wrong.
The filling had no anything to it.
Right. Well, I'll be putting those down the orchard for the foxes.
There's a one-eyed
They'll leave them.
Cyclops vampire cherries on the front.
Yeah, bizarre. Anyway, so we've still got one set of cakes left. We'll use those for the finale. But talking about finales, we need to get on to
Halloween Ends,
which is number 13.
Which is an exclusive review from Now We Know Show.
So if
it's
you
recently
don't want
come
any
out.
spoilers,
Turn off now.
no,
maybe skip ahead a bit.
Should we go for spoilers in this, or should we just sort of discuss it in a ambiguous
Maybe
kind of
we'll
way?
go spoiler-free for now.
Okay,
Spoiler-free for now.
ambiguous on it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd say when I came out of the cinema, I'm going to jump right to the end. When I came out, I'd said it was, for me, it was a good ending, but not a great ending.
See, I was really not that impressed with the ending, to be honest.
Okay.
I
The start was great. The start actually had me
start
in the
was-
cinema go, oh!
Big shocking moment, yeah.
Yeah.
No
was like,
spoilers, but there is a big...
that was good.
There's a good twist as well, because you're kind of expecting one thing and it throws something else, which is
That
good.
was very much the case that I felt, that I went into that thinking this is going to be another Halloween Kills.
Right.
I thought it was going to continue
up
that
the ante.
up the ante again, but it was actually completely different to what I expected. But I didn't find myself dissatisfied about it. I liked it. It wasn't super
that's
amazing.
why I said, for me, it was good, but not great.
But what was...
Yeah.
But you did say, Jack, and I agree with you, you felt that this should have been that final, ultimate showdown.
Yes. It should have. It does not live up to the big sort of ending and finale, which I thought it was. I really enjoyed Halloween and Halloween Kills, as we've previously spoken about. So my expectations were pretty high, and I thought, well, if I really enjoyed these first two, if it sticks the landing,
Yep.
this will be a really great trilogy, or 4, depending on whatever. But I was just left a little bit like, most of that film felt pointless. Didn't really go anywhere. Things weren't really explained, which won't go into too much detail.
Yep.
And the final 10 minutes were the sort of film that I wanted to see. And then before I knew it, it was all over.
Well, you say it was the film you wanted to see, but it was still cranked down, I feel.
But I don't
mean,
feel like
it
you
just
cranked it
didn't-
down for that fight. Maybe do that for the second one. Introduce that
but it
kind
didn't
of
come
weird
out.
twist.
It didn't come out on a crescendo where you could feel it building, and then have this major, as we say, showdown finale.
Yeah, it kind of felt
This
like
is it. I mean,
this trilogy was kind of in the wrong order.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't a spoiler, but in the actual advert for this, in the trailer,
The marketing.
Laurie Strode's character, or should I say, the character of Laurie Strode, she says, it was something along the lines of either
Maybe
Michael,
he can die if I die
if
too.
I die too, which was a line that was never delivered in the
Movie
film.
at all.
So
It's quite an interesting moral concept.
and
anyway.
I kind of went into that movie expecting by the time we got to the end that ultimately the only way that Michael was going to meet his just desserts was if Laurie Strode also sacrificed herself.
Romeo and Juliet style.
But it wasn't the ending. That,
It was
it
it
wasn't
was
the ending
not what I was expecting.
Did you not just feel it was just very abrupt? It was like, oh yeah, this is a Halloween film. Quickly do this little showdown.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. It was a little,
End credits.
It was
Yeah.
a little showdown, not the showdown that.
But then if you look at that as an entire film, what is the first hour and a half all about? Like, it doesn't that did not gel with me at all. It worked
Yeah.
if you took the first hour and a half, put it in a completely different script.
It could have been a different.
It could have been
movie.
an interesting teen drama.
If
but-
they had called it The Babysitter Murderer,
Murderer. Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, yeah, that would have.
that would have worked really well.
But yeah, I enjoyed the experience.
It was the most outlandish of the three.
I always loved going to the cinema. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was
the cinema experience. It was nice to
Yeah.
see the chap turn up dressed as Michael.
Yeah,
Myers.
that was good. But just as a film, it just didn't stick
So
with me
what
at all.
would you say when it comes to the whole series of Halloween? What was your highlight?
It's very much a mixed bag. I think to start off with, it was going well, but as soon as you get after the second one, it's a bit kind of.
It's got its ups and downs.
We don't quite know what we want to do. We don't want Michael Myers. Okay, that didn't work. Let's throw Michael Myers, but we don't know what to do with Michael Myers.
add a twist. Yeah.
Add a blood curse.
Then we'll make him really big and gigantic.
Yeah, because they attack it from several different angles just to try and see if anything will stick, and nothing truly lands.
From what I remember,
quite as the original did.
From what I remember with the Rob Zombie ones, he did feel very much like Jason. You could have just taken his mask off and put the Jason mask on.
No,
It would have
I
been a
agree
very
with that.
similar
I
story.
think that was the thing. That's why I keep harking back to the Rob Zombie ones as being from the original my most favourite interpretation, because it is that unstoppable force. But you're quite right. You hit the nail on the head. I'm watching it and thinking, this person could be Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, yeah.
This is just another Jason Voorhees movie. The way he's going around tanking everybody.
Yeah.
So, But overall, I mean, I love Halloween, the movies as a concept.
Of the outlandish films in the series, I think it's probably the best of the unexpected twist things that had going on.
Branches.
Yeah, of the branches.
So I really enjoyed seeing Jamie Lee Curtis go the distance with it, though.
Yeah.
From the original to
Yeah.
the end.
I think it really needed her in it to really make it.
Yeah,
The only other one that's similar to that is that I can think of is like Scream, where you've had the same sort of main cast
They've
kind of all the
gone
way
followed
through.
all the way
Yeah.
through.
Other ones tend to obviously
Well, don't they make it? They kind of make a joke about it in the Scream films that they're kind of legacy characters.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, because the whole concept of them is talking about the tropes in horror
Yeah,
movies.
because it
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of becomes really meta. I know you haven't seen Scream.
I haven't seen the
Oh,
last one.
okay.
though.
Or the new Scream
Next
stuff.
Halloween.
Next Halloween we'll have to do the Scream ones.
My favourites, because mostly I have only seen these ones really, but for me it's the original Halloween and Halloween 2018. I'll be happy with just those two as an original and a sequel, and then it ends.
Number one and number two.
It ends at the end of the 2018
Well,
Halloween.
where he gets blown up. in
Yeah,
the
that's
basement.
it. That's my ending.
Yeah, that I could see that would work. You should bring that out as the Jack cut. The Jack cut.
But I really enjoyed Halloween Kills, and
Very much so.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Halloween
that's kind of just a
Kills.
nice like treat if you want to see like the interesting kills and things.
So do you think, lads? Do you think that Halloween ends?
Is it really the end?
Is it the end?
It's probably too soon to say now, but I'd imagine with a character like that, although it's been a while, it's been over 10 years since we've had any Friday the 13th or any
I think
Nightmare on Elm Street or
definitely.
anything.
Definitely.
So I think maybe it's time that we kind of bring those characters back and start exploring.
Or do you think it's time that they should come forward with a new breed of...
I mean, this is Hollywood we're talking about. They'll do
Well,
remakes before
as
they
it
do
stands,
original ideas.
Yeah,
The
well,
highest kill count goes to Michael Myers.
Yep.
Goes on.
He's got the highest kill count.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they've done so many Halloween films now. With this trilogy, they've basically upped the kills so much that he's overtaken Jason.
I mean, if you're in for the kills, I probably wouldn't. If you haven't seen the last one, I probably wouldn't recommend it. If you're in
Yeah.
for the
yeah.
most of them happen
Well,
off screen.
the ending, again, not giving any spoilers away, is pretty conclusive.
Mm.
You know, unless...
Or is it?
Well, that's the thing. You know, you would have said that at H2O, where she decapitated Michael, only for then the resurrection one for him to not be Michael because Michael has stuck the mask on somebody else. So, but that would be stretching it, I think.
I liked the ending of H2O with the decapitation because it felt conclusive. But then they had to go spoil it with resurrection.
Everything's got a twist in it.
Well, do you... Again, I'm asking the same question. Do you think that it's the end?
I don't think it'll ever. I don't think with a character that iconic that's in the sort of pantheon of Jason and Freddy, I don't think you'll ever get a final film. I think it will just keep going until it evolves.
I don't think if they did bring it back, I don't think they should have any of the Laurie Strode business.
Shoot him into space.
Anything. Jason.
We haven't had Michael Myers in space yet.
Michael Myers on the moon.
We've had Jason.
We've had Jason in space, Leprechaun, Pinhead. That's where we need to go.
So maybe.
But I think it's time. I think it's time that we explore. Maybe Blumhouse could do it. We explore Nightmare on Elm Street again, because that's an interesting concept. I think they could do that.
Oh,
now.
they did the
They did the remake.
What was the character? The character they
It was
used.
the guy who played Rorschach.
Rorschach, yeah.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a long time in Hollywood.
Yeah, it didn't gel for me, that one.
No, that was
but
very dark.
Yeah. There we go. Halloween.
Who's your favourite slasher villain?
Yeah, let us know in the comments. Yeah, please send us an email. Get back to us about that. We're going to finish off with our last set of cupcakes for Halloween.
Injection of E-numbers.
Can we actually do this,
my
guys?
God. I feel so full.
This is back to Tesco's again.
It's like the beer episode.
This is the 9 Halloween cupcakes.
The 9 cupcakes to rule
which
them
actually
all.
look like some kind of Halloweeny cupcake.
Kind of monster-y things.
The green ones just look sickly.
They look like Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very true.
Right. So can we get this open without?
I think they could probably be done for copyright on that.
And the orange one look like Tribbles from Star
Do
Trek.
you think they've actually done that? That they've made it into Monsters Inc.
I think that is a Mike Wazowski.
Now, my first problem is deciding what.
Well, from what I can see here, the orange ones are a normal cake, and then
Oh God, I've stuck my finger in it.
the blue and green
It's on me.
seem to be chocolate. So
It's
if
on
you either
me.
want a chocolate cupcake or a normal,
All right,
that's kind of your decision, really.
I've gone for the horrible luminous green one.
I'm going to go for a Tribble.
So who's the one with one eye in
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski?
I love how we've gone from Michael Myers to Mike Wazowski.
This is very sticky.
I guess I'm going to have to go with a blue one.
It's sort of like spaghetti on top of this one.
Yes.
Oh,
What's that? It's like a
It's not a good sound.
like a secret
it's the
topping. under
green.
there.
It's the green. It's
It's
putting
like
me off.
toffee or caramel or something.
Okay, so my blue one's got 3 eyes.
Okay,
We've all gone for a different one.
Mike's face is a bit chewy.
Okay, I'm going in.
Not Michael Myers, Mike Wazowski.
Oh,
It's very moist chocolate cake.
why is it so salty?
You've got a secret filling.
Have you?
That's really salty.
Is your salty surprise?
Yeah.
Is it?
I've literally got a salty,
Salty
surprise in
surprise.
my mouth. And it has come from one eye as well.
Is it moist? You got the one-eyed salty surprise cake
What one-eyed monster has left a salty surprise
in your
in
mouth.
my mouth?
What a finale.
Oh God!
Oh God, what happened?
I'm going everywhere.
It's like the cupcake was eating you. I don't know if I like this.
My fingers. Oh God!
Focus.
Why is it so salty?
It's in your moustache.
Oh,
It's like got little bits in it.
That's it. That's sugar overload.
someone needs to try a bite of this so I'm not going mad. It's so salty.
Oh God! I feel like I could swallow this.
That sounds horrific.
Just think of England.
I'm trying. I'm
You're
trying.
really trying. Got a bit of green. Got a bit of green in your moustache.
It's actually colouring my skin. I've got green fingers.
This
now.
is horrible. I don't know what the middle is. I'm going to put my tongue in the middle.
I don't think that's supposed to be there.
Oh, it's the filling, I think, that's salty.
How was yours, Zach?
Oh, what?
You had the blue one.
Oh, I don't like it.
Oh God, that is hideous looking.
It tastes like the sea.
Right, well, listeners,
Try it.
I'm not trying your.
Try the bit that I've not eaten.
don't go for the Tesco's cupcakes that
They're a
look.
mixed bag.
Try the bit I've not eaten, just so I'm not... Think how salt... Just
No, he
finish
doesn't.
them.
Give us a second.
Give us a second, precious. The ones that look like Monsters Inc. Oy, I think you should well avoid.
Put my one-eyed monster in your mouth.
Oh no!
It's weirdly salty. I don't
come
like it.
Come on, down in one.
It's still got like a salty aftertaste.
It's like a little nibble.
It's nibbling.
See? That's the reaction I had. It tastes
What
like
the
salt.
hell?
Why does it taste like salt?
I know, right?
Yeah, weird.
Well,
I
salty.
don't want it. Take your evil salty cake away from me. Put away that fiery.
I think they're going for like a salted caramel.
Then just stick it back in the box.
Yeah, that's not a winner for me.
That is an evil, evil
I
thing.
don't think. I
It
don't.
looks really sad now.
I wonder if we can donate.
I spent about £5 on those.
Yeah, I think we'll see if we can donate those cupcakes to the kids next door, maybe.
Oh, the salty.
My one was fine until I had yours.
Yeah.
And then it was just ridiculous.
You don't like
Yeah.
Jack's saltiness.
My
No.
salty one-eyed monster.
Yeah, mine had one eye as well. Did you have the three-eyed monster? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, blooming heck.
Yeah,
That orange one. One nibble.
Yeah, it's grim, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so final verdict on the 9 Tesco's Halloween cupcakes that look like they've copied Monsters Inc. I'm going to give that a fat 1.
Yeah, I've got to go with 0 on that.
Oh.
I've still got a salty after.
Now, that's the thing. With the blue one, I would have gone maybe mid-range, about 5. But that sickly orange spaghetti one-eyed monster surprise makes the score plummet to 0.
Avoid the orange ones at all costs.
That feels like a waste of my money.
Yeah, that's
My hard-earned money went on that, and I feel
But
disappointed.
we did get a podcast out of it.
That is true.
So
That's true.
you
We
have to
did it
look
for
on that.
you, the listeners.
Our suffering,
We have subjected ourselves to the
Our
sugar
pain.
overload,
Diabetes.
to diabetes.
our high cholesterol levels.
That's it.
I'm
So,
going to be steaming on E-numbers. I won't be able to sleep tonight.
you know, and whatever happens tomorrow morning.
And we've successfully gone through all of the Halloween films.
Yes, for your delectation.
With much of your help, because
I'm sure there
between
are
us,
some.
I'm not saying-
I'm sure the listeners out there have got to be Halloween movies within that whole long list of 13 movies that they haven't seen.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we haven't put you off.
What are your favourites? We'd love
You
to know.
Maybe you think.
I'm really
that-
interested to see Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Funnily enough.
Okay. Well, there you go. That,
Just by your description,
you
it
can-
sounds like something
you
I'd...
can report back on that. So I would say we should finish off there with a good old round of Happy Halloween, Halloween. Come on, Jack. Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Again, Happy Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Now, if you think we're annoying, you haven't watched the movie yet.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
That's a sickly and over-sugared goodbye from Buzz.
That's The Shape goodbye from Zach.
That's a salty surprise goodbye from Jack.
Goodbye.
Happy Halloween, 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 happy Halloween,
Silver Shamrock. Happy Halloween, 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 happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show. I'm Zach,
And I'm Buzz.
and in this episode we are going to be ranking all of the Michael Myers Halloween movies.
Yes, this is a little bonus episode.
Yes, so if you want to hear more about our thoughts on the Halloween movies, visit the Now We Know Show podcast and listen to episode 25.
Right, and what we're doing is we're going to rank 13 movies.
Yes.
Well, 13 is an unlucky number. So should we see if we can do 13 movies in 13 minutes?
We'll see. We're going to start at the beginning, compare them as we go along.
Okay, we've
And-
got a pile of movies. We're going to set them out on the shelf here
Yep.
as we go.
So by the end of this, we should know which is our worst and which is our favourite.
There you go. Sounds easy, but is it? Let's find out.
Okay, starting off. Halloween.
1978.
Yep, the original John Carpenter's.
Yep.
Really good.
Number one for me.
Well, we can't compare it to anything yet, so it's just going to go top of the list.
Top of the list. Okay. Next.
Halloween 2.
Yay!
Really good sequel, but
Ooh.
is it as good as the original?
It's not as good as the original, in my opinion, but that's only because in the original, you would not seen it before in 1978. This was like a stalker with a mask and he's...
Now, for me, this was actually the film of the Halloween franchise I got on board with it with. This was the first one I properly seen and really understood what it was. So, yeah.
I mean, as you can see from seeing it and now comparing it to the first one, this one follows on exactly when the first one finished.
Which was really good to see.
Which was, at the time, something you didn't really get to see very often.
And quite gory at times.
Yeah, I mean, they upped it a bit. So I do like number 2, but it doesn't come in...
Unfortunately, not as good as the first one.
Not as good as the original, in my opinion.
Yep, okay, so there we have it.
Okay, next.
Controversial time. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
That's it.
Now, does this even count as a Michael Myers Halloween film?
It does not count, in my opinion, again. That's what it's all about. But Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Nothing to do with Michael Myers. At the time I saw it, disappointed, because I was hoping to see yet more Michael Myers. This movie stands out on its own, completely.
Just because it's obscure and doesn't have anything to do with the rest of them.
So you've got to rate it on... Is it a good movie? And frankly, I think it's pants. I just didn't get it. I don't get it. And so that's going down the shelf for the moment.
Short answer, it's not as good as the first two.
No, so we'll leave that on its own for the moment.
Okay, now we're going into tricky territory. The first of the Thorn trilogy.
If you don't know about the Thorn trilogy, go and listen to the other podcast and it'll fill you in.
Okay, so Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
Yeah, again, a letdown.
Personally, the preferred one, in my opinion, of the
3
Thorn trilogy.
Okay.
It's where Michael Myers comes back.
Okay, so yay! At last he's back.
I think it's very bland, but it's the best of the 3. So
okay, but it's still going to be below Halloween and Halloween 2.
Yep, I think it's going to go above Halloween 3.
Yeah, Halloween 3 again, an anomaly
Because it has Michael Myers in it.
Yep.
But below Halloween 1 and 2.
Definitely.
The dreaded Halloween 5.
You summed it up, son. The dreaded. It is just like somebody decided to do a fill-in episode in some kind of soap opera, and there is nothing to the movie, no substance. It's
very non-ish.
Non-ish.
It's just filler. It is filler for the Halloween franchise.
I won't go into details, but you're like left at the end going, what the hell was that about? And why have we got so many unanswered questions?
Personally, I'm thinking below Halloween 3 Season of the Witch.
I am too.
Okay.
You know, it's pumpkin masks and worms. Beat that.
Okay, on to Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
Right.
The finale of the Thorn trilogy.
Yeah, it's certainly better than the previous one.
It's better than Halloween 5.
It tries to explain everything that's happened in the previous 2 movies.
But I don't think it's up to scratch with beating Halloween 3.
I think they kind of overworked it and maybe overthought it.
Yeah, there's so much. It has so many questions that they leave unanswered.
Certainly above Halloween 5, but below Halloween 3.
Yep, okay. Well,
that's in. Oh, they're moving along. Okay, what do we got next?
H2O, Halloween 20 years later.
Yay!
The return of Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yay! We get Laurie Strode, the original Laurie Strode, back.
Quite good.
Didn't mind it at all.
The only problem with it is Michael Myers.
Yeah, he is completely and utterly unscary. You can't understand why anybody can't just beat him up. He is so scrawny looking in this movie. He is just not scary at all.
I like the ending, but we'll get on to where that goes with the next one. I think it's going to go...
That will certainly go above Halloween 3, I think.
I'm personally saying it's going to go above Halloween 4.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you've done. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's currently sitting in
third place. That's
okay,
right.
So the sequel, direct sequel to H2O, we have Halloween Resurrection.
Right.
Completely undoes the ending of H2O.
Yeah, this is an odd one.
Even worse, they kill off Laurie Strode in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That is not very nice.
Poor old Jamie Lee Curtis bites the dust.
I mean, it's watchable. It's certainly better than Halloween 5 and 6.
Yeah. This is a difficult one.
It's quite tricky. It's kind of
Would
mid-range.
you put it in the same area as Halloween 4? Or better than Halloween 4?
They tried something new with it, but I'm not necessarily thinking it really stuck the landing.
Okay. I think it's probably, for me, is going to go in above Halloween 4. It's in fourth place as far as I'm concerned, but it ain't great.
It can't be forgiven for the fact that they killed off Laurie Strode.
Yeah, even though the actress, Jamie Lee Curtis, came back and then disappears quite rapidly.
So, completely clean slate. We're now on to Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Nice.
Quite good.
Thought out. Not as good as the original because it's very difficult.
Well, they try and go back into the backstory and they explore that a lot more of as to actually why Michael goes a bit crazy.
Although I will say that Michael is ramped up and is far more threatening in this.
That is definitely a plus point for this one.
Yeah. So I am going to certainly now replace Halloween Resurrection and stick in Rob Zombie's.
Please forgive us, we are running out of room slightly.
Rob Zombie is now into fourth place.
Sequel time. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Yay! Now I say yay because I really enjoyed this movie when I first saw it.
Personally, I don't necessarily think it works on its own, but as sequels go, I actually prefer this to the first one.
I preferred it to the first Rob Zombie movie.
Yeah.
Michael Myers is incredibly unstoppable in this.
Oh yeah, he flips a car at one point.
Flips a car. He is a Viking-style Michael Myers.
It's crazy. He's huge.
He is huge. The only bit of this that really kind of falls flat for me is they tended to go into this kind of dream sequence area that didn't really work for me. But as far as the action is concerned and the threat level, yeah, that one is
definitely a good sequel.
Yeah, I'm going to be a controversial here. For me, I prefer that to H2O.
Ooh. Okay.
What about you? H2O, the thing is, Michael's not threatening enough.
Now, that is a good point, because I was kind of vying towards going below H2O, but for that very purpose that you've just explained.
I laughed at H2O.
H2O's Michael Myers, by comparison, is nothing.
Could we put them... I mean, I'd say H2O is probably the better...
It's the better story. But
is it going to take third place, or is it...
For the depiction of Michael Myers in this one,
that's what Halloween's all about, Michael Myers.
Yeah.
I think it's got to go into third.
I'm thinking third place.
Okay, so you're going to drop that one into third and pushes H2O into fourth.
So, next we're on to Halloween 2018.
Right, now this is the rebirth.
Yes, this is a direct sequel to the original.
So we can now scrap all the other Halloween movies because this movie is Halloween 2 with Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode.
Very much so.
So this follows on from Halloween, the original movie, and ignores completely Halloween 2.
To be honest, I think this is second place worthy.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, she does the old Sarah Connor in the later Terminator movies where she, has upped the ante.
Oh, yes, very much so, because she's set traps, she's got gun ranges, and she really kicks ass.
Yeah, so for the fact that it is technically the reimagined number 2, definitely, I'm putting that into number 2 as well.
Brilliant.
So that pushes Halloween 2, the original, into third place.
Followed by Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
There you go. Where are we now?
So we are in the middle of the new trilogy of Halloween films that has just come out, Halloween Kills.
Right.
Now this one, they ramped up the action and the gore tenfold.
Again, it is a filler story though.
That is true.
Yeah, it carries on from the last movie and leaves you hanging.
It leaves it hanging. It leaves it very open-ended, I feel.
See, I mean, yeah, up the ante on the action, brought the whole of Haddonfield community into the movie. Wasn't kind of my thing, that one.
Yeah, if you're in it for the action, very much so. Very good. If you're not in it for the action, maybe not for you.
Difficult call on this one.
Now, personally, I think it's kind of towards the higher end of this ranking.
Mm-hmm. How do you think it marks up to, say, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2?
Personally, I think I'd prefer to see Halloween Kills.
I would concur because I didn't agree with the dream sequences in Rob Zombies, which kind of stole it. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pop that one in. So that is now taking the fourth place.
Okay, so our final entry.
Yay!
Halloween Ends. We don't currently have the DVD/Blu-ray/4K.
It's only just come out in the cinema.
Yes.
But we have seen it.
We went to watch it. And
no spoilers.
If you want to find out the spoiler-free review of this, please go and listen to episode 25 of the Now We Know Show podcast.
So, Halloween Ends. It is the end.
Supposedly, the end.
It could be the end. Go and watch the movie. Make your own mind up.
Okay, where do we think this stacks up?
Not as good as Halloween Kills.
Yeah, it's not as good as the new ones. I think it's probably the weakest of the new trilogy.
Mm-hmm. But does it rank to Halloween 2 Rob Zombie?
I think The major problem is the fact that it's lacking a lot of Michael Myers.
I thought it was good, but not great. So, in fact, because of the downgraded amount of Michael Myers in it, I've got to push that back into 6th place.
Yeah, so where's that stat?
That's going to go behind Halloween 2 Rob Zombie, but in front of H2O.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Okay, so listeners, let's look at our lineup. Our rankings are in 13th place,
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
12th place,
Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
11th place,
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
10th,
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
9,
Halloween Resurrection.
8,
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
7,
H2O Halloween 20 years later.
6,
Halloween Ends.
5,
Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
4,
Halloween Kills.
3,
The original Halloween 2.
2,
Halloween 2018.
and in first place, the original, the one,
best.
the only
John Carpenter's Halloween.
starring Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode. And there you have it, listeners.
That is our ranking of all of the Michael Myers Halloween films. How do you think that went?
I think it went well.
I'd like to do another one of these.
Yes, we shall have to do it.
If anyone has any suggestions for other films or franchises they'd like to see rankings of, please, if you have any suggestions, comment below.
I feel a Friday the 13th coming on.
Oh, yeah! Nightmare on Elm Street.
Could do.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
That's a scary pumpkin head goodbye from Buzz.
And that's goodbye from Zach.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz. And it's our spectacular, spooktacular Halloween special.
Yes. So in this episode, what are we discussing? We're kind of discussing Halloween traditions.
Well, obviously, we're the Now We Know show, and we want to know, and the listeners want to know, all about Halloween. So we're going to take a look at what is Halloween, where does Halloween come from, what kind of traditions revolve around Halloween, all the way up to the modern Halloween that we know today, and chuck in some of those modern-day Halloween traditions that we ourselves have.
And at the end, we have a very special, extra, super deluxe Let's Get Quizzical quiz. All for you.
You didn't warn me about this. Where's Jack when I need him?
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. Okay then, where should we start?
Well, as we usually say on the Now We Know show, we need to start at the very beginning. So, Halloween, what is it? Where is it from? Where does it originate? I suppose most people consider Halloween these days as being something where you dress up in, well, I would say scary costumes.
But nowadays they kind of have become a lot less scary and more kind of fantasy.
Not just nowadays. I mean, you're in your 20s, but we used to take you trick-or-treating when you were a little kid.
Yeah, I have vague memories of that.
Right. And we'll discuss that later on, but so 20 years ago, well, maybe not 20 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, and earlier than that, before you were born, people were still dressing up in costumes which really have very little to do with Halloween, which is interesting. So we'll talk about...
We're talking about costumes. Fun fact about this particular podcast.
We should have mentioned that earlier.
But there we go.
We're getting into the groove. We're getting into our Halloween spirit here.
We're dressed up.
Yeah, we're in our costumes, especially for you listeners, so we can feel the vibes. See,
the Halloween spirit.
As we get closer to the 31st of October and the veil between the worlds becomes thinner, we want to get in touch with those spirit beings.
So, Buzz,
Yep.
What are you dressed as?
Well, I'm dressed as my killer clown. I love the killer clown outfit.
Generic killer clown.
It's one of my favourite costumes.
Oh, is it? Killer Clown from Outer Space?
Just pretty much a killer clown, really.
Okay,
It
just
could have been from outer space.
Maybe.
I'm game.
Oh, needs a backstory.
It needs a backstory.
Good film, by the way.
But I do like my killer clown. We'll talk about the costumes because we did do a Halloween where we went out in our costumes, didn't we?
That is true.
I think that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly.
We'll get to that later on. And anyway, what about you, sir?
What am I? I am dressed in a green and red sweater.
There's a clue there, listeners.
I have knives on my hand. Well, my right hand.
Edward Scissorhands.
No, just the one hand. And I do have a bespoke hat.
Ah, your floppy brown felt hat.
Yes. I haven't gone to the extremes of burning myself severely for this one.
Nope.
But I think it's quite obvious that I
you're
am
a little bit of you're channeling
Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Very good, very good. I'm loving it. So we'll have to take some photographs and pop them up for the listeners. So
That'd be good. That'd be good, yeah.
So anyway, Halloween. Really, where does it stem from? Do you know, Zach?
No, I really have not a clue.
So really, you're a man who's grown up just understanding Halloween.
With the commercial side of Halloween.
Halloween. Well, Halloween derives from a Celtic festival. Now, if you look this festival up, it's spelled Samhain. So most people, and I have heard people pronunciate it as Samhain.
Yeah.
But it should be Samhain.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, that's interesting because obviously we did a podcast about the Halloween movies, and I'm sure that Dr. Loomis in those films, I think it's the first one, he actually refers to it as Samhain.
Right. Well, Samhain. Or Samhain.
Samhain?
I'll call it Samhain.
Fair enough. That
Okay.
actually
But
sounds a
Samhain.
lot more
But-
creepy.
Yeah, well, Samhain is the M and H are pretty much silent. But it's if you, I think if you Google it, you can actually Google it and somebody will pronounce it for you and say it's Samhain. So
I prefer
I think
definitely prefer
you've
that.
probably got to put a Celtic
Twist.
twist in your accent. So Samhain. I don't know. Maybe try and channel your Welsh or Irish or Scottish.
It's pretty old then.
Yeah, so Samhain is the festival that it's at the end of the harvest for the Celtic people.
Right.
Now, people who are listening and might not know who the Celts were. The Celts were an indigenous population across Europe and across Britain, Ireland, Scotland, and reaching out, and lots of different nominations of Celts, and they probably had their own local dialects, but one thing they had in common is a lot of their religious and ceremonial beliefs. This is a time of the Druids, etc. So what you've got is this festival, as I say. Samhain is a pagan religious festival which originates from an ancient Celtic spiritual tradition from those people all the way across Europe. In modern times, Samhain, a Gaelic word pronounced Samhain. Okay, so almost getting it right there. Samhain. Samhain. For those people, everybody listening, repeat. Zach, repeat.
Samhain.
Okay, so it's usually celebrated on the 31st of October to the 1st of November to welcome in the harvest and usher in the dark half of the year.
Right.
Okay, so you can look at these ancient folk, and they've got the spring and summer months. Spring, everything's starting to come to life. Summer, they've planted their crops, they're getting through to the harvest, and they've gotten through to the end of October. The harvest is in, and we're starting to see the winter months. Autumn is starting to take a grip. We're going to head into the dark half of the year, autumn and winter.
So when you're saying about paganism and these kind of ancient rituals, I kind of picture Stonehenge.
Yeah.
And
they would be in ancient Britons.
Yeah, but is it true that kind of rituals and things like that still occur at Stonehenge?
In modern druids do traditional. Well, I assume if anybody's listening and you're a druid, you can fill us in on this.
Oh, we'd love to have a druid on the podcast.
Modern druid religion. I also think that touches upon the modern religion of Wicca, which is both druidic and, I believe, also connected with white witchcraft.
Please excuse me, I'm just thinking of the Wicker Man.
Okay, but if you look at the film The Wicker Man, I mean, they were again doing a festival at end of harvest.
That is true.
To make sure that their harvest was bound for the following year.
Eerily creepy film.
It is.
It's one of Jack's favourites.
And so there you have a good example, which is tied into basically a horror movie of an ancient pagan Celtic festival taking place. Possibly, and I'd need to research the Wicker Man film to see if that is part of Samhain or not.
So I take it, obviously, with the horror aspect of such a thing of the Wicker Man, I doubt that they have human sacrifices anymore.
Well, no. And I would imagine, seeing as that most of the Druidic lore back in the time of the ancient Celts would have all been handed down by word of mouth. I mean, this is a time, when the Romans came to Britain, came across Europe, in fact, and eventually ended up in Britain, for the best part, they were trying to stamp out these old religions, and I wouldn't assume that at that time, unless there are any perhaps runic carvings on stones that might record some of the things that were done, these were oral traditions handed down.
Okay. So when it comes to the movies, I think it's definite to say that they take a bit of dramatic license.
Well, I think we all know that, especially us. I mean, we work in the movies. It's about entertainment, isn't it, Zach?
True, very true.
Even though the researchers are meant to do, funnily enough, their research.
Making it more real kind of makes it that much more scary.
Yeah, if something has got realism behind it, then that does, add that little je ne sais quoi, as I say. So when it comes to the Druidic traditions, the way that the festivals were undertaken, I don't kind of know, and I wouldn't have thought that there would be any writings, because the texts from the time, for example, the Romans came to Britain and they had writing. They wrote in, obviously, Latin, and we know from evidence at Hadrian's Wall that where they actually found centurions' letters to their families back home.
Wow.
Things. But whether the ancient Britons had any form of written
It was probably
text,
mostly spoken.
I think it would have been
word.
oral traditions.
Yeah.
Although there may have been runic inscriptions, there may well be stones. I think there's one down in a place called Slaughterbridge in Cornwall near Tintagel Castle. That's I think it's called Merlin Stone, I believe.
Isn't there one that's called Arthur's Stone around there as well?
Yeah, or maybe it is Arthur's Stone, which has runic inscriptions on it. But I don't know exactly from what period they would have come from. So,
okay.
But I would have thought most of the traditions and rituals that would have been performed these days by what I'm going to use the term modern druids.
Right.
I don't know how they actually represent what would have originally been done.
Well, I doubt it includes human sacrifice.
I don't think they've been sacrificing children, or let's be honest, I don't think they'd be sacrificing the odd bullock or whatever they
animals or anything nowadays.
So Celtic tradition is where Samhain stems from.
So this is where Halloween comes from.
Yeah, because
or has evolved from.
Yeah. So Samhain or Samhain is the Celtic tradition, which basically sees the end of the harvest and the forthcoming half of the year, or the dark half of the year. Okay.
Interesting.
So let's look at this.
I'm learning stuff.
Okay.
It's a very heavily learning stuff.
So with Samhain, after the harvest work was complete, celebrants joined with the Druid priests to light a community fire using a wheel that would kind of cause friction and make what we call fire fairies, but sparking flames.
Oh, okay.
And the wheel was considered a representation of the sun and used along with Druidic prayers. Yeah. Here we go, just as you mentioned. Cattle were sacrificed and participants took a flame from the communal bonfire back to their home to relight their own hearth fire.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So actually, from my research, it does state that early texts present Samhain as a mandatory celebration lasting 3 days and 3 nights, where the community was required to show themselves to local kings and chieftains. Failure to participate was believed to result in punishment from the gods, even illness or death.
Oh, geez, okay.
Yeah.
That's very different from nowadays. Because it's usually Halloween is one night.
Yeah, and we'll get to Halloween as we progress through the ages.
Right.
So with Samhain, supposedly there was also a military aspect to the Samhain celebrations in Ireland, and it's interesting to bring up the point of Ireland, because if you anybody can do this. You can Google the Celtic nations and you'll see how they were spread across Europe, down to the south of France, through Germany, up towards through the Netherlands and across to Britain, the ancient Britons, the Welsh, Scots, Pictish, and Ireland. And it's funny because while doing the research on Halloween, one of the things I found that kept coming up was this reference that Halloween and Samhain began in Ireland, that it's an Irish tradition, if you like, invention.
Right.
And then I was reading quite a lot about it, and it was kind of, well, actually, after reading it, I think there's a little bit of a twist on tourism there to try and say that the Irish were the ones that instigated it all, and it comes from Ireland. But it's part of the whole of the Celtic nation's culture, Samhain.
Interesting.
So yes, it would have come from Ireland, but only in the fact that the Irish would have taken it with them when they went off over to America with the Pilgrims, and the same with any cultures that still celebrated.
Now, I do have a question. Now, in America, I think they celebrate the Day of the Dead festival.
Certainly in South America,
is
they have
that
the Day of the Dead.
anything to do with Halloween?
I don't think it tends to be in Mexico, doesn't it?
Yeah, have I thrown a bit of a curveball with this question?
Mexico and South America, they celebrate the Day of the Dead. I'd have to look that up to find out if it has any relation to...
Well, maybe we can ask the listeners. If you know if the Day of the Dead festival has anything to do with Halloween, please get in contact, comment below, let us know.
Personally, I think it's a completely different festival. I don't even know. Maybe you can have a quick Google and find out whether or not what date that comes in on.
Yeah, maybe I can.
That would probably basically solve that one. So going back to the Irish connection, as I was mentioning earlier, there was also a military aspect to Samhain in Ireland, with holiday thrones prepared for commanders of soldiers. Anyone who committed a crime or used their weapons during the celebration faced the death sentence.
That is pretty harsh.
That is pretty harsh, really.
Fun fact, I found out when the Day of the Dead festival is.
And?
2nd of November.
Right.
So it's quite close to Halloween.
So again, but it's...
Could it be within those supposed 3-day celebration?
Perhaps.
And spread across continents and throughout communities?
I don't know pretty much anything that much about the Day of the Dead. Well, obviously, as much as I know that the locals that celebrate the Day of the Dead, it's a time for them to... They even resurrect, if you like, their departed family members.
Well, they talk to them, don't they?
Well, they actually take them out of their tombs, out of their graves,
wow.
and take them home and dress them and prepare them a meal and all sorts of things like that with their deceased relatives.
Honestly, why don't we do this
It's a celebration of their that veil when it's thinnest between the worlds. It's obviously very close to our European Halloween date of the 31st of October.
I can imagine less candies involved.
So I presume it's an ancient tradition in South America, Mexico, places like that. But what that's built on, because obviously I'm thinking the ancient Mayans, Aztecs and things, I would imagine it would sort of come through that way, just in the same way we were talking about the Celtic religions of Europe with Samhain. Interesting. We should have to have a podcast on the Day of the Dead, and then we can learn all about that for ourselves as well as the listeners.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year. So anyway, back to Samhain. So with Samhain in the Celtic religion, it was expected that ancestors might cross over during this time as well, and Celts would dress as animals and monsters so that fairies were not tempted to kidnap them.
Right, this is kind of starting to sound a bit more Halloween-y.
Okay, yeah, and so going on, some of the specific monsters, you'll like this, were associated with the mythology surrounding Samhain, including a shape-shifting creature called the Puka. Okay, the Puka.
The Puka.
The Puka is spelled Pukah.
Right.
Puka. That receives harvest offerings from the field. The Lady Gwyn is a headless woman dressed in white who chases night wanderers and was accompanied by a black pig.
Oh, wow, this sounds awesome.
But there was also the Dullahan, who sometimes appeared as impish creatures, sometimes headless men on horses who carried their heads riding flame-eyed horses. Their appearance was a death omen to anyone who encountered them.
Ooh.
Ooh, so
This
there
is
you go.
sounding way more scary than what we have Halloween
The
now.
Dullen. There you go. Watch out for those Dullen. So they could appear.
And the puka.
And the puka, they could appear as impish creatures or headless horsemen.
Wow, I
Yeah.
didn't expect this to tie in kind of into this kind of mythology folklore episode that we
there you
did.
go. And also, there's still more. A group of hunters known as the Fairy Host might also haunt Samhain and kidnap people. Similar are the Slough, Sluagh.
Right.
Slough.
So not slough, but
Slough. Who would come from the west to enter houses and steal souls.
lovely.
Now, one of the most popular Samhain stories told during the festival was of the Second Battle of Mag Tuired, which portrays the final conflict between the Celtic pantheon known as the Tuatha del Danann and evil oppressors known as the Fomor. The myths state that the battle unfolded over the period of Samhain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot going on during this Celtic festival.
It's a lot more eventful than I was really expecting.
Yes, and one of them, it would seem from my research, one of the most famous Samhain-related stories is the adventures of Nera.
Nera?
N-E-A-R. Nera.
Nera.
Okay, so the adventures of Nera, in which the hero Nera encounters a corpse of fairies and enters into the underworld.
Interesting. This is kind of sounding like Greek mythology now.
Well, yes, but that's because we are usually, when you go to school, you learn about Romans, you learn about the Greek
Ancient
mythology.
Greeks. We don't really tend to learn about
We
the
watch
Celts.
Jason and the Argonauts movies. We
Yeah,
watch
yeah,
all
yeah.
these things, and you know, because they were great Harryhausen movies, and there was an opportunity to resurrect, the Gorgon and
Clash of the Titans.
Clash of the Titans, and having all these different gods and things. And of course, we have in Europe a fantastic folklore of our own.
Well, just listen to the Werewolf, Vampire, and our Hertfordshire folklore podcasts.
Yeah, and so we're talking about the Celtic nations. So this is well before the Romans even came across and tried to take the whole of Europe, and enslave everybody as they did.
Wow.
During that period. So way back, we had all these fantastic
Crazy times.
monsters and creatures and fairies. Now, carrying on with the Celtic folklore of Samhain, Samhain figured into the adventures of the mythological Celtic hero Fionn McCarhill.
That's a mouthful.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Fionn McCarhill. When he faced the fire-breathing underworld dweller Alien.
That sounded like Alien.
It sounded like Alien, but it's spelled A-I-L-L-E-N.
What an alien way of saying that.
Yeah, well, anyway, so he faced the fire-breathing underworld dweller Alien, or Alien. Elon?
Elon?
I don't know.
Halloween.
Who knows? Anyway, who would burn down the hall of Tara every Samhain.
Oh dear.
So, Samhain also figures into other Fionn McCarhill legend, where the hero is sent to the land beneath the wave. As well as taking place on Samhain, it features descriptions of the hero's holiday gatherings. There you go.
Crazy.
So we've got a lot of folklore there.
There's so much folklore. I had no idea that there was this much kind of backstory to Halloween.
Exactly, and we can go back if we wanted to and research these individual folklores.
For our folklore podcast.
Folklore podcast, yeah.
Well, that'd be really
because
cool.
I'm quite fascinated about this stuff. I mean, really, we're focusing on Halloween, so we can look back in more detail another time. So that's the Celtic celebration festival of Samhain, which is basically that juncture between the half of the year of light and half of the year of dark. End of the harvest, boom, we're going to light the fires and kindle the flame and take it into our homes, light our own fires in our hearths to start, seeing the dark half of the year in, and to communicate with the spirit world, because that's when the veil is so thin.
Oh, How mystical.
Yeah. So now we're going to move on to Samhain in the Middle Ages.
Oh, crikey, okay.
Because we've obviously done the ancient Britons,
Yeah,
Celts.
yeah.
So now we're coming up a little bit closer to home, to the Middle Ages. So as the Middle Ages progressed, so did the celebrations of the fire festivals. Bonfires known as shenanigans.
That is brilliant. That is 100% brilliant.
Yeah, so shenanigans, which were more personal Samhain fires. So they were nearer to farmsteads and became tradition purportedly to protect families from fairies and witches.
It's kind of like a family get-together,
Yeah,
really.
so now instead of having maybe, if you can imagine, a Celtic village or community coming together to a Samhain fire,
Mm-hmm.
and then all returning to their dwellings, now it's sort of progressed on to being more of a family thing. So instead of the whole village coming together or the whole community coming together to witness and partake in that druidic ritual of Samhain, now it's kind of become more of an individual family thing.
So it's kind of like a Sunday barbecue.
Oh, well, I don't know if you could say that. Because still, I don't know. I don't normally have a barbecue and try and have it to keep the fairies and witches away.
Oh, well.
So anyway,
Tastes nice.
but this is where it starts to become more towards the festival we know now as Halloween.
Right, okay, so there's been a big shift.
Yeah, well, it's become more of a family thing. The belief that the veil between the worlds is thin, the spirits abound, they can come into the world of the living at this time. So this is when, in the Middle Ages, carved turnips began.
Turnips.
Turnips, because it wasn't pumpkins. Back in the day, it was carved turnips, because we didn't have pumpkins.
How would that even
I know there was a great tradition in East Anglia of carving turnips, and if you ever try to carve a turnip, a bit hard to carve. That's where the original name of a jack-o'-lantern came from, is the carved turnips.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought that was an American invention.
Well, no, the jack-o'-lantern went to America with the Pilgrims and all the people that followed and went to America. They took these European traditions with them.
Right.
So they would have gone over to America and taken the jack-o'-lanterns and the whole, it's Halloween, it's Samhain, we need to ward off spirits using the jack-o'-lantern.
So how did the kind of pumpkins come into use?
Let's have a look at the jack-o'-lanterns as were. So the jack-o'-lanterns that were carved turnips were attached by strings to sticks and embedded with coal. So they shoved coal into the eyes, probably a bit like we'd associate with a
Snowman.
Snowman, yeah. And later Irish traditions then switched to pumpkins.
Oh, so do they have pumpkins in Ireland?
No.
Right.
Okay, so pumpkins are native to North America and down to Mexico.
Oh, okay.
So
So could it be said that the Pilgrims, when they went over there, did they take their turnips or did they find an alternative?
well, certainly they would have taken both livestock and
Provisions?
plants with seeds in order to grow their own crops over there, because if you're going from Europe on this adventure to the Americas, you wouldn't necessarily know, especially if you're amongst the first people to go there, what you're going to come across.
Yeah.
So you're going to farm things that you are used to farming.
I mean, this was new territory,
And
wasn't it?
Exactly, it's new territory, and you're going to find things in that territory that are edible, that you can eat and make use of. And obviously pumpkins are one of those things. And of course, if you've got a choice between carving a turnip or a pumpkin,
You're going to go for the pumpkin.
And funnily enough, you say about taking things over there. Again, listeners, you can Google this, maybe something that you can put me right on, but something's telling me that earthworms that are in America now didn't exist in America
Oh, yeah, I think I know about that.
until the Europeans went over there.
Yeah, because...
They took,
Yeah.
obviously, soil with them, with plants in, and then the earthworms basically
Yeah, because
spread
the
around.
earthworms in North America, they died out, they're extinct.
Exactly. So, the earthworms they have now are the descendants of Europeans.
Wow, you're really learning all about all about different things on this podcast.
Exactly. So, anyway, so the jack-o'-lanterns were turnips, and the Irish tradition that went over to America then started to turn those jack-o'-lanterns from the turnips to the now we know as probably the most iconic Halloween image.
Well, that's
is the pumpkin.
pretty much it. Yeah. If you think of Halloween, what immediately springs to mind? It's a pumpkin, an orange carved pumpkin.
Exactly. So, again, going back to the research, in Wales, this is interesting. So we had the Irish, and they are carving the jack-o'-lanterns and then using eventually the pumpkins, switching to the pumpkin, should I say. In Wales, men tossed burning wood at each other in violent games and set off fireworks.
Now that sounds like my type of thing.
And in northern England, men paraded with noisemakers.
So, Buzz, what is a noisemaker?
Well, that's a good question, Zach. So I would imagine there are kind of things like rattles, like you would associate with Morris men and mummers.
Well, don't they have like a bladder or something on the
Yeah,
end
a
of a
bladder on a
stick?
stick. That's what the Fall uses to hit people on the head with. But when I was a wee nipper at school, not traditional, I know, but they used to collect all the metal bottle tops off of
Cans and things.
Well, not of cans, but because we didn't have cans when I was a kid. Well, might have had cans, but predominantly we had glass bottles of.
Oh, no, I see what you mean.
So just like have a bottle of beer, if we had something which my dear old father used to call a bottle of fizzy pop, you'd take the cap off, and then back at school, one of our teachers who used to teach us how to do the May Day Morris dancing and the
Maypole
dancing, he used to nail lots of these bottle caps. So you get one nail with probably about 4 or 5 bottle caps. The nail will go through them and nail that into a stick, and that stick, the top of it would be covered in those, so you could rattle them.
I kind of want to make one of these noisemakers.
Yeah. But also I would say, do you understand when I say the old noisemaker rattle that they used to have at football matches? It's the one you hold the handle and you swing it.
The big kind of...
it goes clack, 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 clack. It's got like
like a big rattle.
a big rattle, yeah.
Yeah.
That may well be what they mean by a noisemaker.
I'm sure there used to be old police versions of those.
I think you're thinking of that steampunk image of the policeman with one on his helmet, top of his helmet. He has to rotate his head round to.
Talking of steampunk, we will have to do a steampunk podcast.
So here we are. They've got the men from the north parading around with their noisemakers, and then we come on to the tradition. Now this is a tradition that I wasn't aware of to do with Halloween or Samhain, because I'm believing that now perhaps at this period we're talking about was probably coming out of the Samhain and in towards what we now know as Halloween. But there was a thing called Dumb Supper.
This sounds intriguing.
Dumb Supper. That's D-U-M-B as in dumb. Now the tradition of Dumb Supper began during the Middle Ages, in which food was consumed by celebrants, but only after inviting ancestors to join in, giving the families a chance to interact with the spirits until they left following dinner.
Oh.
There we go. Children would play games to entertain the dead, while adults would update the dead on the past year's news. That night, doors and windows might be left open for the dead to come in and eat cakes that had been left out for them.
Why don't we do stuff like this nowadays?
So that's given me the impression that actually people weren't afraid of the dead.
Yeah, it was a family thing.
What strikes me so far from what we've discussed is that people were more concerned about the Halloween monsters, the fairy folk,
the demons and things.
They were and chose to try and ward off
and appease
them, but at the same time were more than happy to invite their dead ancestors into their homes.
Yeah,
in a joyous way.
Yeah, I think that's really fantastic, because nowadays you kind of think ghosts and ghouls and things that are like a poltergeist, or for instance, are scary.
Yeah, something that is there to terrorise.
Yeah, to terrorise, to scare. But,
if
I really like that idea that you kind of welcome in the spirits of the dead.
So people these days, they kind of, especially if you're watching these TV programs about ghost hunting, they like to make a big thing about something that's just been slung across the room.
Like paranormal activity or something.
And they kind of make it out that these are disturbed spirits, or spirits that, violent or something. But we're talking about a time when literally every house opened its doors and windows to invite those spirits in. And
What a brilliant idea.
To share their time with them. They weren't scary. They were their ancient family
It
spirits.
was more of a celebration.
Exactly. So, yeah.
Oh, I much prefer that. Why don't we do stuff like that nowadays?
Well, celebrate the dead. That takes us back to the Day of the Dead in South America.
How as a society have we become so boring?
Well, I'm not going to lay this particular one at the doorstep of Christianity, but moving on, Christian Samhain. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So as Christianity gained a foothold in the pagan communities, church leaders attempted to reframe Samhain as a Christian celebration.
Oh, so just like they moved Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, Christmas, Saturnalia, Winterfest. The Christian religion is taking off, it's taking over, and I believe that a lot of the time when it came to Christian religion, they would enter a community. Their missionaries would go into a community, and if that community is celebrating ancient ways, they would try not to immediately turn those old ways off, but to try and slowly
manipulate,
change it.
The subtle approach.
Subtly change it towards Christianity. Now, I've got down here on my research that the first attempt was by Pope Boniface in the 5th century.
Now that's a name.
Boniface, yes. He moved the celebration to May the 13th and specified it was a day celebrating saints and martyrs.
So instead of Halloween
and its fire festivals, it was moved to May the 13th to celebrate saints and martyrs.
Why?
Well, to try and get away from that ancient Celtic Samhain.
So that's even more interesting, because obviously it's moved back to where it kind of originally was, I assume in October.
Oh, now, yes. Yeah. Not when Boniface was in charge, no.
So that's interesting. I wonder how that really developed.
Well, so let's look at it. So although Pope Boniface of the 5th century tried moving it to May the 13th, the fire festivals of October and November, however, did not end because of his decree. People obviously were I'm not changing my fire festival to the 13th of May. Are you having a laugh?
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous.
It's absurd.
I want my fire
festival.
Exactly. So that obviously didn't work. In the 9th century, Pope Gregory moved the celebration back to the time of the fire festivals. So obviously, Pope Boniface did do his best.
For a time.
People didn't take it up. And eventually, Pope Gregory just said...
he met consumer resistance.
Yes. It wasn't on brand. It wasn't on brand, as Jack would say. So Pope Gregory moved the celebration back to the time of the fire festivals, but declared it All Saints' Day.
Right.
And All Saints' Day is on November the 1st.
Okay, so Halloween on the 31st, November the 1st, All Saints' Day.
And followed by All Souls' Day, which would be on November the 2nd.
Which is also the Day of the Dead festival.
There you go. Whether that's...
If there's any connection, it just seems to be that they're set on the same day.
Well, there may well be. I mean, obviously, again, this is something we'll have to research in a different podcast, but obviously we know that the Spanish, which were Catholics, went over to South America, caused a huge amount of problems over there. Perhaps the religion sort of stuck.
Yeah, took over,
and that's where it comes from.
Interesting.
Sort of mixed.
Very interesting.
So anyway, this is when Samhain merges with Halloween. So neither new holiday did away with the pagan aspects of the celebration, you see. October the 31st became known as All Hallows Eve because it was the eve of All Saints' Day, or All Holy. It was the All Holy Eve, the eve of the Saints' Day. And All Hallows Eve became known as Halloween. So it comes from Hallows Eve.
Blimey.
Okay. And it contained much of the traditional pagan practices before being adopted in 19th century America through Irish immigrants bringing their traditions across the ocean. So that's really the good old Irish did take their Celtic traditions of Halloween over to America.
And found pumpkins.
There you go, found pumpkins. And this is bringing us on to what we now know as trick-or-treating. At this point, I've got to say, my childhood, I mean, I was born in the 60s, but my main childhood I was growing up in the 70s, and I knew nothing of trick-or-treating. We didn't, in the UK, or certainly where I lived in England, we didn't do trick-or-treating. Never, ever.
Really?
Never heard of it.
Oh.
It just wasn't a thing that we did.
I would have thought that's something that's been around for a while.
Well, certainly it's something that has stemmed from America. So this is where the research is going, you see, because our good old Irish immigrants going over to America, taking their traditions with them, this is where trick-or-treating stems from. It's said to have been derived from an ancient Irish and Scottish, funnily enough, practice in the nights leading up to Samhain. In Ireland, mumming, as we mentioned the mummers, because they used to dress up.
Okay.
I think there's mummers that dress up all over the place throughout the UK. Some of them put wicker heads on, and
oh yeah, they look fantastic.
Have you seen those wicker heads?
Yeah, I have.
Where they're like horses' heads and all sorts. They're brilliant. So you get the mummers dressing up, and possibly, partially, you mentioned about the bladder on a stick.
Well,
anyway.
my only reference for that was from the Doctor Who episode The Demons.
Oh right. Oh yeah, but that was something that we, when I was a kid, and we learnt from good old Mr. Hedger how to do all the country dancing, you know, and doing the maypole dancing and the.
So was that a teacher?
Yeah, Mr. Hedger was the deputy head teacher of my primary school.
Oh wow!
Green Hills School in Hemel Hempstead places. He was a lovely old man. He used to teach us how to make lead soldiers. Oh,
That's really cool.
He used to do all sorts of wonderful things.
We don't do anything like that nowadays.
Yeah, so we learnt the dances, and it's where I used to really enjoy doing the Morris dancing. Yeah, because the Morris dancing, where you clack the sticks together, it was quite an energetic,
A fun and therapeutic
kind of dance, smashing the sticks together. And of course, with Morris dancing, later on now, so many years later, having taught swordsmanship for over 20 years. Doing martial arts for over 40 years, but actually being a martial arts instructor, qualified instructor for 20 years, and teaching swordsmanship, my research going back years, you suddenly realise, which not everybody realises, but the folk that were doing the Morris dancing were your country farmers, labourers, your blacksmiths, all these country folk, big burly blokes. And they were doing it at a time when people carried swords, and a lot of the time those dances are from sword dances where they were using the swords, and some of the Morris dancing still use swords, and they would make a star interweaving the swords.
Now that again, it takes me back to the Wicker Man. Isn't there a scene in the Wicker Man where they have the crossed swords?
Yes.
And then they end up cutting off one of the
spoilers.
wicker heads.
Yeah. So
somebody.
But they were based, and all these people that were doing the dances knew how to use these weapons as actual fighting weapons.
Well, yeah,
and
it was just the standard thing.
And of course, we had the ancient country sport of backswording, which is
of course,
which we all know, but that takes its name from the English single-handed backsword.
Maybe.
We'll do another podcast about that. But the point
Yes.
I'm making is that from being a kid and clacking those sticks together, which would have been pseudo swords, if you like. Probably why I enjoyed it so much. Yeah, because you're dancing around and clacking swords. You know? But anyway,
that's where it comes from then. That's it's probably sword enthusiasm.
Yeah, sword enthusiasm. And hitting people with sticks, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or wooden wasters.
I think we can both associate to that.
Yeah, so trick-or-treating, getting that... I didn't know anything about trick-or-treating as a kid. It wasn't something we did here. But going back to where trick-or-treating kind of derives from, in Ireland, mumming, as we were just talking about, was the practice of putting on costumes and going door to door and singing songs to the dead, and cakes and treats were given as payment to the mummers.
Oh, wow.
But Halloween pranks also have a tradition in Samhain. Through the ancient celebrations, tricks were typically blamed on fairies, you see.
Oh, okay, so that's where the terminology, the trick-or-treat, comes from.
Possibly, yes, because it progressed into people playing tricks on people for fun.
Right.
knocking over buckets, I don't know, doing things, and then people would blame it on the fairies. And also, obviously, they're handing out treats to the mummers. So the mummers were probably doing, if they didn't get their treats,
They'd play
tricks
Oh,
on
that's
the
so
locals
cool.
as they
Well,
were
now-
dancing around. you see.
Nowadays, it's very much that trick or treat is just what you say, and then you get given sweets and candy.
Trick or treat!
Like, I
You either
wonder,
Either get candy or you get a toilet roll thrown in your house.
or nobody appears to the door.
Yeah.
Now that's really interesting, because I wonder if there's any kind of comprehension in the kind of the public consciousness that they actually understand what that actually means.
No, I don't think it does. I think people just feel, especially these days, parents, the modern, we'll try and just brush over this and we'll come back to it, but most modern day parents of kids just think, right, dress them up as a spaceman. Well, that's got to do with Halloween, I don't know. And knock on people's doors and say trick or treat, and they'll get sweets.
Is it kind of like a social compulsion to kind of engage and do stuff like that?
I don't know, but the kids and the parents, obviously the parents, the guardians that are looking after the children to make sure they're safe, would have originally been bands of mummers dancing around to each house, getting treats from the house, singing songs, laughing, probably hitting the householders on the head with a bladder on a stick, playing naughty tricks on them, whatever those sorts of tricks would have been back in
That's
the
interesting,
day.
because you're talking about these mummers, and they're actually grown-ups.
Yeah, the grown-ups. Oh, I mean, I would have thought there were probably youngsters with them as well, but it would probably be, I'm imagining it would be the opposite way. The young children would have been standing at the door watching them.
Yeah, what kind of watching a
And the
performance.
youngsters would have, the people, the adults of the house would be giving the mummers some cakes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like this door-to-door kind of
Very much.
performance.
Yeah, like Christmas carols, if you like.
Yeah,
In a way, you have a Christmas choir go door to door.
I guess
sort of
so.
thing.
Kind of
But yeah, so
seasonal
they were
type
doing
thing.
around, and they were causing mayhem and chaos, as well as
Brilliant.
getting treats as well. So there you go. So trick or treating has started to develop in from that kind of thing. Now, I did mention Wicca before. So Wicca and Samhain. A broad revival of Samhain, resembling its traditional pagan form, began in the 1980s. Not that long ago.
Okay.
With the growing popularity of Wicca. Wicca celebrations of Samhain take on many forms, from the traditional fire ceremonies to celebrations that embrace many aspects of modern Halloween, as well as activities related to honouring nature and the ancestors. So, like you mentioned about going to Stonehenge and having ceremonies.
Right, so is this the Druids again?
Yeah. So this is modern Wicca. I think a lot of people associate Wicca with witchcraft, but I've spoken to people about that, and a lot of them would classify themselves as white witches.
Oh,
and
okay.
That really it's all a case of herbalism.
Well, we
and
did say
nature.
something. We did say something about having a kind of a witch-based podcast, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, and we probably will.
Interview with a witch.
Yeah. So Wiccans look at Samhain as the passing of the year and incorporate common Wiccan traditions into their celebration. In the Druid tradition, Samhain celebrates the dead with a festival on October the 31st and usually features a bonfire and communion with the dead. Now, it says in, again, my research, that American pagans often hold music and dance celebrations called witches' balls in proximity to Samhain. But not being from America, I don't know if that's exactly how it works. So if you're listening and you're in America, can you tell us all about witches' balls?
Careful if you say that.
Well, as in dances, get-togethers.
I mean, there can be men witches nowadays.
Right, so this leads us on to fascinating information. Are you enjoying this, Zach?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go. So fascinating stuff about Halloween brings on to Celtic Reconstructionists.
Okay.
Pagans who embrace Celtic traditions with the intent of reintroducing them faithfully into modern paganism are called Celtic Reconstructionists. In this tradition, Samhain is called Och Shamna,
That's a lot harder to say.
or Oish Shamna.
I think it's better if you say it fast.
Oish Shamna.
Shabba-
Okay. I could spell it out, but let's go for that. So anyway, so that celebration celebrates the mating between Tautha di Danann, gods Dandar and river Unis.
I'll take your word for that.
Okay. Celtic reconstructionists celebrate by placing juniper decorations around their homes and creating an altar for the dead where a feast is held in honour of deceased loved ones.
So juniper's a type of flower, isn't it?
A juniper, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Jennifer, juniper.
Is that a song?
It's a song.
Okay, I don't know that much about songs.
So there we are. We have now gone through all the ages from the Celts celebrating Samhain,
The Middle Ages.
through the Middle Ages, introduction of Christianity, All Saints' Day. Obviously, we have All Hallows' Eve, becomes Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
It's a festival of fire, a festival of inviting the dead in, protecting yourselves from those naughty fairy folk, etc. And, well, basically trying to fend off the rampaging mummers that are going around kicking over your water button, nicking all your cakes, and where we get trick or treat from, pretty much. Now that brings us
To our modern day
celebration of Halloween. So here we have Halloween, and for me, probably the best place to start is talking about my experience from being a kid, because I'm in my late 50s, and as I said before, we'd never had trick or treat. It wasn't a thing, but we did celebrate Halloween. And I was talking to my dear mother, who's in her 80s, and about her recollections. Now, certainly through the Second World War, they had no celebrations because she said, and it's quite obvious really, you weren't allowed to have any bonfires, etc., because obviously
it's during
raids
the war, yeah.
during the war. So her childhood, she has no recollection of any kind of Halloween celebrations at all. And then after the war, things were still rationed, etc., etc. And she feels that it was probably started to be introduced from the American soldiers that came over.
Right,
Because
okay.
they were coming over from America.
Was it kind of that
and
kind
they-
of almost Americanization of
And
Halloween?
they brought sweets and things with them.
Okay,
and
that's interesting.
As we get out of the 50s and into the 60s, and prosperity's coming back to things, then people started to celebrate far more indulgently in
Right.
different traditional celebrations. And if you listen to this in the UK, of course, a very traditional celebration this time of the year in the UK is Guy Fawkes Night, which was a big one for me when I was a kid. I probably look forward to Guy Fawkes far more than Halloween, and that's when we have obviously the fireworks and everything else.
Yeah.
And it was, we didn't have back in the 70s. You kind of had I do have the recollection of the odd, maybe the local football club or something having a bonfire and having some fireworks, but you didn't really have public displays of fireworks.
Yeah.
And as a kid, we used to make a guy. So
Right.
that was the thing. It was called. Have you heard the term "a penny for the guy"?
Kind of, vaguely.
Yeah, but that was a tradition that we always did. Look forward to it. I'm skipping past Halloween briefly.
That's really interesting.
Because this is November the 5th, so it's very short.
From my memory, I'm inclined to kind of agree with you. I can far much more remember Guy Fawkes Night
Yeah.
and all those celebrations that we used to go down the village, watch the fireworks,
Yeah.
make guys.
Well,
Does anyone do that anymore?
I don't really know.
Whereas Halloween was much more kiddified.
Yeah. Now, that's the interesting thing, because when we did Guy Fawkes, it was a real family thing and community almost, because a lot of where we lived on this estate, all the gardens backed onto each other, so everybody was having like individual bonfires, but there were wire fences, so you could see everybody else. And my dad used to scrape together some money for the fireworks, and we had fireworks, and of course you enjoyed everybody else's fireworks, and everybody was having a bonfire, and you cooked baked potatoes in the embers of the fire as the fire died down after you've had all your fireworks celebrations. And they were really cold nights on the 5th, where it was always freezing cold, but magical. And the fireworks back then, you would have loved them, Zach, because back then you could have firecrackers like they have in places like South America, still, where you get these big reams of firecrackers, you light them and they're bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, just explode on the floor in front of you.
And
They've so toned down fireworks nowadays.
And you hear, again, it's referenced in not only American movies, but American TV shows. They always talk about cherry bombs.
Yeah, I mean, there's
like
a song called Cherry Bomb, isn't there?
It's like a mini little grenade firecracker.
That sounds awesome.
And we used to have things called bangers, which literally, with a packet of 10 bangers, you lit them and threw it, and then it just exploded. Boom! It wasn't
Brilliant.
There wasn't sparkles or anything. It was just a bang.
No, this
bangers.
is obviously.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, but let me finish on this because you're going to love this. They used to have these. Do you know what a Roman candle is? Well, a Roman candle.
I've heard of it.
Roman candle is this thing that you light it and it puts out a coloured flame.
Oh, is that the one that go?
And then it fires a ball out and then changes colour and then it fires another ball out. Well, they used to have the same things, but they had a plastic handle on. So as kids,
Right.
and I remember being a kid, probably about 6 years old, and you had this firework
Rocket launcher.
in your hand with a plastic handle on it. You held it and you just literally held your arm up in the air and you could just like... And they had ones called traffic lights, which would it was almost like a flare gun, and it just had this 6-inch flame coming out of it that would change colour, called a traffic light.
Oh,
Of
what?
course, all those things, because of people having accidents with fireworks, have all been banned. We don't have them.
No.
We don't have them anymore in the UK.
Honestly, where was I at this point?
In fact, we've got to a stage now where most people want to ban.
Fireworks.
Well, they want to ban people from buying fireworks for home celebrations, so you can only go to public displays, and they also want to ban noisy fireworks and only have no noise fireworks.
Isn't that the new thing they want to do, like LED drones and things?
Instead of fireworks, yeah. Which they look fantastic, but kind of, takes the fun out of it.
I like the bangs.
Yeah, that's a discussion for another day, because there's a lot of people that don't. Anyhow, so that's this big festival of fire comes just a few days after Halloween. We didn't have a Halloween bonfire. Now, we've discussed Samhain being a
And the
fire
fire
festival,
yeah,
but in the UK, I have never associated Halloween
with a fire.
with a fire, with going out and getting a bonfire going. Perhaps it's because it became replaced
With the kind of American stuff.
Well, no, I'm just saying it probably got replaced with Guy Fawkes Night.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
understandable.
And people celebrating Guy Fawkes Night and the Gunpowder Plot more than Halloween. But as a child, my parents always used to have a Halloween party.
That sounds like cool.
So they probably introduced that probably in the early 70s. So talking about our own personal Halloween traditions, my dad used to put this garden netting over the ceilings in the lounge and in the dining room, and put plastic snakes and spiders and things hanging up in that netting.
Oh, wow.
Changed the light bulbs to red light bulbs that I've mentioned in other podcasts.
Oh, that's really cool.
And it'd invite friends round, and we always used to have this thing where all the lights were turned off in the house, and you used to dress up and try and be as secretive as you could to get into the lounge in the dark. And the guests would arrive and be ushered into the lounge in the dark.
Quietly.
Yeah, quietly, but you could hear all the scuffling going on and people laughing and sort of bumping into each other.
Okay.
And you'd all get ready, and then the light, which was obviously red, but the light would be switched on, and then suddenly everybody would be revealed in their Halloween costumes.
Party time.
Party time. And talking about party time, that's when all the foods we had in our previous podcast on Halloween, we were drinking bat's blood.
Yep.
Which was cherryade, basically, which we used to just call that bat's blood, and give names to all the party food. So you had like the cheesy stick things that you get from the bakers, which are like a crunchy cheese stick.
Yeah, a cheese twist.
Cheese twist type thing, yeah. That'd be ogre's fingers. And I always remember...
Troll's toes.
So you could call things anything you like. My mother, bless her, she always used to get hard-boiled eggs, cut those in half, put half of it on a plate, and then put the other half on top of it, and put food colouring dots on it to make toadstools.
Now, we've done that before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have done that. So you have all these egg toadstools. I reckon the kids these days, they wouldn't even touch them. They'd probably just want to go for the
candy.
The candy and the cupcakes.
Well, that's the thing.
But yeah, so we had these Halloween celebrations, but, and this is the but, being in the UK, no trick-or-treat.
So that much became
Trick-or-treat.
much later.
Much later. Trick-or-treat in the 70s, never heard of it.
So I wonder when that actually came in.
I reckon that trick-or-treat came in, and this is my own personal view of when trick-or-treat came in, and it may well have obviously come in throughout the UK in different areas at different times
Obviously got popularised.
and popularised. But I think that's what it was. It was probably popularised by as we were going through the 70s, and you get colour television, more imported TV programmes, especially ones from America.
Yeah.
And those American ones start showing films or
Halloween 3,
programmes.
Season of the Witch.
So 1978, Halloween, you got all the kids trick-or-treating.
Yeah, that is very true.
And so you're starting to see this and going, oh,
Maybe we should do
it.
this.
Yeah,
This looks quite
there
fun.
was another Halloween, not Halloween as in Michael Myers' Halloween movie, but another movie that was a staple to watch around Halloween, which was called Trick or Treat. Do you remember that one? I think we watched that not so long ago, which had the rock star.
Oh, yeah, because I think
I
there's
can't think of what his
there's a more
name is.
modern film called Trick or Treat, which has
Yeah.
another guy in it.
Yeah, he's like a rock star who puts his spirit into a
Record.
into a vinyl record.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. But again, Trick or Treat is the name of the movie. So you're getting all these influences coming in from America, and of course, as parents, you're growing up. This is now in the late 90s,
Yeah.
and all the other parents are getting involved in Trick or Treat. And you think, well, let's do this with, you want to do it.
Yeah, because that's when I got involved,
And
basically
this
as a
is-
young
and I'm
kid.
going to hand it over to you for your memories of your Halloween traditions.
I mean, personally, I can really only remember the fact that I dressed up in different costumes.
Well, tell us about the costumes.
Costume-wise, I dressed up as an alien
You did.
from a xenomorph.
Oh, I made that costume.
You made
for
that costume.
I was very proud of that costume.
It's a really awesome costume.
I think I've still got it in the attic.
Yeah, it's
to be
unfortunate it doesn't really fit.
honest. No, I think you were 6,
Yeah, I've
5 or
tried to
6.
fit in it since,
No,
but I don't think it'll work.
24 you're going to fit.
Maybe we'll have to do an updated version.
Yeah, so anyway, you were a xenomorph.
Xenomorph?
That was up in Lincolnshire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's the thing that we did. Normally you'd think that trick-or-treaters would go around the local area.
Yep.
I think what we did differently was the fact that we kind of jumped around a bit.
Yeah, we kept going to different areas. Cause
we've been to Lincolnshire.
Yeah, now, interestingly enough, while you're talking about the Lincolnshire one, when we went to Lincolnshire, they still weren't doing trick-or-treating.
No, they had kind of like a community party, didn't
Had
they?
a party, but they didn't have trick-or-treaters in the way, the kids weren't going around the houses. Even at the late 90s, early 2000s, it wasn't something in that local village.
Well, I mean, they had a costume kind of competition at one point that I won.
Yes, that's right.
I was dressed as a Viking.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I was so little that time.
yeah, you were. So there you go.
I've also been a predator.
You've been a predator. That's it.
My specially adapted
Well, that's
costume.
the thing, because you used to do gymnastics, and obviously you ended up competing at national level in
Yeah.
gymnastics. But while you were training, that meant we kept moving to different training places.
Yeah, very much
And
so.
when we were training and it happened to fall on Halloween, we'd take the costumes with us.
Yeah, I'd go to gymnastics, and then after gymnastics, we'd then go trick-or-treating in the local area.
And sometimes you used to get tons of candy.
yeah.
Candy.
I can remember that one time, wasn't I dressed as the predator?
You were dressed as a predator. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so pleased to get that predator costume for you.
But that's the weird thing. I would always go for the kind of scary things that obviously no other kid has actually seen. Like Alien. I would have seen Alien by that point, and Predator, but nobody else would really know what it was.
Yeah, it's funny because they used to sell, was it Kenner toys?
Yeah, Aliens
so
and
you
Predators.
used to go into Toys R Us and they had a whole bank of Alien toys from the Alien movies.
Well, don't you remember that time you got me that die-cast Sandcrawler from Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
You got me the laser shot Predator with missile launcher and the laser.
That's right.
The blue
It's a
one.
blue and gold one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, those creatures in Toys R Us, none of the kids at that age should have been seeing the movies because they were like 18-rated movies. So you kind of wonder, why are they selling these toys? Probably for the dads, but there you go. But yeah, you used to have great fun doing Trick or Treat.
Yeah, that does actually, because we were talking about how nobody ever really understood what I was dressed as. That takes me back to a Scouts party. There was a Halloween party at the local Scout hut. And I was dressed as a predator, and nobody had any clue of what I was.
What the hell you were meant to be?
Yeah, I was like, I'm a predator. I'm a predator.
What is it?
How do you not know what Predator is? Have you not seen Predator?
Did you have people dressed up as fairies and cowboys?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's the part of Halloween I don't understand. The kids dress up as things like a pretty fairy or a spaceman or a cowboy.
Yeah, it's kind of lost that kind of meaning with the dressing up as trying to be scary.
Well, yeah, and I suppose that's the thing. Modern Halloween traditions have now gone to being, it's a costume party.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you dress up as. Granted, a lot of people do like to keep the theme of horror, but also it's now become more of a tradition for most people to watch a Halloween movie at Halloween.
Now, that's what we do nowadays.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do, because, I mean, we don't really... I don't know the last time anybody had a Halloween party that we know.
Well, the last time we actually dressed up for Halloween was last year.
Well, we're dressed up at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're doing a podcast.
Yeah, so the last time we dressed up for Halloween was last year, and we went to see Nightmare on Elm Street
We did,
at the cinema.
we went to the cinema, Nightmare on Elm Street. Again, my favourite killer clown outfit.
Again, I was dressed up as Freddy Krueger.
And Jack was dressed up as...
I think...
Jason Voorhees, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Jason Voorhees. And that's always good to dress up.
Year before, I was a werewolf.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Choice. Sweet. So, yeah, but that's the modern tradition now. So the kids, trick or treat. Adults, if they're not having a party, watch a horror movie.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what horror movies have we watched. I remember...
That was probably you should say, what horror movies haven't we watched?
Well, in relation to Halloween, I've sure that I've watched the Evil Dead films in like a marathon.
You've just brought back a memory.
Really?
You did, because I remember as probably about the same... I don't know the year the Evil Dead came out, but I must have been around your age or a little bit younger.
Mm-hmm.
And back in those days, those movies, when they came out in the UK, they didn't get a cinema release.
Oh, no.
They were video nasties, and most of them were banned.
Yeah.
But you could go to your local video store, and if you were lucky, under the counter, they'd have these movies. And I remember it was Halloween, and I managed to get The Evil Dead.
Oh, wow.
And it must have literally just come out on VHS. Didn't know anything about it. Took it to my friend's house. She lived in a 3-story Victorian house. And you went up these stone steps, in through the front door, and into her lounge. But because it was a Victorian house, and you went up the steps, underneath the house was the cellar.
Right.
Now, you got to try and imagine this, because I kid you not, we put the old video cassette in the VCR, as it used to do, start playing. We're watching The Evil Dead, and of course it gets to the bit where they've chucked the person down the cellar.
Yeah.
And it's like, let me out, and the chain's on there. The cellar door was right in front of the television.
Oh, no way.
And you could just see everybody's legs were coming up onto their chairs and going, I'm not going near that. Nope.
No, thank you.
No, thank you at all. No,
Oh,
it
wow.
was classic. It couldn't have been a better way to watch The Evil Dead for the first time. Having this cellar door just sitting there in front of the television and just waiting for it to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, because personally I really like to marathon the Evil Dead films. That's Evil Dead, the original, obviously, Evil Dead 2, Death by Dawn, and of course Army of Darkness.
The extended version.
Is there an extended version?
Well, yeah, because I remember there's different endings.
Yeah, I know there's an alternate ending.
There's an ending in the shopping mall.
Yeah, and then there's the
an
ending
where he gets out the cave.
And he sleeps too long and he's in a post-apocalyptic
world, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously we've had the new remake.
The remake, which is kind of a blend of the first two, is it?
Yeah, but it also kind of works as a sequel-ish.
Ish. I actually recall, I haven't seen it for a long time.
It's got a lot of references.
I don't think it was a bad movie.
They kind of go for that more...
The Ash character is a lady in that, isn't she? Yeah, they switched to
Yeah, but they don't have Ash in it.
No, Ash is not in it, but what I'm saying is the character of Ash who wins through, if you like.
Yeah, they kind of
switch
it about a bit, yeah.
That's a good movie. Anyhow, so now we've come all the way through the centuries, and our modern Samhain, there's no bonfires. The kids go around overdose on sweets, while all the adults are watching either the latest horror films or classic horror films. Behind closed doors, and nobody opens the windows to let the dead in.
So that brings us to our Halloween-themed quiz.
Right, okay.
Let's get quizzical, Halloween style.
Right, okay, over to you, Jack. No, Jack's not here. Damn,
Yep.
I'm just by myself.
I'm going to be asking the questions.
You're the quiz master.
So let's see how much about Halloween you really remember.
Oh dear.
So,
I'm going to make a complete arse of myself.
We've got a few questions here. That's 25 questions.
25. Okay, listeners, are you going to jump in here and give me a hand? I hope.
Please play along at home.
Yeah, do listen to this. Okay, 25 questions.
I will go through each question and then I will reveal the answer.
After each question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Question 1.
Question 1.
Where is Transylvania?
In the Carpathian Mountains.
Be a bit broader.
I'm
looking for a country.
Transylvania is in... Oh, why am I... A lot of things over there. I used to think of Yugoslavia, but Yugoslavia changed.
I'm sure we covered this in the Vampire podcast.
Yeah. Oh, I can't think of which country Transylvania's in.
10-second warning. 10, 9.
I can hear the
8,
listeners are screaming.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Slovenia.
Nope.
Oh,
Okay. Romania.
Romania. Idiot.
Question
I was
2.
I was close.
Question 2. What is a group of witches called?
Coven.
Ting!
Ta-da! Maybe I should give those people at home just a moment to answer before I do.
You'll have to keep score.
Okay, I've got one.
That's 1. Okay. What does the Scottish word guising mean?
Guising. Guising. Okay, the Scottish word guising. Dressing up.
It comes from the word disguising, getting dressed up in costumes and going trick-or-treating.
I get a point.
Yep.
Ding!
Question 4. What do you call a fear of Halloween?
A fear of Halloween. It's got to be like a phobia. I don't know, halophobia?
Almost.
Wienerphobia.
No, go with your gut feeling. You've said it several times during this podcast.
Halloweenophobia. I've said it.
You've said the word.
I don't know.
No, give up.
I give up.
Samhainophobia.
Oh, was it that? Sam Hain? It's not Sam Hain, it's Samhain.
Well, I can remember. I read it as
So
Samhain.
I wasn't going to say that because I think most people wouldn't use that word.
Okay.
I think wienerphobia is much better.
Question 5. What vegetable was carved from before pumpkins were used?
Turnips.
Correct.
Yay.
Question 6. What does the Old English word hallow mean?
All Hallows Eve is holy.
Saint.
Saint's Eve. Okay. Hello, Saint. Okay. Fair enough.
Question 7.
No point for me there then.
Question 7. What do pumpkins grow on?
The ground. Vines.
Correct.
There you go. Well, it's on a vine, but it's on the ground. You see, it's unlike a tree. So I got that point. Did
Yep, you got vines. Yep.
I? Okay.
Question 8. What is the day after Halloween called?
All Saints Day.
Nope. All Souls Day.
Not sure about that. We'll have to check that. But if that's what you got on your quiz.
That's what I got on the quiz. Question 9. In what country was the first written account of children using the phrase trick or treat on Halloween?
I'm going to say Ireland.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Canada in 1927.
Okay. Okay then.
Question 10. What was the most popular Halloween costume for adults as of 2015?
Scream.
A witch.
Oh. Okay. I'm not doing too well. I only got 4 points so far.
Question 11. Name the 3 witches in Hocus Pocus.
Oh no!
We saw this the other day.
I watched it the other day.
This was I selected this question
Oh no!
just to test you.
Oh no! It was the What's It Sisters.
I'm looking for 3 names.
Oh
Go on, you can get one. You can get one.
no! I'm just trying to think what the sisters as a group collective are called. The What's It Sisters. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm let myself down here.
No.
No. What were they?
Maybe if I say one, then the other 2 might.
Okay.
Winifred.
Winifred. Nope.
Sarah.
No, okay.
And Mary.
No, and they were the What's It Sisters.
They were the 3 sisters.
Yeah, but what were their surnames?
I don't know. It's
You haven't got it down.
I haven't got it down, okay? I've only seen the film once.
You do realise right now the listeners are screaming at you. They were the sisters.
Question 12.
I've only got 4 points. What's going on?
How many pumpkins are estimated to be bought each year for Halloween in the UK? You've got an option on this one.
This is a choice.
17 million, 5 million, 48 million, or 25 million?
I reckon a lot. 48 million. No, that's too many. What were the answers again?
17 million.
That's too low.
5 million.
Too low.
48 million.
That's the one I went for.
Or 25
No, it's going to
million.
be 25 million.
Final answer?
Yes.
17 million.
Really?
Yep.
I would have thought it would have been more.
Okay. Question 13. Unlucky for some. What is the best-selling horror movie?
The Omen. Oh, no, hang on a minute. Exorcist.
Nope.
Oh.
It.
Really?
Yeah,
That's the best selling of all time.
it would seem so. Question 14. Which of the following cannot be used to kill a vampire?
Okay. Was I paying attention to Sarah or not?
A wooden stake,
Mm-hmm.
silver bullets,
Mm-hmm.
sunlight, or a golden axe?
Traditionally, or is this in movie tropes?
It's just a question.
Okay. Well, I reckon it's going to be silver bullet.
You sure?
No. Well, in the movies, it's sunlight, but I was going to go for sunlight, but I don't know whether you're asking me movie questions or traditional
It's
questions.
just in general.
Okay, sunlight.
Ready?
Well, what the hell's a golden axe got to do with anything?
What's your final answer?
A golden axe?
Correct.
Oh, who put that in there? Somebody's trick-or-treating me. I've got 5.
You got 5 out of 14.
Oh, dear.
Question 15.
Okay.
Who does apple bobbing originate from?
Who?
Hmm.
Not what. It's who does apple bobbing. Okay. Who does apple bobbing? That was one thing we used to do, actually. Halloween. No, actually, to be fair, I don't think we did Halloween apple bobbing. We used to do apple bobbing on bonfire night.
Yeah.
Or Guy Fawkes, as I prefer to call it. Apple bobbing.
They have been mentioned.
Mummers.
Final answer?
Yep.
The Romans.
The Romans. They invented apple bobbing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Question 16. What other name are carved pumpkins known as?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Correct.
6. Yay.
Question 17. What were Scottish people banned from eating on Halloween until 1950?
Scots were banned from eating.
Oh, this is an option.
Okay.
Sausage rolls,
Yeah.
sandwiches, sweets, or neeps
So they were banned
until 1950.
from eating sausage rolls.
Correct.
Hey, why?
I don't know.
You don't know. This is what I mean. These questions are mad. Okay. I got 7. 7.
Question 18.
Okay, 18.
In which country did Halloween originate?
Well, that's the things we've been discussing.
Yes,
really.
it is. Do you remember?
It's kind of like Halloween as...
Originated from which country?
Well, the Irish say it originated from Ireland, but Pope Dufree Gregory introduced
Go
it.
go with your gut feeling.
Pope Gregory reintroduced it.
Don't overthink it.
The Hallows Eve.
In which country did Halloween originate?
All right, I'll go for Ireland.
Correct.
Yay!
Question 19. Who famously died on October the 31st, 1926?
1926.
Yep.
Famously died 1926,
This
October.
is a tough
30th.
one.
If you can hear, there's fireworks going off. I don't know. Lots of people.
Master magician Harry Houdini.
Oh, Harry Houdini.
Although his death was initially considered a hoax.
Oh, right.
Question 20. What are other names of Halloween?
Halloween? Samhain?
Yep.
Or All Hallows Eve?
Or the Feast of the Dead?
Oh, right, okay. All right.
Question 21.
So did I get a point there or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 9.
Yeah, okay. Question 21.
21. We're rocking now.
Maybe a tough one. Do you know music?
No. Well, I do. Ish, kind of, sometimes.
Who
Well, if I
sa-
know it, I know it. And if I don't, I don't.
Who sang
Yep.
the 1962 song Monster Mash?
Oh. Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash.
We did the mash.
We did
the
the
Monster
monster
Mash.
mash. We did the mash. It was a graveyard smash. Yes. It sounded like Boris Karloff, but I don't know.
Bobby Pickett and the Crypt Kickers.
The Crypt Kickers. In fact, the song itself does. One of the lyrics says the Crypt Kicker 5 in it. So there you go.
Okay, last 4 questions.
I need to get around 10.
Question 22.
22.
The average kid consumes How many calories on Halloween night?
How many calories on Halloween night?
Mm-hmm.
1,500.
Do you want the answer?
Yep.
7,000.
7,000 calories.
Yep.
No wonder there's an epidemic of obesity, especially at the end of October,
I found that
followed by
a
Christmas.
crazy number.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Question 23.
Yep.
When is Halloween thought to have originated?
When?
Mm-hmm.
From the Celtic nations.
I need a date.
Oh gosh. Before the 5th century. I don't know. I don't know where to sort of shoot at.
Anything. Give us a number. AD, BC? What are you thinking?
AD, BC? No, BC. So it's going to be, I don't know, 500 BC.
4,000 BC.
4,000. Somebody had it written down somewhere then.
Question 24.
Okay.
This one was specifically designed by me. How many Michael Myers Halloween movies are there?
12. 12. He appears in 12, surely. 12! There's 13, and he doesn't appear in Season of the Witch. But all the rest have Michael Myers in.
I mean, do you take a TV appearance as an appearance?
Well, you mean that the TV appears in Season of the Witch on the television?
Well, I get
stretching it.
I get your reasoning. You're saying 12?
Yeah.
Correct.
Hey,
I'm not going to count Season of the Witch.
Okay, 10 points.
Final question.
Final question of our Halloween special.
Final question.
Yeah, I've done really poorly.
Again, created by me.
I should have eaten more candy.
Maybe a bit tricky.
Okay.
How many of those has Jamie Lee Curtis appeared in?
Okay, 1, 2. Are you not taking the Season of the Witch into account? Because she does.
Season of the Witch is not in account.
Okay, because she does appear on the TV in that. So
Look at the wording.
2.
Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing. 1, 2. As Laurie Strode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Correct.
Yeah!
Well done. That was the final question.
I got 11 points, listeners.
Coincidentally, if you want to hear our opinions on the Halloween movies, go and visit our previous podcast where we review all 13 Halloween movies. And if you want to see how those stacked up in our rankings of the Halloween movies, go and visit our rankings video of all the Halloween movies.
There's a lot to enjoy there.
Speaking of which, for our Now We Know Show flashback, our every Halloween movie ranked video has done extraordinarily well.
Way!
And we have had a comment by Swordcat1 calling us to do a Friday the 13th, Terminator and Nightmare on Elm Street ranking.
Oh, I think we could do that.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. I look forward to that. And by saying that, it comes to the end of our Halloween special.
At the end of our Halloween celebration.
Our Season of the Witch, if you like. It's been a fantastic ride through the whole of October.
I have learnt a lot about Halloween in this episode.
I've learned a lot about Halloween, Halloween movies, Halloween traditions, all sorts.
Werewolves, vampires.
Yeah, wow. Even cupcakes, dare I say it.
I've really enjoyed this season. It's been great.
It's been great. And we are going to wish you all a happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, every single one of you.
You just, whatever you're doing, whether it's a party, whether you're trick-or-treating, whether you're sitting down and watching a horror movie, have a spectacular, or should I say spooktacular time.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today. That's a Shocktober goodbye from Zak.
And that's a killer clown goodbye from Buzz.